another bank that likes it. We can check out some of the others here, including Goldman Sachs. If you are going to get that open deal, obviously Goldman Sachs, they're an investment bank, is going to like and appreciate any talk like that. As we get right back up to the highs again, therefore this name 740 bottom there for GS, a great opportunity to grab some Goldman Sachs at any level. Now, WFC, they had their restriction lifted, and they had a 7% move on their earnings day. And look at them today, too. So everything lifted here in the financials, except for, unfortunately, our good friend SoFi, which is going the other way. Major bank, this is why diversification is so key, because you get a little bit of that growth play here with SoFi that can do moves like this, go from 16 to 32. SoFi can double themselves up from July 1st, right? JP Morgan's not doubling. They're just a little bit more consistent of a climber, but if you're playing a growth name, then we do say we like some SoFi. Tonight we have LUM and, of course, Lumen Technologies. They're going to be reporting tonight. They have a tie-up there with Palantir recently, sent this to the moon as well. Go Palantir. We still love that stock. Oh, boy. But that's a good move there. And then I thought we had some news about DJT over the last couple of days. Again, there today. Yeah, the prediction markets, of course, predicting.
Pumped and dumped.
Yeah, exactly. So not much going on with DJT today, but it's looking like it's at a pretty key level right now of $15. And if we break below that, then you say, oh boy, to that one, and we give a shout out to Obi, because if it breaks right into there, then you don't have much protection left other than what was going on last September, where we dipped down into 12 before doing this.
Well, don't forget $10 on that, maybe.
Yeah, $10 could be good on a SPAC, but I don't think, it's 15 now, so 10 gives quite a hit waiting for that, but that might be something there. Then, yeah, NAVN, maybe I will participate today in the NAVN IPO.
It's so tiny.
But it's not a big one. We're having a
Do you have
really
the locator up?
Great day.
It's
I don't know.
It's so small. It's not at the top of the locator for size. So if I should sort it by time, and then you can see it's like 80,000 shares to buy. 80,000 shares to buy at an auction price of 26. I'm not taking the opening print if it's going to be that small open interest, and it's 25, and it's only coming out $1 higher. That's not going to be an auto open for me at all. So I might trade it if I see something after the open. Unless something changes dramatically, I'm not going to take the opening print on it. Took another shot at Cambrium here, as it was strict downtrend. There's the break of the trend. Give it to the prior bar low. Again, tight risk. I mean, it's $1 to VWAP, so if I can risk 10 to 15 cents, that's kind of what I'm looking for in types of plays. Nothing's going to be like the open. And if it can't hold 5, I said 5 was the next place to go if it's not going to be VWAP, so took the shot there. Silver is doing that slow matriculation to the upside after its parabolic move. So now it's got a little something distinctly different, right? So kind of bought whatever the consolidation was, but there's your breakout, there's your first dip, and now it's holding this dip. So now I have a trend line to work off of for silver. Once you break out the high of the day, if it can hold the trend after a high of the day break, then I'll re-enter and what we got out, and then just continue to work it higher. At the end of the day, the stock, well, it's got a target on it at about 44.80. And then from there up, you're filling in the gaps. So about 60 pennies or 50 pennies to 60 pennies till you get to that high. And I now have an idea exactly what I want to see to add to the position. Don't have to worry about VWAP just yet for silver. If you're trading this, probably worth an idea. You want to keep an eye on gold. Generally, I let the chart and the levels work for me in the trend line. But I am watching gold. If I see this completely breaking down, I can always just punch out myself or maybe take some profit off, because silver is stronger than gold at the moment.
Madeira, I think soon. Maybe not.
US dollar continuing on this uptrend. We actually broke out briefly earlier that previous resistance level around 99.5 that we made on Thursday, October 9th. Let's see if we can continue to push higher here and break out on the USD. Now, yesterday's reaction here was positive to the FOMC rate decision to cut rates by 20 basis points, but we certainly didn't have this, I think, intense reaction that we had during the last FOMC meeting, where it briefly made a new low of year and then pushed right back to the upside. I do want to talk about, speaking of the FOMC decision, about the CME Fed Watch tool. So right now, after that cut that we had yesterday, we're seeing a almost 73% chance of another rate cut at the December 10th meeting. Now, this is up slightly from yesterday. The reaction of 66.6%, but it's well below last week's expectation here of a 91.1%. So why is this rate cut expectation, I guess, so tame compared to yesterday? Well, that's because Fed Chair Powell out and out told people that there's no foregone conclusion that rates will be cut in December. In fact, he actually said that it's far from the case that rates will definitively be cut in December. You could argue that he's trying to tamper expectations, but a lot of people read it as a bit more hawkish than that. And it's interesting as well, we were expecting, if anything, potentially 2 dissents, 1 or 2 dissents to the dovish side, and we got 1 dissent to the dovish side, but we also had 1 hawkish dissent as well, with Fed Schmidt just voting in favor of holding rates where they are. So long story short, I think this FOMC meetings and this Fed rate watch tool is going to be very interesting heading into that December 10th decision. Back to you.
Probably not the last we've heard of it from the president either, because I would imagine that type of language is not going to make him happy. And they're doing interviews right now, which we do know. Got to be doing some interviews for the next Fed chair.
Yeah, see who that's going to be. Probably someone pro whatever Trump's ideas are, which is fine. He can appoint them, and that was what it is. I think it's a 4-year term. I don't know. Adair, do you know how long the term is for the new Fed?
So for the Fed chair, it's usually 4 years, and then it can be renewed if you want another 4 years. That's how Fed Chair Powell's initial term, 2018 to 22. Biden renewed it 22 to 26, and so it's a 4-year term.
Okay, so the new Fed will be there. Is it impossible that he keeps Jerome Powell? Probably, right?
No.
I mean, I don't know if there's.
Well, I respect the betting markets.
On call sheet.
I respect the betting markets. It's a 50% chance that it's a Kevin.
Yesterday. Oh, it's a Kevin. Oh,
because Hassett's number 1.
Oh, you have it up right there.
Yeah, I was I knew this was going to come up.
Yeah, so Powell's not even on there.
No, like Hassett's number 1, and then Warsh, so that's like 52%. Waller's up there, Besant. Stephen Marion's only down at 6, and Bowman's at 5. When Powell's on, he's here, but it looks like my guess is that nobody's even making that bet whatsoever. Ron Paul himself. Now, there's a bunch of other ones that have no chance, but it looks like Hassett or Warsh, which I'm pretty sure that's the same thing it was a couple weeks ago as well. So not much of a change despite the fact they're doing the interviews as we speak. Right. The market's getting back to the lows here. Yeah. It looks like, unfortunately.
Falling down a little bit. We've given a little bit back on. I mean, we're not giving anything back on Powell. It's fallen down. I was just going to say, right now we are in day 30 of the government shutdown. So 2 more weeks, according to Kalshi, is all, and then that will get settled. So hopefully in the next 2 weeks we do get government back working again and helping, support everybody that deserves. It's not, government workers, no one's fault, obviously, not their fault anyways, that they've been either furloughed or, laid off or anything like that, or shut down during this time. And I just hope that all those paychecks continue to get delivered, and everybody that's waiting for it, I hope it gets settled immediately. Because I did see something about it, maybe potentially, I was watching last night, like a food crisis. There was some like food stamp stuff that was supposed to go out either today or over the weekend or something. So I just hope it all gets settled, obviously, for everybody. So, thoughts for everybody there. And thoughts over there to Jamaica, I wanted to say. I don't know if you had any family members over there, Joseph, but that were affected by it, but prayers for that. I saw some videos there. It looked pretty devastating for sure, but I feel that at least it was known. So hopefully the human casualties, hopefully a little bit less, if any.
Some, but there's a limited amount of preparation that reality can happen in the islands, but
at least that's what I was saying. Like you can't really.
We got some videos.
Your house is built the way it's built.
Yeah, we got some videos from family, friends, but I know, Joe didn't answer now, but when the storm was first coming, I asked him, he said, well, most of his family was sort of out of the way.
So that's all.
Because Jamaica's, the island's not big, but it's large enough that it was devastation everywhere. Like, there's certain smaller islands that hurricane hits and that the whole island's at risk, right? But not.
Didn't one of those hurricanes recently just completely destroyed Rico, one of the last ones, right? They didn't have power forever. Yeah, that was one that went landfall in the United States. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, okay, so people asking about Navin again. So Navin's going to be a new IPO that hits the market today. I don't know, again, it's a travel. Whoa. Like that. We've showed that a couple of times. The egg avoids gravity in that picture right there. The egg is above shoulder. Put that back there, Andre. When I'm talking about the stock, we put that up. When we're talking about this, we put the stock up. There it goes. The egg going over the shoulder. No, you put this on by mistake. Oh, I like this picture. So anyways, yeah, there it is. So eggs just projecting upwards. Okay, so right here, Navin, 25.75. I know there's a lot of you looking at it. I am going to see if I can get to the gym and do some swimming. And if I come back and there's some interest in Navin and it hasn't opened yet, then maybe we'll look at it. But I don't know, man. With the market down today 1%, day after Fed, I don't think it's a perfect storm to take this. You know, like when Circle came and we hit that, and when Klarna and all that, a little bit of different feel than I'm seeing for Navin. I don't, again, it's not, I know it's a kind of a tech name, so there is a very good potential that this goes higher. You know, for example, if I'm taking 1,000 shares on Klarna, I would take like maybe 250 or something on this one. Like I do not, just to try to give you a scale of confidence. It's just not coming with as much fanfare as the others. And I think that that's something that, oh, there it is. Hurricane close. Maria says chase the packs. Puerto Rico. So, but that's what's happening there in Navin. So I'm gonna, yeah. Neil just mentioned it's not even close. So I don't even want to think twice. No. Maybe about. Oh, Neil, I know we got to go to you, but just real quick, because if we don't do this, then you know it is in the contract to do this. This is what's for lunch. All right. Yesterday was pretty good. We didn't have many people around here. We had some chicken, although it was dry.
I was going to say I didn't like it actually. Yeah,
I liked it. Mixed it with the noodles and the salad and kind of had like a bowl kind of going on. That's what I do with the salad anyways. Ooh. Hey man, it beats the beef bolognese that we had where we got basically a tub of bolognese, but we had to pour it on top of the lettuce. I'm like, what?
That was a grit cheese they needed because it's fuel.
But here we go. Today, I think we'll like this today. It's a stew, and it's of the beef variety. So we got beef stew, roasted veggies, seasoned veg, roasted potatoes, seasoned veg, and mixed green salad.
Time to eat more fruit.
I think it'll be okay. Beef stew.
You think so?
Why not? The country chicken was great. That last country chicken stew they had.
I tend to be skeptical.
Well, I don't blame you for being skeptical. But I'm trying to be positive.
No, when it's something we haven't had from them before, then I'm skeptical. But when it's,
I'm more skeptical of stuff we have had.
I don't know what to get. I don't know what to expect with this.
I don't know what to but that's why I'm positive. I'm trying to, you know, Neil, come on, man. I'm optimist, pessimist over here. Half glass full, my guy. There's a good chance.
I'm gonna keep it real. And,
so am I.
And most of the time, the beef is not done well.
I think the beef is the best thing they do, but again, that's to each their own. I
guess so.
What do they do better? Fish?
No.
Chicken? You almost threw up yesterday.
No, the salmon they do well.
Nah, the salmon is hit or miss. The salmon is good, but it's much more hit or miss, I think.
Before we get out of here, I saw someone say something in the chat that I wanted to address, because someone said the DNMXU IPO was a dud. The DNMXU IPO is a SPAC. It's a SPAC IPO. So it's just at $10. And what I've observed is if it opens above 10, it's generally bullish in a sense. But like a SPAC without a deal, remember, it's just the combination that's happening here. And until they actually combine with a company, right, you just have the potentiality. This is what it looks like on a level 2. So I can tell you, like, yeah, for most traders, there is nothing to see here. But on these, you've got to think of it as more measured. For a stock like that to go up from 12 on an opening print to 14 or 15, I promise you this. If I take one of these SPACs one of these days, I'd consider that better than an IPO where you have no liquidity. Like there's like a half a million shares that's on the bid of this thing. So you could get the opening print for a boat and just take it a couple of cents and get a good winning trade there. And when the Chamath one happened, that same setup gave you like 30 or 40 cents on the Chamath SPAC. So if a big SPAC opens up, I just care if it's above 10 and you can get a good risk to reward trade. But it's vastly different. It's not going to move the way that a regular IPO would where it goes 10, 15%. You're looking for a much, much smaller move. But there's opportunities regardless. It just depends on your style. You're not taking 10 or 20,000 shares of a regular IPO because liquidity is a concern. There's no trader that I know that has a limit to liquidity on this because there's just a ton of it on this SPAC. So you have to think a little bit differently if you're trading one of these relative to a traditional IPO, let's just say. It is midday time. We'll be back at 2. Hopefully the beef is good. But we'll be
the wife just asked me what's for dinner. I just said don't do beef.
Not beef, yeah.
Yeah, because anything else. I just put that there.
It's football tonight.
In the chat. Yeah, it's Ravens, Dolphins.
That's going to be a very bad game.
I think it could be a good game.
Lamar's coming back.
They did good with Lamar.
Miami?
Miami never looks good.
Miami's going to have a problem.
But
I think that's going to be a problem.
All right. Yeah, it's 11:01. All right, good day.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep halfway through that game.
Probably. We're happy here today. Beef tilapia, next on board. All right, thanks everybody. I'm warm in this, man. I got a sweater and the hoodie and the jersey on. But a boogie with a hoodie, and we'll send it over to the Midday Show. Ciao for now.
Boom, boom, boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And it's already a morning here, Joey. So let's get right down to it. Okay, so I got a couple of trades on. Let's just get right down to where, oh, we got to do, what am I doing here, Joey? I'm not doing my job. All right, guys, Healing Wholeness. We got Frank Ace, Mike, D-Rider, Wow. We got Scott Wheeler and Wick Slap You. Shout out to Ronaldo and Eduardo Hack You as well. Jake Roberts, Mr. Englewood 77. Alex HC Low. Who else, man? We got Bastone. Hello, Sharif and Joe. We got Anurag. OG Darwin already calling out DOCU. Hangry Wife. We got One Life to Live Together. We got Sloth. We got Tister. Mr. Crypto's in the house. Dean Allen, shout out to Andrew Chow and Donkey Trader Amoy. Who else, man? We got Shack Attack, Brown Lightning, Crypto C, Ian Gardner, 420 Bud Monster from Derek Thompson as well. Poor Robin Hood. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning. Good morning. It's always good morning. No, it's a day I was thinking about. Sorry, brother. Let's adjust this a little bit here. All right, guys. Yeah, let's break down what we were doing here today. We're going for a little bit of a move in rope. Yeah. Better? Back to Adara? All right, let's go, Adara.
Here's the news here in DocuSign. DOCU just announcing they're going to be bringing their contract AI to ChatGPT. So DOCU and ChatGPT tie-up just announced, hence why DOCU is moving to the upside. DocuSign, back to you.
Thank you, Darwin, for calling that out. Always the OG Darwin doing the absolute most in the chat. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, let's break down. I mean, yesterday we were hot. Today, not so much. Roblox give us a little bit of a chop up there. That one didn't work out. That's all right. Microsoft is where we took this big hit earlier in the morning. I seen that it was going to break down, but I was just too early. I go to it's like cancel order. Anyways, enough with the excuses. We get stopped out at the break of VWAP, and then eventually it makes that $4 flush that we're looking for, and then we take a little long right there. But this was a big time hit considering I made 10% of what I lost here, so that's not a good risk to reward ratio. Now, is it? What else were we taking a look at? Tesla, a couple attempts here as well on the session, that long. We got stopped out at the break. These lows, and the exact same thing here with the break of the volume weighted average price. And now, yeah, you know, guys, what I'm probably most likely involved in. Let's see if we can get this move. I'm going to try to hold this to 62. If I don't get that, then it's not going to be it's not going to be a good time. We know who has tropical blood. Look at the vest. Prayers for Jamaica. Yeah, absolutely, man. Shout out to everyone over there. I told them it's nothing new to them. They're used to that stuff. Obviously, it's a bad storm, but there's ways that they can mitigate it. Hopefully, everyone's safe, and we wish all the best for all the individuals who have been affected by it. But nonetheless, guys, let's talk about what we got going on from a trade standpoint. Market to the downside. If we look at the Qs and the SPY, not so pretty now, is it? The SPY significantly more choppy, so a lot of overlapping candles, and we're just moving eastward at this point. Some downward trajectory on the Qs, which isn't horrible, but consistently forming these lower highs. Keep an eye out on that. Neil likes the trend break. If it does sit on top of that, maybe you'll get a little bit of a relief rally, but it's Thursday, guys, so keep in mind, it may not come. After earnings, we had some hot earnings, and unfortunately, Google, no continuation on today's session. I was looking at that as one of my primary names, but that aggressive selling out of the gate, no good. Then we take the attempts on Microsoft. I wasn't paying attention to Meta because it's too expensive for my liking, so aside from that, and the exact same thing here with NVDA. Lots of sideways price action. Wait for those trend lines to snap. If they do, I think that's going to give you a good entry there.
Right, sounds good, Joey. Let's get to the small cap gappers. Look, I've got some on today, not too many, 6, not 8. So the last 2 on your right are holdovers from yesterday, and kind of disregard them. What I'll do is I won't throw in the tickers for those, so you'll know that those ones are no good. Let me just throw in the ticker here for WKey. involved in that one right now. It's kind of holding the volume weighted average price, has had general support at VWAP. It is spready on the day. And this topping till candle right here, the one at 1055, got me a whole bunch of prints into the half dollar. But look at what it's doing since that topping till candle. Basically nothing, and if I really had to guess, it does feel like it might make its way back down to VWAP. W key has been running for multiple days. This is showing up on my scanner several times. Had a bit of an off day yesterday, despite the fact that it held the prior day's lows. It had certainly a much better day on Tuesday, but see if this one has anything to offer us today. Involved right now in MSAI, where we long 34 as we just went peak there at 37. I'm looking for continuation, possibly back into the half dollar. There's 38. It needs to cross 38. There we go. Crosses, we get the print. Let's look for continuation into 50. That's what I'm looking for there on MSAI. Cap gapper, not a big 36 and change. We're definitely going to keep an eye out on that. But I want to bring your attention to EBS. So as soon as I switched to this one on my trading screen, to punch in, you know, we had to go live on the show, but then the breakout came, so I felt a little bit silly. Anyway, this one's hugging VWAP quite well here at 2 1/5, 2 1/4, give or take. It has a bit of a range. I want to say 70 pennies generally to the high side, about 20 pennies to the low side. It is, upon further, inspection and analysis, putting in higher lows, despite the fact that we've generally had same area top at around 70. So I expect continuation here, and my move on this one will be dips into the volume weighted average price, currently showing me 12 1/5. So that's going to be my move on that one. I had an ill-fated trade on DGXX. I tried to get in here on the pullback into the 10 EMA. It did wick below the 10 EMA, and I had my stop below the 10 EMA. So I'm sure you guys can figure out what happened there. Got stopped out. Anyway, what I'm going to wait for here on DGXX is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. I need a trend change. I don't want to guess it's going to hold at the 10 EMA because it didn't give that to me last time. So that's going to be my move there. Waiting for a move on MSAI and or W key. Those are my oh, sorry, I had a couple of more to talk about there. I'll get those in 1 second, Assassino. Just give me a minute. PRM as well. This one very directional. Only one touch into the 10 EMA. That happened at 1025. Otherwise, you haven't had any pullbacks into the 10 exponential. On the 5 with a 2761 high, it's up almost 30%. Last but not least, and a good one here possibly at the moment because it's pulled into VWAP, is VIAV. Throwing on the ticker for you guys right now. VIAV up 19.17%, 1714 high, dipping into VWAP right now, which is showing me 1655. Alas, this is a dual here, in my opinion. Why? It's price action resistance from the initial implied balance open at 930, and it also happens to be, yes, the volume weighted average price. So let's see if this one wants to hold up here or what its look is going to be, Joey. I'm interested in either way, just has to set up the right way.
All right, guys. Yeah, so just the harsh reality of the situation trading got shut down, man. That's it. So
no, good, bro.
yeah.
Punch into the sim.
Yeah, I'm in on the sim right now. So yeah, we'll see if we can catch anything. Other than that, guys, maybe do a little Q&A. If you guys have any specific questions for me or anything along those lines, you want to go over some option stuff, I got all day now. So that's it, 11 o'clock, and we'll figure other things out.
Here it is. Let's
yeah,
do
go ahead.
One. Yeah, sorry, because Assassino keeps putting up. Kanye East, my man, I haven't seen you in a minute. Where you been? Shout out to my man Kanye East. Neil mentioned Ron Paul, and see how chat sends it. One of the greatest Americans, humans ever. God bless Dr. Paul. He should have been president. Hey, man, the people decide who's president, but I do remember Ron Paul. I know his son, obviously, as well, in the Senate. And God bless everybody, bro. What do you got, Joey?
Just talking to, yeah, I know. There's no physically bouncing back for today anyways, and there's always another day. There's always tomorrow, right? So, but today there is that is not in the works whatsoever. But on the bright side, right, because that's what we are, Mr. Brightside. Shout out to, who sings that, Mr. Brightside? Is it Maroon? No, it's not Maroon. Is it The Killers, right? Okay, The Killers. So shout out to Mr. Brightside on that. We created our call calendar spread. I collected approximately $356 on the November 14th, 69 calls on IBIT. So shout out to them. Those working. All right, we'll take that all day. And I mean, it's only a couple of weeks from now. We've already collected more than 50% of the premium. As soon as I get to 75 and Bitcoin isn't recovering, I'm going to close that out and then find some new contracts to roll over. And that's going to be at a lower strike price, most likely. I'm thinking I go back to exactly where my long calls are so we can get one-to-one. If it does come back, then that's not good, right? Like, because you're not going to collect nearly as much premium as how much you paid. That's just the nature of trading, of selling options. No matter what it is, you will never collect as much premium as much as the actual appreciation of the underlying can account for within that specific contract. That's just how it is. They get that. That'd be too easy because then everybody would write options at the end of the day. So excuse me. So once those are closed, let's pull this up here. So I wrote the 69s. Those are slowly dwindling. Yeah, shout out to them. I picked them up for just, I think like it was like 57, 60 bucks. They're now half that value. We're collected half of that. So once that happens, then you know what? I'll go over to November 22nd. I've closed that position, head over to like the 66s or the 67s, and then we'll do that. We'll rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, until either it's like, okay, I can't hold on to Bitcoin anymore, or it starts working out, and then I can lift that hedging aspect of those contracts and allow those 6 long calls to just free roam, essentially, Sharif. So that's what I'm game planning.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. I see why you hate Bitcoin. It's not performing well whatsoever. Are you seeing BTC sub 100 first or 130K first? No, I'm gonna say sub. And that's the most difficult thing. This isn't good here, right? So I've been obviously doing some TA. I wake up in the early hours of the morning to see how the price action is. And I mean, if I wake up at 4 in the morning and go to the washroom or something along the lines, of course I'm going to be opening up the app to see what's going on. But you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row to the top side. I think this was a little bit of a bull trap, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, I was buying up here and I averaged into about here. But now you're starting to head significantly lower. This is going to be another key support level around that 107. If it snaps, watch out. This wasn't enough of liquidity grab to absorb. So, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast on this thing. You have to be extremely, extremely patient. It's consolidation, leg up, consolidation, leg up. And after this consolidation, we're not getting that leg up just yet. So let's see if we're going to move into the lower 100s, even high 90s. That might be the case.
Look, I don't really talk about the mega caps when it comes to trading, but I executed some positions today in the morning on my personal account. So let's get right down to it. So Meta, if you've been watching the show a while, you know that I was involved in Meta during the tough times for this name when it was trading at $88. We picked it up at 133 and we held it for a little bit. Now, this is going to be the first time I get into Meta since that time. I picked up a little bit today. I'm going to be picking up incremental amounts. I'm not to punch into my full position right away because you don't really know if you're going to catch the bottom. This is the chart on Meta. So let's do some TA on the shorter term time frame, and then we'll do a little bit more of a longer time frame analysis. So we'll start with the 4 hour so we can get an idea of where the local areas of support and resistance are. So we have a 650 low, almost on the dot, 650.17. Is that important other than for psychological support and resistance? Offhand, it doesn't really seem like it is. There is some interactions with it here back in May, but not an area where I see glaring support. So 650 to me is a soft level of support because it doesn't have price action support, just psychological. So I'm picking up some here. Now, where are we on the daily? Well, we're below the 200 exponential on the daily for now, right? And let's see where the simple is as well. Throw on the simple, because sometimes they intersect, sometimes not so much. Simple moving average, Joey, we're gonna put it in, we're gonna put the 200. And we're going to change that color as well because I don't like that. No, they're overlapping at the moment. So the 200 EMA and the 200 simple are overlapping, which is fine. What I want to see is, do we get bought up, today, tomorrow, Monday, to reclaim that 200, within 3 trading days? Let's see if we're actually below by 3%. So current price action. So I have a different rule here. If you are looking to get in off a technical area, like a moving average, volume weighted average, typically a moving average, I don't really consider the technical area breached unless one of the two following happens. It closes 3 straight trading days below that moving average, or it breaches it by 3%. Take your pick. You can choose one or the other. Those are not my rules, by the way. Those are John J. Murphy's. So what I'd like to see is us get bought up aggressively to get closer to the moving average, either today, tomorrow, or Monday. So that's what I'm going to be thinking. If we continue to bleed down on Meta, well, then we really don't have much in the way of action support that we can really rely on. Let's take off some of these pivot points over here so we can see this a little bit clearer. There we go. So where are we looking? We're looking at like 630 to 640. Take a look at these areas of resistance back in November of 24, right before the election. That's the election pump right there. Then that's the dump into April, right? So that 625, 630 area definitely looks interesting to me. But again, it's all predicated upon, the 200, losing the 200 on a 3% or a 3-day rule. We'll have to wait and see. So I like Meta. I didn't really see too much wrong with the report other than that one-off line. But hey, the market's going to trade this as the way it's going to trade it, and people are going to make money on the short, whether it's for a long time or a short time. We'll have to wait and see. But Meta definitely in focus for me. Now, I know some people were talking about picking up Microsoft. I don't think Microsoft gives as much of a discount as Meta, but Meta tends to be more beta anyway, right? I mean, we all saw what happened to Meta in 2022. And if you didn't, let me remind you, this happened over here. So we were trading, we're doing our thing, 21, 25, right into 385. That was all-time highs at the time. And then we dropped 76%. 76% on Meta. You know what I mean, Joey? Like look at this.
Yeah.
389, almost 400. We dropped November of 22. We made the bottom. So Meta is, just this inclination to be super high beta, and I'm okay with that because, and look at this, Joey. You're picking up the 50 on the weekly here. Talk about multi-time frame confirmation. So we're at the 50 right here on the weekly. Now, have we defended the 54? No, we breached it during the tariff tantrum. So yeah, I just want to do a little TA on this bad boy over here. So long story short, picking up Meta in the long term, we're going to get it little by little. It's not going to be all at one time.
Lemon family, I said going to the washroom, not washing my face out 4 a.m. silly. Second day in a row. Yeah, Apple was really nice, man. I'm glad that worked out for you. Sharif, I like that you're talking about Meta here because I like this move down here. I'm looking at some calls. They're pretty expensive. Right. I find it funny. So I don't know how correct this is. Guys, if you can fact check this, but this is really interesting. So we're at the money here. We're trading at 658. Oh, okay. What? 659? They don't even got it. Can't even access that. Why?
If it's not 69, I don't want to hear it.
You don't want to. You don't want to hear it. All right. That's weird. Why can't even? I can't even on that expiration section. Can't even get there. What kind of BS is that, Sharif?
I don't know, bro. What do you want from me, man?
So I'm at 3,400. I was thinking that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
But I mean, I like it, man. And that the money IV isn't overly high, right? So at 36.2%. You got to pay $4,000 for it. But at the end of the day, I might like this. I want to grab some of this here just because I'm feeling a little risque, especially when you see a name like this gap down. This is a big time, right? And then now if you get that indecision print, now the volume is there. So if you get an additional fake out and in around those lows, your boy's going to get involved into some Meta as well, too. So I'm going to be patient on that one. Yeah, I'm going to be 100% getting involved on that one.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
If the options are expensive, because of, I'm assuming a lot of people want to weasel in them because, it's on sale, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
What's your aversion to getting in through the equities, right? Is it just the exposure or just not enough possible returns because the options give you more upside?
Well, no, I mean, shares are good. Like if you're looking to hold them for a long term,
right?
But it's also a $700 name, so it's more expensive. Chew up more buying power, right?
Understood.
So So essentially, if you're going to leverage it, but I mean, I can buy 10 shares of Meta, obviously, you know this, but if I'm buying a contract, that's the right to 100. So yeah, but I mean, like if you think about it, 10 shares of Meta right now are going to cost you $6 grand, and then you can pay $3,500 for the right to 100.
That's fair. Yeah.
So
you gotta buy those 100 if you get the right to them, right? Like you still have to execute on that contract.
Well, you don't have to.
If you choose to.
Yeah, if you choose to, and then you can just exercise at the right. But that means you obviously have to pay the difference in between the premium paid and the amount of shares, which I personally don't have $60K to be jumping on a bunch of.
Not for Meta. At this time when you're trying to buy a dang house.
Yeah, exactly. Bang, warrants are also dope as well too. Bro, Joseph getting my calls now. What's up,
Get it, Joey?
Yeah, chill. Hey, I like it. Patience, there's nothing wrong with patience. These guys were preaching that this morning, and I think it's really important considering how the market's kind of acting today. I didn't have it, and I mean, I can't even complain. I had a pretty good start to the week, and then today was just one of them. So, I mean, I was so close to hitting that trade that I was looking for on Microsoft, but sometimes close isn't enough, right? And that's just the reality of this, but we like Meta down here. Let's take a look at Microsoft as well, too. So that's starting to engulf some of this range. So that's a pretty good look. And I think with Google, you have to be cautious because that's a big time hammer at the top end of this range here, and this might be just overextension. If you go from those April lows, you're up 100% in the light of Google, which is phenomenal. And I was saying to Katina, man, I think that was probably one of the worst investment moves I've ever done. Well, I mean, it wasn't too bad, but I had substantially more Google than what I did of Robinhood. And yeah, that was a tough move, getting out of Google and rotating it into NVDA and Robinhood. But here it goes. I think it's like what it is essentially in my mind is it's a rotation, right? So one day these guys are moving. Bitcoin's going to crap the bed. Well, Bitcoin will have its time in the light, right? In the spotlight. It's just not right now. So yeah, that's just the reality of it.
Joey, a couple of trades, and I want to get to the super chat. MSAI is breaking out. We got 34s. It's just taking 45s right now. Here comes 46. There's 47. Let's go on this one. We got shares on this one, so let's see if we can move up aggressively here. 45%. Right now for MSAI. There's 48. I expect resistance at 50 though, because we did break above 50, but most of the prints are in and around 50 pennies. So be on the lookout for rejection there. There goes EBS into 1305 high. We've got 1290s. I'm still looking forward to add more on EBS. If it does come back into the $0.75, I'm talking about 1275. I perceive 1275-ish to be the breakout level. And shout out to Dangerous, man. Sharif. Your morning note is hot fire. Enjoying the insight, the read, and the time saver. Thank you, man. You are absolutely welcome. Shout out to Dangerous, man. I appreciate the kind words. And I got to remind everybody, if you received one of the free memberships that so many different people have gifted, Casey, Nimrod, so many other people. I know I'm forgetting people, and I do apologize. You can get my morning note every day, and the way to do it is to weasel on over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, click posts right there. As soon as you click posts, you'll see Sharif's morning note, and then there's Zuck. You know, he's all upset because his company is getting shellacked to the tune of 11 3/4 today. And then just click the read more. There is the Google Drive link. You click that bad boy, and it's a PDF. You view it on your phone. You view it on your desktop. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's got a bunch of stuff, guys. You get 3 levels of support, 3 levels of resistance with explanations as to why. You get the full story. You get the context of the story, so it's not just in isolation. And you get the trader takeaway. And the trader takeaway here is key because it gives you an intraday bias, a swing bias, a long-term bias. It's not one-dimensional. It's faceted. So make sure you're getting that every day if you're subscribed. And if you're not subscribed and you didn't get one of those free memberships, the way to do it is to go and do the following. Let me show you over here. So you're going to go on to the YouTube or you're going to click right below the video. So of the stream right here, it says join. You click that join button. It's $4.99 a month, Canadian or American. There's a handsome Brendo. Click that right there, and then you'll get that sent every single morning. Thanks for Dangerous for pointing that out. Got Joey, EBS continues to go. We wet the beak there at 10s. It's a 1310 of high of day. but I'm looking for a move now into 75. In fact, I'm going to throw an order in. I'm going to front run the order at 75. I'm going to throw an order at 80. I'm going to throw it at 82. Okay, and we're going to see whether we can get some more down there because I perceive that to be the breakout level. Here comes 87, Joey. We may not have to wait that long for an 82 ad. Packing the patience here, looking for support or former resistance to flip to support, and then we're going to do it live.
All right, yeah, let's take a look at that. What's your thoughts on long-term SPY options with gaps, strong support, top of gap? We'll take a look at that, but first and foremost, my guy Jameson, do you have any thoughts on my option TNA 70 call April 17th? All right, well, I like to see April 17th, we like that. This is the 10, I think this is a 10-year, isn't it? TNA. Oh, no, 3X? Oh, okay. 70, I'm assuming you bought it out of the money April, so it's relatively cheap. Let's pull up the chain to see what roughly it's worth right now. And then, I mean, if it's just like a little bit of a lottery ticket, I can't even pull up these strike prices for some reason anymore. We'll go over to April. Maybe if you can.
Absolutely.
We got 7. I got it here. So the April 17th, 169 days from now. $2.65 TNA.
TNA?
Yeah. I mean, 165 days, 69 days from now, $265. I mean, you're obviously $20 away from that, a little bit more, 23. Hey, why not? It didn't cost you much, so at the end of the day, not too bad. $230 just to have a little bit of fun, and if it works out, then by all means, hopefully it does. We can take a look at some of the technicals on it as well too, TNA, and I mean it's just up and to the right. You're not going to complain too heavy about that. We'll draw a little bit more lines. We got the algo stuff on there.
Okay.
So yeah. Dude, I mean, it's pretty tough, but hey, if you gain any form of extrinsic value on that, then lock it in. You're punching through some of these levels, and I think you're good to rock and roll. But that steady move to the top side, you can't really complain about it whatsoever. Now let's think about spot long term. Let's take a look at SPY and see what the SPIDA has been up to. I mean, yeah, long term, you want to be involved in this, right? It's funny because we talked about this in the likes. Let's hide this stuff here right now because we want to just talk technicals. We don't want to see what's going on with everything else. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to take into consideration you're up 41%. And we went over this before with the likes of Microsoft. Is Microsoft the overall market? Absolutely not. But for all my veteran traders, you know that we talked about before any of this even happened. We're like, hey, is this sustainable? And the answer was no. Is this going to be sustainable in the market? Maybe. I mean, we have the mega caps increasing, CapEx spend on AI, bunch of money coming into the markets, lowering interest rates, a lot positive going on. But is it going to maintain on this type of trajectory? No, without somewhat of a pullback. I think you will get it eventually, but until then, don't fight it. But I obviously like SPY long-term, and I love the Qs long-term. You can't go wrong. Why? Because look at history. Look what history has told us, Sharif.
What did it say?
Stock go up at the end of the day.
Just show them the indexes.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with the stocks part.
The index. The index 100%.
The proof's in the pudding, baby.
Yeah. I don't know how much more data you guys need.
Yeah.
Like, when would you like me to go back until? If 30 years isn't enough and you still think that the world is going to fall apart and crumble, then, again, that's you. You're going to hold that buy. That's totally fine.
Yeah,
I hope you had a couple of good times there in 2020 where you had that 3 months of selling and then you just rip for a year. And then after that, you have a year of selling. So congratulations, you get 52 weeks of that. And then now you've been just essentially on a massive move for the past 3 years. Now, if you think that it's going to plummet and go to zero,
I just got to go before we go to Adair, guys. MSAI is breaking out. It's above the $0.50 right now. We got 34s on. We just took out 54s, looking for the next print at 55s. It's up 50%. And most notably, we're above the $0.50, but I don't think by sufficient amount here to get me comfortable because I have a bias here that the $0.50 is the real level of resistance, despite the fact that we've been up to 65 pennies on the day. Just way too many prints rejecting at that $0.50 for me to feel otherwise. Before we go as well, EBS, I added into this one, looking for a continuation back above 13. I think I'm going to get out everything if it loses a 2/3 of a dollar. I still have one DCA there to defend, the 75 penny area, which it didn't dip down into quite yet. So EBS in focus. And then I also want to cover MSTR because the individual asked me nicely in the chat there. What was his name? Don G. Dangler. He's got 0.1 BTC.
Ooh.
And his question was, Joey, is MSTR dead? It has earnings today, but it's red on the year. Any buyers last 365 days are negative. MSTR, my friend, just looking quickly over here, is down 8.5% on the year. So you're absolutely right. I guess it had the bigger move earlier in the year. Here's the deal. It's losing the 200, and now you've got the death cross. You got the death cross, Joey, between the 50 exponential and the 200 exponential. You got it on, I want to say, either the 21st or the 20th of October. That's no good. You did defend the 200 before. Take a look at what we did in March and April during the tariff. We actually defended the 200. Not so anymore. So I'm looking possibly at 225. I think $225 has proven itself as an interesting area of support. Loses that level, you know, I definitely wouldn't be looking for more, but I'd be picking some up there if I'm already long. 225 on MSTR. Adair.
Very timely the MSTR mentioned, because what I'm going to spend my time doing here during this crypto segment is looking through what we're expecting here for these earnings names. So as you can see, we get Strategy at 4 p.m. We're going to get Coinbase at 4:10 and Riot at 4:30. So not one, not two, but three crypto names to be aware of reporting after the bell. Let's get into them. We'll start with MSTR. As I mentioned, reporting first at 4 p.m. We're expecting losses here of 11 cents per share on revenue. 118.2 million. Then 10 minutes later at 4:10, we'll be getting Coinbase, COI, and earnings per share. We're expecting here of $1.13. Revenue, $1.72 billion. And last but not least, at the same time as Apple, we will be getting Riot at 4:30 p.m. We're expecting losses of 19 cents per share. Revenue, $164.67 million. So Coinbase is the only one of the three that we're actually expecting to post a quarterly profit. Wrong direction. There we go. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin on the daily. We're now making our fourth straight day to the downside and continuing to run into some resistance at that 160,000 level or just above. So just a look here for BTC, but we still haven't made a lower low on the daily. It'll be interesting to see what we do here at that 106, just below 107 area on Bitcoin. We'll take a look at Ethereum as well. ETH looking pretty similar to Bitcoin here. Finding some resistance in the case of Ethereum here around that area just above 4,200. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sharif and Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Shadow Rap has to say 100%. There's no beating around that bush.
Joey, what did I do?
No, I just seen you chuckle over there, so I kind of want to get I want to kind of get on it, but that's all right, man. I'll
He's keeping an eye on things, eh?
I see the little chuckle over there, man. No, but in all seriousness, we got a super chat. We'll go over that momentarily. Uplift Markets. Joseph, what are your thoughts here? Joe is on a roll today. Let's go, Sergio. I am not, my friend. What is your on leaps with options? Do you think it's worth it to swing positions like swinging meta call options? I think it won't last long here. No, I don't think it's going to last long there either. I mean, we talked about history. These guys are so big. You got to think about. I did. How many? I made multiple. I can continue to do so, but just let me know. I'm putting something on.
You got to be careful how you talk that.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I continuously do it
for no reason.
I said. Here, look. I'll do it again one more time here. There, boom.
Boom.
No, see, it's not showing up anything, so just let me know if it does. Keep asking me, but if it's not working, then that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's sim, so at the end of the day, it's just rep. Man. So, okay. What is your thoughts on leaps? Yeah, I mean, with Meta, you can't go wrong, right? Like, well, you can, obviously, but at the end of the day, anytime it experiences that type of pullback, I think you want to start dabbling in it a little bit. That's why I was going over the options activity. And I think at some point, even if you do crack a little bit lower, you got to take into consideration that from that close yesterday to the lows of today's session, you're down 12% at one point.
Oh my goodness.
So you want to buy this. This gap will get filled eventually. That's a trade in itself.
Crazy.
673 all the way to 744. That's a big time move. I'll take that all day, every day. And I think Meta in the long run is going to be just fine. It's crazy that I used to own this when it was Facebook. I think I paid like $80 or something like that for this thing, and I'm like, what?
Not crazy?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane, like $80, and I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I was in my earlier 20s.
Can I tell you, sometimes ignorance is bliss.
It's the best. I have no idea.
And you're up like 100%.
Yeah,
you know?
No, in all honesty, that's just how it is. Like, and I was thinking to myself, am I overthinking some things, or do I just go back to my old strategy of Googling what the best company is in each specific sector and just buying it and then forgetting about it for multiple years? I think that's a solid strategy.
Can I say something? Katina Man had a fantastic story. He's like, one of the viewers sent him a message. Like, they talked and forth on the gram or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, look, man, I'm punching into Meta, Nvidia, and Netflix. The dude bought a ton of it back in the day, and he reported back to Katina Man, I think like a few months ago. He's up like, I don't know how many hundreds, thousands, right? The dude, he just punched one of the good companies.
That, man.
He puts in money, you know, every now and again. He doesn't monitor it that much. I mean, there is something to be said about that kind of bliss of not having to be, you know, ensconced into the market at all times.
And micromanaging it from a day-to-day perspective. Right? It's like at those times, I just had this chunk of money. I'm like, oh, okay, bang. And then, like, for months, I wouldn't even think about it. I would look at the portfolio, and it's like, oh, yeah, okay, this is fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's not always the case. If you buy garbage, then it's most likely going to be garbage.
Like, we're being very simplistic.
If you're these top companies, I mean, if you're the top 9, if you're a $1 trillion company, there's a reason why you get there. And I don't think it's the .com bubble, because these guys aren't heavy into the debt, have the cash flow on hand. So why not buy more of them?
No, cash flow.
Yeah.
All right, Joey, let's update everyone on MSAI. We're taking prints there. We just took 55s. We're waiting now at 58, 60, 62. Let's see what MSAI has to offer. It's back above the $0.50. I think it may hold the $0.50. Let's see. You never really know with these things. 165 area high. Try not to take out too much too quickly so we can get a nice move up and possibly wet the beak a little bit more. The other trade that we've got on EBS, still holding in and around my area. I still haven't gotten my dip trade, but I still like the look chart pattern. I'm looking for an 82 print, waiting for it. It's giving me 83s right now. It's not crossing, so we'll pack the patience there. I also want to bring up, there goes MSAI into another area high, into 59s. Now it's knocking the door of 60. So we just took another print there at 58. We'll get another one possibly at 60, and then another one at 62 if it makes its way up there. But I want to bring in two names that I didn't mention today because they weren't on the side charts. Criminal. Now, Criminal is really like becoming less of a small cap gapper because it's a materials name, and we know what the critical minerals name, and we know what they're doing lately. But got a good looking chart pattern. It holds break even almost to the T, drops down to 1160, which was the closing print from yesterday, rockets back up with a 1345 high. It's up 14.5%. It's got resistance here into the 40s. I want to say 50s. The 8 a.m. spike took us to 1350. The official high day 1345. CRML. I'd be buying probably at 13. Looks like a breakout area after this consolidation break, as well as being the 10 EMA and the 5. So Criminal, possible buy at 13. I'd get out if it loses 1280 because 1280 is a 20. That's number one. Wow, look at MSAI go. We're going to have to digress again and take a look. We got the 60 print, the 62 print, though, not yet. The other one I wanted to bring to your attention, VKTX. Shout out to the individual. I think it was Jamlocky, or Lossy, or I don't know how to say it, that called this one out. Viking Therapeutics as well. Not really small cap gapper. We know about this one. They've sold off quite aggressively, recovering a little bit of $4 billion market cap. It's got support here, I see, at 38.50, between 38.25 to 38.50. Price action resistance in the pre-market into 38.25, 10 EMA on the 5, support at 38.50. I could be interested here on Viking. Bit more of expensive of a name, obviously, so you'll have to size in accordingly. We'll see what we get there with VKTX. So two new ones I wanted to bring to your attention: CRML, VKTX, all former runners that we all know. MSA frickin' I, we take out that level at 2. So now we have no more prints. And guess what? Now the new print is going to go above the high of the day. So it will have to be, by definition, a high of day break for me to get printed. But how about that EBS trade? It's coming in. We got the fill, but it's going to have to hold some technical levels here because now we have 4 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart that are red, Each and every one of them has lower lows and lower highs. We're coming into that technical support area, though. I'm for support here, Joey. Let's find out. It's Jamolossi. Jamlossi? My bad.
Okay.
Dollar Sales Solutions, VIV under $1, a little bit of a bamboozler, but over VWAY, VWAP, and 50 and the 20. That's my man. My man's talking language there. He's talking my language there. I didn't even have to, even read too much. So let's go ahead and, we're going to reward that kind of behavior, Joey, because it's fantastic. VIVK.
Did you see that, Fabian?
What happened?
I'm talking to my boy, Faye.
You're talking to the Chilean nightmare?
Hey.
What's he doing over there?
He's asking me.
We're not going to comment on the finance bro vest that you got on today.
You like it?
I really like it,
Thanks,
bro.
man.
Red on black.
Appreciate it.
And it's finance bro vest.
Bro, I appreciate it. It's not a finance.
You just gotta your way onto Wall Street now with all the other finance.
Hey man, I'm on Wall Street number 2, man. It's
that's Bay Street,
man.
Let's not give it away. VIVK, guys.
It's Bay Street bullies, brother.
It's a Bash Brothers, bro. Don't get it twisted.
Oh yeah, the Bash Brothers on the Bay Street.
Joey, we got to do some TA here, bro. Okay. VIVK. Yes, I do like this one.
Baby.
Double on this guy at 28.5. The only thing about this one, Dollar Sales Solutions, we're just working our way now back up into the volume weighted average price. That VIVK, just putting it on the side chart. Sorry, we're working back into VWAP now. I'd like a move above 32 to 33 pennies. A lot of wicks in and around there. I'm going to keep this one on the side chart. I try to stay away from these sub $1 names when I can, especially if there are others that are above $1 and running. But, I don't want to call myself a beggar, but, sometimes I feel like I'm begging for good names. So beggars can't be choosers here. We're going to throw VIVK on the side chart, Joey, and if it's warranted, we're going to execute on it. What's your look over there, my man?
Yeah, for sure. We got to go over our boy, Dave.
Oh,
Dave
dropping cash in the chat.
50 smackers.
Ew. Well, in a good ew, though.
Yeah, a nasty ew. Yeah, that's nasty, for sure. Hold on, we'll hit this, because I know a lot of people were asking about it. We'll do this for Dave's. We might need our own little snippet here for Dave's dumb trade of the day. Hold on. All right,
Dave.
we're
going to need to break these glasses.
Yeah, I got it. You know how tempted I am to sometimes when you have your water bottle right here, I'm just so tempted to go like that, but I'd probably get in a little bit of trouble for that. But all right, here it is, guys. Probably the new hottest segment of the day. It is Dave's Dumb Long Swing. TMQURE for November 4th earnings. Bonus fact that Vanguard, BlackRock, S Street could all have told Elon privately. Now he got both for 1 trillion comp back before public. Shady AF. Yeah. Legal. Yeah. If Elon and Robin chillin', your glass or guess. That was tough to read, to be honest with you. I'm not going to beat around the bush on that one, but shout out to Dave. Let's go over a couple of the names that he was mentioning today, and that's going to be Thames, not the same Thames. You know who that is, right?
I know the River Thames.
Oh, okay, you know the river. That's in Egypt, right? Oh, okay, all right. Well,
it's the Nile, my boy.
Okay, well, I mean, there could be more than one.
It's the
all right. Okay. Anyways, that was TEM. This is Tempest AI. Let's head over to
get it, Joey.
The daily going on. We were looking at the weekly. Not too bad. I mean, this is the channel trading right here, and as long as that stays intact, I think you're okay. So continuously hold on to that. Once you get on the backside in the lower end of that channel, then maybe you want to assess the situation for those who are involved in this. Now, as for QURE, let's take a look at that one. Ooh, okay. Who are you? This is very, very interesting. So you get this massive gap up from 14 all the way to $69. What the?
69?
Yeah, what the hell there, Sharif? That's 380% just like that. Hopefully you're involved in that. So not too bad of a look, my friend. And thank you, Dave, as always, for the new hottest segment of the session.
Oh, I like that. All right, guys. We're still holding on to some positions over here. I'm thinking about Adam James. You're killing me. I have to read it, bro.
Well, I thought maybe because you mentioned you would know.
I didn't say anything, bro. I'm not the one who supered this chat. Me?
Yeah, it's Adam.
Oh my God, I'm getting blamed for Adam's super chat.
Crazy.
Shout out to Adam, $2
Crazy.
super chat. Thames in Egypt, Joseph, we needed intervention. Nah,
Now Ramin's trolling too.
Well, of course she's trolling. That's what she does. How's it going?
What's up, Brandy?
How are you? Yeah. Multi-talented.
You see this? You see this? Can't even catch a break.
Keep bringing it, Ram.
Listen, I got a
Keep bringing
digital
it, Ram,
board of
Ram.
me crying up here, and then
God.
essentially, I'm getting direct messages.
Ram.
Also, just the ultimate.
They did
me
him
so wrong. It's
Ram,
crazy.
I just want to know. Joey and I have been talking about this. Ram. Randy, you're. Why did you put Joey crying on the phone? Is it because he's obsessive with his positions? Because
yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm well aware it's dying, Ramin. Jesus.
I love this guy. All right. MSAI dipped down below 50, man. Guys. I'm considering what I want to do next here with MSAI. Dip below 50, hammer candle into 45. It's getting bought up. Look, here's the deal. This hammer candle right now is quite bullish. So if this hammer candle closes green, the high of this hammer candle is 153. If it breaks over 153 and starts going above 155, I'm going to add into this position because that's quite bullish there. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to add into 155. So we're going to go 155. We're going to be looking to add, we'll give it like a 2-penny spread for some there. So we'll get a breakout trade if it happens. But the problem is now EBS. It's at that area of technical support. It's not breaking down below it, but it's a 5-candle retracement now off a technical level. I've got, what do I got on here? So for EBS, I'm long at 85s. All right, here it comes, man. It's already showing me 75, so we're 10 pennies out of the money here. If we lose a 60-penny level, that's going to be the end of the trade. Let's go ahead and throw that right now so that we don't have any decisions to make with respect to this that are subjective. So we're going to go ahead and do that 1250 with that many shares. So we're throwing that in, Joey. Come what may on this one. Now, I also want to mention a different one over here. VIVK was one that I gave you guys a little bit earlier, or sorry, that individual gave us a little bit earlier, and it was trading below VWAP. Now it looks like it's kind of reclaimed VWAP around 33 pennies. I think if this gets above, you know, that 30, 33 and a half, you definitely have something here, but it feels like it's a bit of a choppy trade. Full disclosure on that. Nothing else for me other than to say Criminal continues to print into the high of day, 1350 area high. Viking Therapeutics came into VWAP, and it looks like it's holding up at the volume weighted average price. Still has higher highs and higher lows on general intraday trend. Looks like VWAP just a little bit above $38. It's trading at 38.38. It looks like it bottomed out there with the low of this candle at 38.20. He didn't quite make it down into 38 bucks. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. I don't really have anything else. Farm Trader, INTS, about to break pre-market high, running for $1. Let's look at INTS for Farm Trader. INTS. Oh, this is a prolonged looking bull flag. Not bad call, my man. Good call at Farm Trader. You're going to have to pass patience with this one. As we always talk about, no two bull flags are created equal. Some, you know, will have periods of consolidation that are very short-lived. Some will have prolonged periods of consolidation, and this is one of those ones where certainly it's more prolonged. We got into the area high, I want to say, around 840, and since that time, we've been kind of holding a general area range. It looks like 65 pennies here with the low and about 8 pennies generally to the high, so about a 20-penny range. My suggestion to you is pick it at the lower end of the range, hold it with the beak, and then hold a piece for the dream for the breakout into $1. INTS, good one here, my man. Thank you for pointing it out. Joey.
All right, cool. Adira, what do you got for us?
I want to let you guys know I'm seeing some commentary coming from the CEO of Goldman Sachs, David. Nothing major, but just be aware stock has dropped a little bit. Volume on this, again, is also low. It's under 800,000 shares traded on the day. But just talking about the risks of government shutdowns and then talking about the debt situation. Currently speaking here at the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. at an event. Just be aware if this is happening in case you happen to be in this name. Back to you.
Yes. Thank you very much for that. All right. I mean, there it is, guys. TQs to the downside. That worked out. Just into that momentum, and there, sure enough, you head into those key support levels, looking for that specific zone to snap, and then maybe you can take additional leg lower. There is a ticker called Joe, says our guy Jam Lossy. Let's see what Joe is up to. 14% today. All right. This isn't the Joe T ETF. You know the Joe Terranova ETF?
I love that one. I like Joe T, bro.
Yeah.
What does he
like
have in that thing, man?
What is in there?
What is the, you know the ticker?
No, I don't know the ticker of it. I think Neil might know, but
it is Joe T, bro.
No, it's not.
It is.
Yeah,
let's find out what he has here, Joey. Let's go.
See what he got.
Ownership. I got it over here.
Oh, bang.
All right, here we go. So let's find out what he got in this bad boy. Ownership. What do we got? Oh, holdings. That's it. Sorry. He's got Apple Oven, 1.5%. He's got a ton of stuff in here, and look at the small percentage.
Yeah,
so he's got Apple Oven, 1.5. Tesla's 1.05. Lamb at 1. Hood, he's at 1. EA at 1. Newmont, shout out to my boy Alfred for that one. He's got goggles on there.
Sharif, you know what's coming up next?
TK freaking O.
My favorite.
There it is. What's KLAC? I want to know what that is. KLAC. Show yourself. KLA Corp. What is that? Supplier, process controls, yield management solution, semiconductor. I see. Shout out to Joe T, man. The man with the ETF there. You want your own ETF, Joey?
Yeah, the Joe W ETF?
Yeah.
It's like, what, with like 99%.
You going to charge prohibitive management fees?
No, it's
and rinse
free,
everybody?
Man. No, absolutely not, man. We got zero management fees there. We don't want any of that stuff.
That's okay.
90% Bitcoin and then 1%.
90% Bitcoin. That's fantastic.
No, obviously we would never. No, guys. Honestly, to my favorit stock that I don't own, zero management is right, Mike Peter, right? My favorite stock that I do not own. Why? I do not know. But this thing has been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, if you go to the IPO, I mean, I think it was a SPAC or whatever it was. But so
MSCI losing the bid.
There, go grab it.
I just want to tell everybody it's losing the bid. Yeah.
I mean, so there it is on TKO, man. So if you want to get your hands into some WWE and UFC and combat sports, slap and everything along those lines, this is your route right here. I'm most definitely going to get in this in one day, wait for an aggressive pullback, but this is just steady up and to the right. I'm not going to compare, I'm going to compare apples to oranges right now, and it just gives me kind of Walmart feels. I think the UFC is going to be continuously growing, obviously with they're now on Paramount Plus, and then you have Netflix striking deals with the WWE as well too. They've been on that platform for quite some time. I think it's only going to get better and better because America loves its wrestling, and I think all of the Americas love their combat sports because it's absolutely massive in Brazil as well, too. I'm not saying that they're going to be getting Paramount Plus or anything along those lines, but like TKO holding, Sharif.
Big smiles in the chat. Shout out to Big Smile. Man? The LJS ETF?
Oh, you know what that's. We're not going to repeat what that is.
Bro, I don't even know what it is, man.
Come on, man.
I'm always oblivious to everything,
it's
bro.
It's literally what he calls me every single day.
Oh, little. Little Joey Smalls. Oh no. Neely, would you punch into the LJS ETF? He's already long.
That's why Neil's my boy, man.
Yeah, Neil wouldn't do you dirty like that. He'll punch in a couple of shares.
He wouldn't make it happen. Honestly, but what if at some point I start offering a divvy and everything along those lines?
Crazy talk right there, bro.
And then at that point, just we're rocking and rolling. So no, in all seriousness, guys, let's see what the overall market's up to here. I know someone said those charts are too dark, so I just switched it to the light for you considering. But I can't show you what's going on south of that on the daily. I mean, it's not algo time just yet, so we'll go over that a little bit later. It's almost already noon, which is surprising. But at the end of the day, what I wanted to focus on here is what we are looking at. Did we get a little bit of a bounce in Bitcoin? Not quite, but it is holding up that $60 relatively well. And then Beyond Meat, I had a friend actually message me, what's that up to? I said, yeah, it's essentially a nothing burger. And yeah, it's a meme stock. But look for these levels to hold. We haven't snapped that. We don't have a 5-minute candle that's opened on the backside of that trend. So again, I think the sellers are in complete control of today's session in a lot of these names, especially in the NASDAQ, with the SPYs up to sideways price action. Alphabet cooled off considering is up substantially after yesterday's earnings report. Things cooled down. No up and go here today for Google, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we're just throwing in a stop over here. We just got into Viking right now, double bottom into VWAP. Where do we get in? 9s. Okay, let's go ahead and post some orders here on Viking. Let's see what we get. Stop below current bar low. Simple as that. We're going to keep it super simple. Current bar low has to hold. Otherwise, they get stopped out. The other deal here, EBS, we got the beak wet there at 88. There's 90 now, looking for continuation here on EBS. Remember, I complained about the 5 candle in a row on the 5-minute chart that were lower highs and lower lows that were all red. Now we got a couple of green candles. Guess where? Off that technical area of support we spoke about, 12 3/4. Let's see. Does it work its way back above 13? It's not good enough just to hold off support. You're holding off support so you can mosey back up into area highs. There it goes, Joseph, into 13. We've got 85s on now. See if we can get that continuation on this one. We got shares on this one as well. So we'll be able to take some beak wetters, hopefully, into the area high. Show me 1303 now on the ask. 99s on the bid, looking for continuation. Where's my next out? It is at 5s, I believe. So looking for a move in there. High of day, guys, 8 pennies away, 1310 HOD on EBS. So packing my patience, looking for continuation on that one. And there is the print at 5s. We get the print now. Nicely in the money on this one, looking for a high of day break. We're about 4 pennies away from said high, and I only have one profit taker, and that is by definition, again, above the area high. So we're gonna post here into the 20s, man. So we're gonna see if we can get that nice move on EBS or what the situation is gonna be. Another one, MSAI. I told you guys I'd stop out if it lost current bar low, and there it is. So we'll give back. We're not going to give back anything on MSAI, but we obviously left money on the table because we didn't know what the beak with all the position at the highs. I'll look to do a little bit better. If this one gets above 155, we'll keep tabs on that. Back now to EBS, still zigging. 7s, Joey. Now we're about 2 pennies, or 3 pennies, excuse me, away from the high of the day. So let's see if we can get that price spike up. And then Viking, VKTX, we punched in at 39s. It's showing me 51s. We're not getting that price spike up quite yet. Prior bar high is 38.63. So to kind of change trend on Viking, we'd have to break above bar high. And as I mentioned, we got to print above 63 to do that. So packing the patience on that one, looking for a nice move up. And then some. So that is my on these 3. It looks like I think I butchered the MSAI trade because there's a whole bunch of bottoming tail candles. Let me make my case on this one. I think I got this one wrong, but where to get out. There's a lot of bottoming tail candles here. So despite the fact that we are putting in lower highs on 3 or 4 successive candles now on MSAI, these bottoming tail candles got something to me. It means for the moment, sure, yeah, the sellers are out dueling the buyers, but there's buyers still there, and they're showing their hand quite well because these bottoming tail candles, well, it's those buyers getting back in. So I think I may have kind of done this one a little bit wrong. Where I may want to get back in is to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, break trend, and then know that the buyers, at least for the moment, are overwhelming sellers. One quick one over here, INTS. This one is the one that we spoke about that has a long consolidative range on a bull, 65 pennies as the low and about 87, 85 pennies as the high. That trend is breaking now. There's a new high a day, 91 pennies. It's up 207%. It looks like it wants to hit that dollar. And look at that volume profile. Pick right back up, bottom right of your screen. See the kind of the dearth of prints right there? No, well, they came back in quite aggressively. Now we're getting about 20 million shares per 5-minute candle here on INTS. Not a bad look at all. Looking, if I want to weasel in there, I think I might have to set up some trades on that, Joey. So let them know what you're looking at, my man.
Absolutely. All right. So someone's telling me to look at Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines there. Intraday is looking pretty good. We won't complain about that. 2020. Yeah, sleep well indeed. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to worry about that. No, Tony was just asking me. I told him that I made a calendar spread on my IBIT call. So essentially, he's like, Joe, did you buy your protection? Yeah, at the end of the day, I did. Okay. So yeah, just the writings, right? And I like it, man. I mean, I'll continuously do so. And if it doesn't get any form of a bounce and we crack through that 100, it's good. I'll just start writing a little bit. I'll keep it at my strike price. Unfortunately, I won't be able to write anything south of that. So hopefully, it doesn't go into a complete crypto winter. That would be an absolute disaster, and then I would not be having a good time. But anyways, aside from that, we'll collect premium, and we're going to buy some more after. Okay. So that's just how that's going to rock and roll. But as for RCL, April lows, not too bad of a look, right? So you can go from there to that peak, 123%. I wouldn't say your necessarily, like, it's close. So from like 24%, so you can classify it as bear territory. But like, nice bounce. Watch for these support levels to hold. There's no coincidence that it bounces off this key pivot right here. Boom. I know Sharif, like, previous pivot high, you get that bounce, and then sure enough, maybe you can enter this gap, and then maybe from 298 all the way up to 316. Austin 316, we like that one. Now it's time for
Let me mention something before we go to Adira and Neil's lesson of the day. Shout out to the OG Buvin, always doing the absolute most in a great way. AQMS, shout out to Buvin for this big breakout midday here on AQMS. Looking for reasons, not seeing anything on my blotter, could be sympathy into something else. Here is the 5-minute look on AQMS. We closed out yesterday south of 7, looks like 6 mid-90s. Price spike up. This is a real print. 945, dipping back down now below 9, looking at 8 3/4. Here are the levels. VWAP 840, 10 EMA on the 5, 804 just above 8, 20 EMA on the 5, 7 2/3. Look for continuation. If obviously what you're looking for is this candle to close, this candle is probably going to be an engulfed candle, but look for the subsequent candle to show you trend. So if this candle here, which has 3 minutes left on it, the 12 o'clock candle is engulfed by the prior candle, likely look at the third candle to develop after that, which will be the 1205 candle for correction. I'm going to be looking here on AQMS. Shout out to the OG Buvin for pointing this one out. It's time. Or happening now.
Here is the NASDAQ right now consolidating near the low of the day and, of course, digesting some very mixed earnings reports from the likes of Meta, Google, and Microsoft. Meta, of course, being hit with that roughly $16 billion impact with taxes, which, of course, did end up impacting the EPS for Meta quite negatively for today. I want to mention as well Pinterest announcing this Pinterest Assistant. It's an AI-related product. They're going to be rolling it out in beta to U.S. users over the age of 18, not moving the stock much. But what is moving right now is Moderna. Apparently this started circulating around 11:15. I just saw the story probably like 2 minutes ago, but apparently there's an unconfirmed rumor circulating around that Moderna has been in talks to be acquired at least one large drug maker. Apparently those talks are significant, quote unquote, in scope. So Moderna going to be on watch here as well. And I want to talk about the earnings today because we have two big ticket earnings names, a lot of other companies reporting as well, but Amazon, 4 p.m. ETA for these earnings. They beat EPS and revenue last quarter. Guidance was a little tepid, specifically with regards to operating income. Then at 4:30 p.m., we get Apple. We are expecting revenue of over $100 billion, earnings of $1.70 a share. If you want to look at these and get some more context on the company's past reports and future guidance, get a look at this on X at TTV Research. Before we send you back to Neil, take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. OGEN. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Oragenics OGEN is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you and back to Neil. And his lesson of the day, take it away, Neil.
Thanks so much, Adira. So, you know how to or look at your winners and be able to diagnose them because, hey, the trade's right there. You can see your entry, your exit. You know how to diagnose your losing trades. This is where I got in. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't have. Did I give too wide of a stop? Whatever it might be. Should I have taken some profit? There's lots of things to consider there, and that's how you're able to get better. One thing that a lot of traders don't do, and sometimes I'm guilty of this myself, where when you're reviewing a day, okay, so today's been a good day, but the other question you should ask yourself is, oh, were there any like A or B plus setups that were there that I was tracking that I didn't take? Because you should grade yourself on those as well. The idea is that you're supposed to take everything in your strategy that's a positive expectancy. And when you don't do one of those, it's as good as making a mistake in a trade by not taking a trade. The same way I can tell you sitting on your hands and not doing something sometimes is a position in itself. There are opportunities out there where you know what you're looking for whatever reason. You got to ask yourself why. You don't pull the trigger. You have to understand that that's a mistake. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples today, like the why Certainly one of them excusable, the other one not, and I'll start with the one because I happen to have it up that isn't excusable, and that's going to be Meta. Meta was capitulation bottom, down 10%, all that stuff. So we did take a trade into VWAP, like first available dip into VWAP, fine, that worked. But when I was asked, are you going long as it goes back to the bottom, I answered no, I'm not, because I like the capitulation bounce play. It's a bit different when it gets down to that same bottom again to look for the reversal. I was more interested in was the trend line break. Well, there's going to be an absence of a trend line break for me in here. Now, here's the thing. I can tell you why I'm not in this trade, and there's a reason it's an obvious fail in this particular case. I wasn't at my desk. Got up to go to the bathroom and was walking around and taking a bit of a break when this trade was setting up. And that's the problem, because if you see something that's an A setup, then you got to stay in your desk to wait for it to either not give you the trade or to actually give you the trade. And I knew it was trending down. I elected to get up anyways, and you can see what happens when it broke the trend. Now, maybe I would have got in here. I'd like to hope that I would have been able to catch something in here. But the point is, I wasn't at my desk when that trade that you wait for on the trend line broke. And that just is what it is. Now I'm going to have to see here on Chipotle, by the way, waiting for it to potentially break this trend line up. And if I get up and miss that one, I won't feel as bad because it's SSR today, meaning it's a B setup, not an A setup for the short. That's a big miss on Meta, because as I said, I wasn't trying to get it at the bottom. I was waiting for the trend line to break, and when that trade was there, I was not at my desk. And I have to be able to mark that as an L. It doesn't matter that you're up on the day. It doesn't matter that you're having a good day or a bad day. That was a positive expectancy. That was an A setup, and I wasn't at my desk to take it. So I've got to fail on myself for that. In another circumstance, there's a trade that you would have heard me say that I liked, that I did not trade, and that was going to be SMCI. Look, I thought this was a good setup. You have a couple of days worth of uptrend. You have the false break of the high trend. It's a continuation day. I've shorted this one in the afternoon on Fed off of this level, and it failed it in the pre-market, trending down. Everything was set up for a reversion trade on SMCI. There was a couple of chances to do it. When it does this pop and fade here, when it did this trend line break in there as well. Now, the reason for not liking this one as much, which I'm going to stand by, at the moment that these were setting up, I simply didn't like the reversal that was happening in the market. Felt a little bit strong. You'd made a bunch of capitulation bottoms. I feel like those longs were still working themselves out. So therefore, what would normally be an A setup to me turned into not one because of the market sentiment. So while I didn't get this short, I was there for it. I was waiting. I looked at it in the moment, evaluated, and said, I'm not going to take that trade. So to me, that's fine. It turns out it was a mistake, but it's a mistake I can live with because I was at least here to make the decision instead of not doing a heck of a lot. I don't know, checking out like who's going to start for me in fantasy or whatever the heck I was doing in the moment when this setup happened in Meta. But the important thing is I go through that process, or a trader goes through that process of determining whether you made a good decision or a bad decision on all of the decisions you make, not just but sometimes the trades that you don't make. Because Meta, obviously this trend break was fantastic, and I got to be kicking myself over it. It's not often that a stock like Meta is going to be more than 10% in SSR. So I know that I've got to be at my desk for those moments. Don't be afraid to be critical of yourself on an up. Don't be afraid to grade all of your decisions when you're sitting there in the, ooh, I'm having a great day moment. You've got to still be objective with yourself. You've got to always be trying to improve, work on what is next, because sometimes that trade you didn't make requires your attention as to why, and then grading whether that was a good decision or not. So the next time it sets up, I know that I can accept that I didn't trade SMCI and maybe not do that one again. But with the Meta, I know it's inexcusable. And I have to sit there and wait, just like I'm sitting here and wait for Chipotle. Maybe it never happens, and I never enter into this short. But I can't let it give me the opportunity and miss it just because I wasn't at my desk. So I'll learn from that and sit here for a while for Chipotle to break down or not break down. There's your lesson of the day. Always make sure you are grading and judging all your decisions and not just the executions that you got into, because it all matters as a trader. Good luck out there, everybody. A lot more day left as the market's back to VWAP.
Big pop here for RCAT. Keep an eye on any drone stock here, though. So what happened is I'm seeing a report from Reuters. The Pentagon has a new DOGE unit, that's the Department of Government Efficiency, and they're going to be leading efforts apparently to acquire tens of thousands of low-cost drones in the coming months. So again, keep an eye on this. Reuters reporting that the Pentagon's DOGE unit is going to be leading efforts to acquire tens of thousands of low-cost drones in the coming months. We know, of course, the Department of Government Efficiency is focused on cutting costs and being efficient. So low-cost drones make sense. Keep an eye on any of these drone plays. I took a look at a couple of them. RCAT, by far the biggest mover that I found so far in this, guys. And over to Sharif.
That Maui Wowie, that Maui Wowie. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Get it, Ram Ram.
Did you see in that China drone show a bunch of them malfunctioned?
No.
And they were all on fire and they're dropping like on fire.
AI or real?
It looked pretty real to me.
Oh.
Yeah. It looked pretty real. There goes
Probably didn't get any Maui Wowie.
Man, they were all on fire and they're dropping like they were coming like fireballs, man. It was crazy and people were running. What did they say now, man?
MSAI Wowie. Yes, we got back in MSAI. Sorry, Joey.
No, it's all right, man.
Here's the deal. We got back into MSAI, so it did stop me out, but I told you I think I executed wrong on this one, so I got back in. We were rewarded for getting back in, but I am alive to the fact that we are putting lower area highs. Let me make my case to you guys.
I'm listening.
So, yeah, sorry, I was just trying to pull up the chart. Chill, bruh. MSAI, area high, 165. That's the area high. Lower high, 164. High 160. So I am alive to this fact. You have to be alive to this, otherwise you're going to get into some trouble because it's going to turn on you. Go EBS, freaking go, Joe. Here we go, man. We got shares on this mother, you know what, too.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the way it is, Joey. So let's go ahead and post here. Where do we get in, Joe? We got in at 93. Because we got stopped out for the remaining amount. So we got right back in the same way that I was talking about with MSAI. It's showing me 20s. I'm posting up at 25s. Let's see if this one can break through the top. It's a 1 penny high. It's showing me 20s right now. So let's see what we get on this one, and we will not get upset. And shout out to my other friend here, Biking freaking Therapeutics. We got 39s on. We just wet the beak there at 80s. Now I'm at 90s. There it goes into 83s. Maui Wowie. That Maui Wowie. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's take out 88s. We got nothing posted above that, man. So we're going to go ahead and post at 94 to see if we can get a nice move up there. So, yes, Assassino, of course. You instruct and we do. Where is it at? It's on the screen. Ross. Ross about. Can you keep me up on NAVN tap as it goes up to date? Ross, you instruct and we follow, my man. So let's go ahead and load up NAVN. Neil, is it on the NQ? Thank you. So the tap, $22 currently at the moment. Let me find it on the imbalance locator as well. Neil said it was like very low down on there, so I'm going to try to find it for you. Let's go. Let's filter by size first and foremost. It's not showing up under the size. NAVN is the ticker, right? Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's all good there, Joey. You're good to go. NAVN, looking, not seeing it. I can filter by paired volume. Yes, there it is. Okay, so we got a buy side imbalance, but for like Bupkis, 1,700 shares. It's paired though, about 2.3 million shares. So we're seeing the top, the theoretical auction price come in at 22.01. The size is kind of small, despite the fact that it's a buy imbalance. So we'll let you know when that one does its thing 25, and we'll keep an eye on that. It looks like I got stopped out of MSAI again. So we wet the beak there, but it came all the way back down and stopped me out again at VWAP. So yeah, I should have been, man, I wasn't alive to that. Crap.
Singing Maui Wowie.
Yeah, well, I was doing looks for somebody else.
Too busy.
The Maui Wowie was not what the thing that sent it down.
All right.
Leave me alone. All right, we're doing it live though on EBS. Joey taking out the high, so we give back on one, make it back on the other. So now it's post at 33s here on EBS, and now we're going to post a little bit higher as well at 40. Let's see what we get on this bad boy. Looking for Viking here. We got the beak wet. At 90s, not bad. Now waiting at 98s here for Viking Therapeutics. So packing the patience on all these ones, but disappointed with my stop placement on MSAI. I should have been, as I mentioned, I should have been more aggressive with my stop placement because of the lower highs. Sorry, I'm looking at VKTX. So MSAI, lower highs, and yeah, I got caught in that 160 rejection, so we give back a little bit there.
Yes, sir.
Ket, copy, paste. $10 super chat. Thank you, Ket, copy, paste. I've been banging the table on VKTX for months. Love the coverage here. Up $22,000 just today's move onwards. Brother, I know that you're probably telling the truth because, well, this thing was all sorts of weak. Let's talk about the technicals on this one, Joey, on a wider time frame.
Yes, sir.
Because it is one hell of a drop and then up here. So this is what we're talking about. Let's go to the daily. Yeah, so this is when they're phase 3, either a phase, it was like one of their drug trials, you know what, the bed, or it was earnings. And I do remember this drop as well. So several drops. This thing was trading up at $100. No splits, by the way. Double bottoms at $22.50. And then, you know, the rest is history. So it's been moving up quite nicely, about 75% off those area lows. Good for you, man. I mean, look for resistance over here, of course, into that $5 area. I think you might have resistance between 45 to 50. 50 was a certain level of support all across the mid part of 2024. Look at that, starting in June 2024 and basically going all the way to September, excuse me. We used 50 as support. And then we're kind of looking at resistance over here because of that big drop back in August, mid to late August, when we dropped, you know, from a nice uptrend, 45 all the way down to 22.5. So wishing you the best, clearly. Good move on your part and good patience for you to hold it for that long, to be up that big. Shout out to you, my man. Ket, copy, paste, up bigly.
Yeah, very bigly on that one.
Who says that?
I wonder. Hit it, man.
I'm trying to get it.
I don't got it.
I'm trying to.
All right, I'll just do this one instead. How come that?
Really rich.
Assassino, how come we can't hear them, brother?
Turn
really
it.
rich.
There we go. That's
Turn
we
it
want to hear
up.
Donald. Get it, Donald.
Did you hit it? I didn't hear it.
Which one?
I'm really rich.
Really rich.
Don't be
All
rude.
right.
There
All
it
right,
is.
guys.
Listen. Hey, listen.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, we don't know that one there. So
What is happening
yeah,
there,
we're gonna
bro?
slap this. We're gonna slap a fail on that one there, Fabian. Sorry. We like the majority of them here, but that one did.
Oh.
Yeah, that one didn't
You're
work
telling the
good.
Chilean
Yeah, I'm
Mary you
sorry,
didn't like
man.
that one, eh?
So I didn't really hear what they were saying, but listen, and now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has now just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn some more. Now, yeah, Richard Evans, to add to your point, brother, that's the exact scenario that I'm sitting in now. That's just how it goes. Now we're cooking up here in some TSLA, but it's paper. It's paper. It's only paper. But at the end of the day, guys, not too bad. I was just looking at RCAP, a nice channel on the daily. No, not R. Is there a Ramram ETF? What would consist? Well, I'm curious as to remain.
What would the Ramram ETF be?
consist of? Yeah.
She's got Rivian.
She's got
What else
Rivian.
she got? She's got NVIDIA, right? Rivian, NVIDIA.
Yeah.
How many do you have,
IBIT.
Ramram? Just tell me how many you have and I'll try to guess them. You got 4?
4. Okay, so you got Rivian,
crap.
NVIDIA, IBIT. That's 3.
You have IBIT? Atta girl.
Yeah, shout out. And
I didn't know you had Bitcoin.
and- yeah,
5.
5.
She's got 5. Okay.
Apple.
No,
Ooh.
she's not about that life. She's got NVIDIA.
Give us a clue.
Give us a sector.
She said market. All right. Yeah. All right,
Guys,
good stuff. Yeah.
AQMS is breaking out, guys. This is a very aggressive breakout off VWAP, so be on the lookout here. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
No, it's all right.
AQMS really going. 875 prior bar low, 964 prior bar high. It tested VWAP, and the buyers were waiting there in spades because they bought this up very aggressively. This candle here has about 220,000 shares. So keep your eye out on this one. It's still putting in higher lows on the current candle, but also has a lower high. It's up 34%. I'm still not seeing anything here on AQMS on my blotter, just short-term events about technical breakouts. It could be sympathy with something else. I'm not really sure. It's a metals name, metals recycling, focus on commercializing sustainable lithium-ion battery recycling that is non-polluting and closes the loop on critical minerals for clean energy technologies. Okay. I didn't really know that that sector was running, but AQMS is moving today, guys. It's quite aggressive in the price action, so make sure you're managing risk over here. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe. So what else she got? What else she got? We talked Bitcoin.
She said markets, yeah, so I think maybe she got the triple Qs in there.
She has SPY.
SPY.
Those are not in the 5?
Starbucks.
She would never buy Starbucks. I could guarantee you that.
But then don't you drink Starbucks?
No. So we got 3. Yeah. We're trying to guess Ram's portfolio, Katina, man. We guessed 3 of the 5 that she's holding portfolio. The Ram ETF, we're calling it. What do you think she got in there? I'll give you 2.
Bitcoin. Yeah, she got a bit in
well
there.
done, Katina, man. Well done. What? Nope.
It's so weird.
It's obscure. She got Rivian, Nvidia, iBit. That's the 3 that we know so far, right?
Bitcoin's in there.
iBit, yeah.
No, but I have BTC and I have.
Oh, she had 2.
Okay, so you got to double dip.
You got Bitcoin twice?
But I have it separate.
You Coinbase and then the other one?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, open door.
No, I should have.
Oh, you didn't buy Open Door?
Shout out to Baby.
You did buy Open Door. Yes, Ram.
Baby and no state.
Where's Open Door? Look at this girl's trading now. When did this happen, bro?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
Man.
The last one.
Dang, she already got Rivian. She got EV exposure. Go. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Seals Corp.
Lays?
Yeah.
Well, her brother's an engineer. Okay, I guess that's probably.
She said
Lays. Okay.
Lays chips.
All right. I did not anticipate her to have that kind of exposure. Not bad.
Shout out to
man,
Blue
you're getting
Jays.
love in the chat.
Well,
Ram. People like
see, the thing is,
your
though, Ram's
there.
always at 7-Eleven at 3 in the morning, so I'm surprised. You may as well own some steak and some things. But no, guys, in all seriousness, let's hop right back into what I was thinking about here with RCAT. No, I don't think that's publicly traded there, Michael Lieb, my friend. So RCAT, I like how we're holding this trend line. If you get an additional touch right here, could be a good opportunity. I think this sector in general is going to continuously grow. So I'll keep my eyes on this one. And maybe I'll dab a little bit in RCAT there, Sharif, just to get some drone exposure. I remember this was a Canadian here. This is FLT. No, that's not the one I was looking for. FLT, where is it? It's a Canadian name. Anyway, I'm not going to go too heavy into it. Anyway, it's something that I traded a long time ago.
All right.
Or was it FLV? Anyways, aside from that, guys, I think drones are going to be extremely in play. I know, obviously, it's a little off topic, but Joby, we like this one.
Oh.
And Archer as well, too, ACHR. We like these names, so I think these are going to be some solid opportunities. Now, to just jump ahead into some of the quantum names, is this going to be a good buying opportunity? Possibly. You can see that we have this isolated volume print right here, and then sure enough, you have that indecision candle following. Down at 1.38% in IonQ. Jeez. And I think this is going to be the leader of the space. Sorry, I didn't hear you there. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Sharif, what do you got?
All right, Joey, I want to let them know. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the trade the pool, excuse me. All right, guys. For too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's all changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders actually use funded capital while Trade the Pool, they absorb all the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters, the discipline, the consistency, and the growth. When you hit your profit target, you keep up to 70% of your profits. No fear. No barriers, just real opportunities. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's all powered, baby, by Trade the Pool. So visit them right now at tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen to get your 10% off for a free evaluation account. Shout out to the good folks at Trade the Pool. Shout out to Money Mitch, man. Did you know that I accidentally stole his headphones?
Is that what he was looking for?
Yeah,
bro?
dude. They ended up being in my bag, and I thought they were Rams, so I got home, found them in I take a picture of them. I sent them to Ram. I'm like, are you looking for the mic? I took this by accident.
Yeah.
And she starts laughing. She's like, those are Mitch's.
Oh.
So I gave it to Brendo, and Brendo's going to mail it back. Brendo, did you mail him back? Is Brendo there?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, okay, well.
Nice.
He's Brendo's wearing.
Yo, I mean, he cleaned this place up and down looking for those.
I didn't know, bro.
Yeah.
I don't even know how they got there, dude. I swear I didn't know.
But you guys had a lot going on this morning on that morning.
What do you mean? Oh, that was a tough morning. I was sick. I was sick as a dog.
Yeah, and you're
Remember
like
that?
messaging me like, dude, bro, what's your computer's?
He was trying to log into your computer where nobody could figure. Anyway, bad times. Bad times. I got to bring to your attention two very important breakout trades here. BQ is all sorts of insane. It's halting multiple times, so really kind of be careful with BQ. But I want to, Bovin's been talking about this one for a while. This is BQ's price action on the day. It's basically doing no volume because it keeps halting. About 1.26 million shares on this name. It's about $16.50 now, having halted there. There are prolonged periods of halts. This is the 5-minute chart, so that's a 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-minute halt on the previous one. So we'll see how long this one lasts. It's up 107%. Be careful with this one. INTS as well, breaking out into highs. It's now taken the dollar, so whoever told me about INTS, good on you. I should have been taking this breakout trade, but I didn't. Here comes into the high of the day, 109. This thing's up 310%, and it's trading at the highs. It's doing all sorts of volume to the tune of 865 million shares so far, so very likely we're going to be closing Billy in short order. So keep your eye on this one. I like the 90 penny level as that level of support. If it loses the dollar, I'm going to punch in here at 90. Okay, that's going to be my move. I may front run it at 95, maybe get a little bit more if it dips down into 90. But INTS, one to watch here if you're into the small cap gapper scene. So that is my look there. And then EBS trading right at 1332. We've got a sell order here at 33s. We're long at 93. So let's look at that continuation. It's a triple top now on the 5-minute chart on EBS. So no continuation yet. And then last but not least, Viking Therapeutics. We got the beak wet there, bless you, Joey, right into 88. Alas, it is coming back down now into the 10 exponential moving average. We've got on 39s on this one. So my move here will be break even on the last remaining amount. If it does pull back in, I want to say $38 to about $38.15, I'm going to add more because that is the volume weighted average price and it found support there earlier. So that is going to be my move on Viking Therapeutics, up a nice 10%. All class Adam joining us in the chat back from vacation. Shout out to the dude. Anybody know the Blue Jays score last night? Asking for a friend. This guy, bro. I like this guy, man. He knows how to pump you up and make you feel good, eh? He wants us to bring in the good news. The fact of the matter is, Joey, we're one win away from bringing that trophy north of the border.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing a lot of discontent with the fact that it might be coming back north of the border with the folks south of the border.
They're not happy?
They're not happy about it, Joey.
Well, you know what? Unfortunately, Sharif, the way life goes is that you can't make everybody happy, so you just essentially have to live in your own world. But what is going to make me happy is going over these expected moves. On the earnings calls tonight, we got a different star-studded lineup. Last night was phenomenal. For some reason, I'm getting the feeling that it's Friday.
Okay.
It's not, though. It's Friday Junior. And with that comes some big-time moves.
More tariffs. Someone wrote more tariffs.
With what?
If we
yeah, that is crazy. Anyway,
that's crazy.
Aside from that, guys, we have an additional star-studded lineup. Amazon, Apple, Coin, Reddit, MicroStrategy, Rocket Companies, Western Digital, Cloudflare, Roku, Riot. Oh, my days. We got a lot going on here, so we got a big-time list. I'm going to put this off to the side, and with that being said, let's go over our expected moves tonight's earnings reports. Now, as for Apple, 3.2%, is it going to exceed that or not? But that's going to put us at a high of around $280 and a low of around $260. Now, who's next up on the docket? That's going to be Amazon. So shout out to me for buying it at $213 and getting rid of it at $222, and then rotating into a ridiculous, uncomfortable amount of IBIT calls. Great call, Joseph.
Okay,
Good job.
Get it, Joey.
All right. So now, as for this expected move, we're looking at 6.2% roughly. That's going to put us at a high of around $240 and a low of around $212. Moving on to the next one.
What are you moving on
I think
to?
the much anticipated Coinbase.
Oh.
With a 6.7% expected move, with a high of around 361.22
Okay.
and a low of around 315.84. Katina, man, do you own any Coinbase? I do not. He does not. All right, so now on to Reddit. Yeah, exactly. Next question. Reddit. I think this name has been on. Pardon me?
Oh, no, I was just saying Reddit and forget it.
Oh yeah, Reddit and forget
Sorry,
it.
bro.
I know what you're getting. I know what kind of you're getting at there. But 14%, guys. 229 is going to be that high. 229.26 with a low of around 172.89. Now let's take a look at some of the IVs at those at the money strikes just to see if anything is like, hey, what's going on there? And if we have any high levels of open interest that can act as potential targets and or call walls.
Okay.
So expiring tomorrow, that's going to be Halloween, October 31st. Are you going to, have you gone to Casa Loma? Have you ever done the Halloween thing?
I've never done that there. No,
It's
but my
fun.
sister had her pictures for her wedding there.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that was the
yeah,
last
yeah.
time I was there.
I went there last year. It was fun. Yeah,
Yeah?
it's a good time.
Nice.
All right, back to the just like that. 270.
What do they do there, if you don't mind my asking? It's
so
like
it's like-
they make it all scary? and
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. So so
Live
it's like
actors?
Yeah, so they got
Nice.
a couple of them, not too many.
Okay.
Middle of it, I think just like I guess the hall there, they turn into kind of like a dance party,
Oh,
and they
that's
have the
pretty
bar.
cool.
Yeah, so like you do
That's
half.
nice.
You do half of the kind of the run through in the haunted house.
Kind of scene, if you don't mind my asking.
It's
Older, younger?
obviously like
little bit.
yeah. I mean, well, I mean you're drinking. At
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, I
point,
know,
so,
but
I mean,
it's 19 and over.
yeah.
really,
So
like,
I'm not out there, but like, yeah, I'm not trying to get an average, you know what I mean? So it's probably around the younger crowd, but I like to think I can hang out with them. But no, it's a good time. They got the music going on, do the monster mash and do all that stuff there, you know what I mean?
You did the mash.
Yeah, exactly.
the
Do the
monster
mash.
mash.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of this open interest at 270, where that's the closest to at the money right now. 272.5 is that next level, but you can see that concentration here on Apple. It is relatively cool, but the options market pricing in the expected move, 77.3% implied volatility at the money. So that's going to be at 270. And then let's take a look at Amazon Coin. I'm going to again, I'm going to suspect that Coin's IV is going to be a little bit higher, but first let's take a look at Amazon. So 155%. That's up there. So you're going to be paying out the wazoo for some implied volatility. But at that 230 strike price, we have 28,700 contracts currently open with 17,000 traded on the session. And then 240, that's where, not even. Okay, so this might be in the works. Keep an eye out for 240. And if you have the ability to break through that, the next level I believe is going to be 250. As obvious as that may seem, but if AWS comes in on a beat, I like our chances on that one. So 230, 28,000, and then 250, we have 37,000. Now let's go over to Coin because I think this at the money IV is going to be higher than most.
Okay.
157,000, bang! Oh, if only I was a gambling man, Sharif. So there it is, 355, 27.8 thousand contracts still currently open. Look out for that potential level to come into play. And as for the puts, I'm not seeing anything substantial just yet, guys.
All right, Joe, sounds good, sounds good. I don't know why I didn't get filled on this. It's kind of disappointing. I had my order at 95. It clearly wicked below 95, probably an area of illiquidity here on INTS, but that's all right. I don't think we're too far away from it here. Looking at getting a little bit more. I just want to know if it's going to dip down. Maybe we get a little bit of a better price. INTS, we got 04s on, but I like this one all the way into 90. I find that there's a good level of support there. So I'm going to look to punch in a little bit here. What's happening here? Why isn't it letting me into INTS? Give me a second here. Okay, let's go to Adair. Let me figure out what's going on with my platform.
You just keep an eye here on AstraZeneca. Apparently, one of their treatments is showing, quote, significant and meaningful improvements in certain scores at week 26 and early improvements from week 1 in adults. So I guess positive trial results here for one of their treatments, AZN, on watch. I also want to mention here, META, Reuters reporting that their $25 billion mega bond sale has drawn record $125 billion worth of demand. So META with that bond sale. Nice look here off the lows for Meta, guys. Back to you.
I like that a lot. I know Travman's involved in some contracts there, so congratulations on that, especially if you caught it anywhere around the lows. Even 660 was a pretty good level to catch it off of, so not too bad. 679, 67. You all right?
Oh, that was a sick ad on that.
Oh, yeah. on your thing?
I had it twice.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right, man. Good job there. I mean, we talk about this name from a daily perspective. You can't go wrong, right? So look at this. Look how this is closing. This is a thing of beauty. So once again, wait for that pullback, and then we might get involved. So what was the low of the session? 650. And now you're trading
almost on the dot.
Yeah, exactly. 650 almost to the penny there, and then now you're up to 680 roughly. So I mean, that's 30 points just like that. Congratulations, Trav, man. I don't know how many contracts you grabbed or anything along those lines, but congratulations to you, man. We'll give a cheer, Apple cheers up on that one. So again, that gap will get filled eventually because I don't believe that Meta is going to continuously sell off aggressively considering that one-time hit. But CapEx is up. Did the street love that? And I was saying this to Sharif earlier in the day. Is he going to get a little bit overly obsessive compulsive in the fact of like CapEx spending? We know what he did with the metaverse. Maybe, maybe not. I want to see what the other hyperscalers are doing with their CapEx to see if he's kind of in line with them.
And you and I talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get if there's an AI bubble, we're not going to have it telegraphed. There will be hints. You're going to see the hints in the slowdown of the CapEx, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to see it, right? And that's the thing. But I don't even want to draw parallels to the dot-com bubble. And you and I have talked about this, and I really, for two reasons. One, those companies weren't making money. The ones here are. Number two, I don't think you lay the foundation for the internet in the way that you have to constantly upgrade your equipment for AI. Every year, NVIDIA is dropping a new GPU. And every year, the software demand is going to be increased on the hardware. So you're going to be caught in a constant upgrade cycle. You're not doing that generally for the internet bill. Sure, upgrading your cloud computers and you're doing a whole bunch of stuff like that. But the foundation, I don't think, is the same. And I think you're going to continue to get CapEx. Maybe not in the same way that we're getting it right now. Certainly not, because you've got to build out data centers. You don't have to build out those twice. You don't have to build out the energy infrastructure twice. But the actual GPUs themselves, the computers, you're going to have to constantly upgrade every year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I agree.
And so that's kind of why I feel it's a little bit different.
It will cool down eventually at one point, but I don't think anytime soon.
Yeah, well, for sure. Yeah.
Not anytime soon.
No question about it. All right, let's bring in EBS over here because we're doing it live on EBS. We're looking for more here. It just got into 1335. We've got threes on. I've got my next profit taker at 40s. Good flat top break here, accruing at, I want to say, the third of a dollar at 1333. Generally in that third of a dollar area. We've got higher lows as well, so this leads me to believe, that it will resolve likely to the upside because of the higher lows. So I like this one's jib. Let's see if we can kind of get some more. We still have shares to take out here on EBS. We also weaseled into INTS. For the dollar hold. So I've got several different levels that I liked. As I mentioned, obviously I like the area highs, but I wanted to see if it was going to hold at the dollar. So we took some at the dollar, and now I've got a planned DCA as well to defend 90 pennies. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here in INTS. It's up 274%, but we know it's a critical level where it's at right now because the dollar, it's a different trade north and south of a dollar. So let's see if one can resolve to the high side and hold that dollar area. Let's read some of the comments coming in from you guys. Jacques, Joseph, Sharif, I fear that another company no one heard of comes up with a killer LLM or better chips from nowhere. I'm expecting the Chinese to throw their hat into the ring, if not this year, then next year. There's many technical barriers that they face, but I do anticipate that they're going to have a response to NVIDIA and the American companies, just a matter of time. Ichiro, Sharif, that's why Windows sends out updates that bricks computers. Well said. Planned obsolescence, baby. So many of my friends thought we needed to buy a new computer. Yeah, dude. I couldn't agree with you more, Ichiro. And, that's kind of I feel the difference between drawing parallels between the dot-com boom and the AI age. I think there is just so much value to be gained from AI. It's going to be in everything. We're not even going to be talking about AI as a standalone thing. It's going to be ensconced in everything that we do and all the apps that we use and all the services that we have. So
it already is from a day-to-day basis, especially if you're if you're already using it for something. It's like, okay, someone asked me a question and I'm like, okay, why don't you just ask ChatGPT? It's probably going to give you a better answer anyways. So I think just the fact that it's on our handheld devices, it's already going to be integrated into our day-to-day lives.
And by the way, I used the AI on the new thing. So Apple AI sucks, but what it does is allows you just to click to use
actually- that's what I've been-
ChatGPT, which is
using that.
fantastic because
Yeah.
I get the answer I wanted, and so
Serious.
to me it works out fine.
Yeah, again, it's like, it even asks you, said, hey, would you want me to ask ChatGPT?
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah,
exactly.
preferred. Yeah, I don't even want to speak to you.
I'd
really,
rather not even it ask me. Just get to
just straight to the point. What I mean.
Ozan, great point, Ozan. GPU is okay, but CUDA, which is their software, of course, the game changer for NVIDIA. Until now, no one was able to do that. You're absolutely right. And I think that's the point that Katina Man was bringing in yesterday. They lock you in with their software, with their sort of like the way that Apple does with
Their
retail, right?
ecosystem.
They kind of just get you with many different services. We see this with in everything. We see it with PanDub as well. Platformization. What's PanDub doing? It's giving you all the different facets of IT or cybersecurity, but all in one, so you don't have to go to many different providers. We see that with almost everything. It's margin expanding. I don't anticipate that that will be different with any, but again, it's still predicated upon no one achieving what NVIDIA is able to do. And I think that that's an untenable position because there's so much margins that they have available for disruption, okay? Other companies are salivating at NVIDIA's margins, man. You know, they're probably working overtime to eat some of those margins. So I definitely think that there's going to be something there.
Hold on,
whether or not
I think
if it
there's an,
takes
there's an IPO open there.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Navin?
Right here it
Okay,
is. Go, guys, IPO open, NAVN, opens at 22 on the dot. We're still holding here 20. There's a buyer at 5s. He's got, so keep your eye here on NAVN. It's already printed 3.4 million shares, boys. So NAV, excuse me, NAVN. There it goes, guys, right up into the area highs, into about 22.75. I didn't give you any information on one about what the IPO price was. So the IPO is at $25 a share. It opened low, and that's why you're seeing a negative there. It opened at $20 a share. The IPO was priced at $25 a share, having sold almost 37 million shares, 36.9. Okay, so it's already opening low. By virtue of that, to me, I'm not looking at this one. It looks like it's going to lose 22 any moment here as the buyers step in to pick it up at 22, but it does look like there's an aggressive sell coming in. You can see that on the time and sales. A lot of red, a lot of yellow. Look for blue as well. Blue means under the bid, so that usually is a bit of a hat tipper to the fact that the sellers are in control. So AVN, guys, looking like a short, but you know, I don't really tell you how to trade. Joey.
All right, guys. Yeah, so I mean, there it is on TSLL to the top side. Right off of those lows, you're heading right back into the volume average price. So keep an eye out on that one. If this resistance zone is broken, then I like our chances. Also, keep your eyes on the tape. We can put in a filter here as well too. See what we got going on. Considering it's a 3x or 2, whatever it may be, leveraged ETF. I don't even know. I trade it every day, and I forget sometimes. But there it is. You want to put that filter substantially higher. 1,000 shares won't do anything. So yeah, this is going to help you a lot. It's going to determine whether or not you're going to have a ladder on either side of the book, which I think is extremely important. But what is a ladder going to tell us? That there's demand through that specific levels and increasing at the immediate ask or bids. So boom, once that zone is hit, then you can suspect it to hit the additional one. So right now it seems relatively balanced, and you can see that reflected within the price action, slightly choppy. And that's why you want to keep your eyes on the tape. At times it can be misleading, right? The tape will be, oh, you get these flushes here and there at the bid, below the bid, and at the ask, above the ask. But if you focus on it in key moments and at key levels and at key times, then it can tell you a lot. And it's really, really important. For me personally, I think use the book more than I personally do. I like the tape, and Obi likes the book as well too.
Yep.
So you got to find something, your own little niche, and something that works for you at the end of the day, and just continue to build off of it, build off of it, and build off of it. Now let's get back into some of our earnings reports as well. We already went over Reddit, guys. There was a couple more names that I wanted to go through on the options chain. I don't think we went over Reddit on that, so we'll do that right now. I had it pulled up, and I'm glad that I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat talking about their printing pretty heavily on the Meta contract. So congratulations to you. We'll slap the bang, and then we'll hit this as well too. So pretty good luck. But also, I think so now to Reddit, guys. I think the fact that the at-the-money IV is so substantially high that it's going to be cool within the open interest in the volume, right? So that's cool. Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. But no, in all
Dedicated,
seriousness,
man.
that's really high, and I think you're going to be paying a lot. It's so dangerous by just being directionally biased leading into earnings, especially with options contracts, because the individuals are smart. They're going to price it in, and if you exceed that, then you're going to be, I'm not going to say worlds of trouble, but you have to start thinking about risk measures and hedging against that, because from day after day after the earnings report, especially if you exceed that expected, you're going to get the dwindling and decay with an implied volatility, and that's going to be priced out of your options contracts. So not only are you worrying about theta and time decay, you have volatility decay, which can be equal and if not more of a killer. Bang. There, let's see if we can catch this fill on TSLL. Aside from that, I wanted to pull up one more thing. There's a couple more names that I wanted to go over, and we'll go through those expected move. Also, check out Adara Trader TV live research. She posts all the reports and their expected moves as well too. So if you guys are really curious about that, go check out Adara's posts. They're always fantastic. Oh, Sharif, how could I ever forget about this individual? It's Mr. Michael Taylor and Company. Strategy.
What happened?
I don't know why the thing hasn't changed here. It's reporting after the bell.
Yes, we already looked at it, remember? Oh, but you didn't look at the options.
Yeah, we didn't do the old options there. 109% at the money IV. Again, from an open interest standpoint, it looks like 290 is going to be, so 307 is going to be that highest level. Let's look at the actual underlying asset and see where we're currently trading at right now. And I remember somebody this morning was asking me, Joe, why is MicroStrategy dead? Well, I mean, when Bitcoin's starting to decline, have to look at it as essentially almost a double leveraged ETF here, even a little bit more, considering you need Bitcoin to appreciate in order for MicroStrategy to continue on its path. If it does not, then essentially what Michael Saylor's got going on does not work. And I mentioned this not too long ago, that downtrend's still fully intact, and you're headed towards some key levels around 237. I would keep an eye out on for that. If you do head into that level, it might be a bad time. But there it is on MicroStrategy. Let's take a look at BMNR before we go over to Sharif to see what its pal's up to. Starting to head towards some key support levels as well, too. Not too good look in the crypto space.
The Katina man is short Navin, guys. He's got shorts on Navin. He's printing on that. Look at the 22 break and look at the lower lows and the lower highs. We're at the low of day, Katina man. It looks like that $0.50 is about to give way over here as the really accelerate to the downside. Take a look at the left side of the screen. A lot of red, a lot of yellow. Keep your eye out on the blue. Usually the blue is indicative of aggressive selling, and here comes more selling into the $0.50. All the prints coming in at 50. I haven't seen anything at 49 quite yet, but it looks like it's a hidden buyer there, hanging out at the 21.5, but the size is getting decimated from what we can see on the gateways at that $0.50. It's going to break 15s, more coming in there. So as we get back in, keep your eye though on NAVN, the Katina man shorting that one. It's down 14% from the IPO price. He already covered some there. So get some there, Katina man, get it. All right, here's the deal. EBS, 1341 high, crosses our print, doesn't print us as a result of the spread, drops into the 20 and 13. Punch more. We're going to give this one to basically 97. So it's going to have to hold this area. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out, him out, which is exactly what happened there. All good. Probably should have given it a bit more room given the spread. So I'm going to watch intently here to see if it does find support at the 20 period moving average on the 5-minute chart. If it does, I'm going to get back. So I'm keeping an eye here on EBS, looking for another move up. What else we got, man? We got INTS, still holding on to this one, showing me 95s. We've got $1, but we still didn't get that print at 90. So if this one starts curling back up, I'm going to get in a little bit higher because it's not printing my DCA into 90s. And look at it rocket back up into 95, 96. So might have missed that one for the ad there. Jameson saying BlackBerry long. Say it ain't so. BlackBerry. Let's have a look.
Stay. So
we're going to start the news soon too, Joey, because it's almost like 10-2. BB, well, BB's up 1%. I don't know what you're seeing, brother. I mean, it's up on the day, 1.04%. It's not exactly rocketing up, 494 high a day. Resistance there, dipping back down into 88s. I don't see anything on BlackBerry here, not for me anyway. I mean, maybe you've got something that you can finagle with this one, but that's not my my kind of trade, BlackBerry. Thanks for that. That BQ one that I told you guys about still halted to the upside, by the way, having halted, I believe, at 1222. It's almost 1250, and it's still halted. So be on the lookout here for BB. It's up 107%, but certainly a very, very prolonged halt. Maybe we'll take a quick gander, Joey, to see what the top, the theoretical auction price is. BQ on the NQ.
Okay.
Nope, lied. Where is this hot garbage trade? Sorry. Amex. Tell you how I really feel, right, Katina, man? All right, it's on the Amex network. So that's useless to us because we won't see anything on the Amex because you will not be able to see the theoretical auction price unless you're trading on the NASDAQ. Neither the NYSE nor the Amex networks will allow you to see the top. So that will just show the price at which it halted, not the actual theoretical auction price. EBS is really losing the bid here, man. So I'm really happy with my out. Look at, I'm short too. And we're going to make money on the short. How about that? Look at the move right down into EBS here, Joey. We get out at 12.95. It tanks all the way down to 12.60. I got to tell you, though, 12.50 VWAP. So look out for possible support at the volume weighted average price. Already putting in a green candle here. So possibly you might have missed that. Last but not least, I want to bring your attention to AQMS. This one, very volatile, up 34 or thereabouts %. But it is finding a nice little uptrend here at 9.25, excuse me, and that's going to be my invitation to work into this one. Let's just take a quick look here. Yeah, we're going to get in on this one. The break of 9 ends the trade, so let's go ahead and put that one on there. We're going to look for continuation, possibly up into that 9 2/3, which is the high of the day. Pack in the patience. Let's go ahead. What do we get? We got 22s, Joey. Okay, we're going to post at 30, and then we're going to post at 38. See if we can get a nice price spike up there and a nice big move here on AQMS. Anything below 9 ends the trade for me. INTS, keeping an eye on this one, looking for a move back above $1. We got 01s. Here comes 99s. So it's a great hold off the 90 penny area. But what displeased me greatly is the fact that it didn't get any there. So that's the situation. Now it's going to have to work its way above $1. I'm still seeing lower highs, so let's not, get too excited. We got to break through that lower pattern that we've been putting since, I want to say, the topping tail candle at 12.25. So that's keeping us a little bit down. Shout out to Pac-Man LV. Thanks for joining, brother. 2 New York cents. Yes, Lumen, LUMN reports after the bell. It's holding VWAP all day today. Any thoughts on this, Sean, Katina, or Sharif? Let's have a look at LUMN for the OG. 2 New York cents. LUMN. You were talking about this one after the bell, weren't you? There we go. Yeah, the Katina Man's printing up a storm on NAV, and shout out to you, Katina Man. That was a good one. The fact that it opened up below the, Assassino, if you can show the Katina Man screen. Great look there, Katina Man. Breakdown. Where'd you take short? Below 22? As soon as it broke 22. Say it again? He had to find shorts and pay for them, so that takes time there.
How much you pay for those, Katina Man?
Hey,
hold on, we can't disclose that. We can't disclose that. Yeah.
There you go. No, but the matter is, it's like one of the best prices around. He paid $3 for 100 shares. I mean,
man, we can disclose that. We can disclose that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best prices around, bro.
Some of the best prices
around, Joey. There's no question about that.
Yeah,
exactly.
For sure.
There goes AQMS, guys, into an area high. We have several prints. We got 22s on. Show me 36, but we got the beak wet at 44s. Looking for more, man. Let's post up some north of 50 and then some north of 60 as well, because, well, you know how this one does. It's going to price spike up quite aggressively, and then if we're in the 60s, where we will be waiting. So AQMS, Joey, up 34%. What do you got so I can set up for the...
Just messaging. Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Yeah, I have to continue to do the same things, Carter. Again, I have this probably same expiration cycle. I think it's like May 19th or something along those lines for those IBIT contracts. I sold in November, the second week of November. I sold those contracts, collected a little bit under the $400. So hopefully those are expiring worthless. I mean, we're already collected 50% of the premium, which is pretty good. I could close those now and then drop the strike increment a couple of points and collect significantly more with the same expiration cycle. So I like that one there. But as for some of the earnings reports, guys, we're catching fills on TSLA again off of the bottom. Not quite at the volume weighted average price, but move to the top side right there. Boom, boom. You can see it on the good old screen. 2020. Shout out to that year. And then also 2083. I had a great time. And even though it was lockdown, it was a pretty good time in the COVID era.
Really,
but
yeah?
Yeah, I had a pretty good time.
That's good.
Those
were not good times for me.
I'm a homebody, man. So again, just I'm locked up.
Yeah,
Other than the waiting lines, I'm probably the most impatient individual on the planet, and waiting in lines was like, oh, it was not a good time. All right, but options, guys. Here it is, the expected move on Roku. Where did my other? I got so many tabs open now. Shout out that I use Google Chrome because I couldn't have done that with my other ones. Okay, so now we're good to go on Roku, guys. We're going to look at Riot here momentarily. We've got a 12.4% expected move with a high of around $114.58 and a low of around $89. That's Roku. It actually performs pretty good once in a blue moon. As for Riot here, Riot Platforms, you've got an 8.7% expected move with around $22.97 and a low of around $19.29. We'll do one more, and that's going to be Net, aka Cloudflare, and see when that one's up to 10.3% expected move, 252.95 with a low of around 205. Now let's take a look at the technicals on some of these names. Most likely going to be Riot and Roku. What we'll take a look at right now, considering the tab that I'm looking for. All right, let's get out of this. Riot. For all my Marvel fans, you know who Riot is. All right, so there it is. So Riot, not too bad. I think that this performs significantly better than what Mara typically does. I mean, we experienced that breakout. Shout out to Pathic in the chat. I know you've been an advocate of this for quite some time. You did get that breakout, but it's unfortunate that you just come right back into the middle of the zone and that range. That's not fun. You're down 21% off of those highs. It is a little bit cheaper of a stock, but maybe it'll get going. But I think in order for Mara and some of these other Bitcoin to really get a move going, you're going to need to see Bitcoin maybe double at that point. I don't know. I'm just kind of speaking out the wazoo. But now as for Roku, daily chart, typically not horrible, not great either. I mean, you get this big time sell-off. This is COVID era stuff. You double top up there at the peak, or I mean in the middle of the year of 21, and then essentially not recovered from those specific zones. So you're down 79% from that peak to where we're currently trading at. That's not good, and it's typically not a fun time either. So keep an eye out on that. I can see.
I need to take another look.
Yeah, that's crazy. I told you on.
That's crazy.
I told you on. Don't.
What?
Are you gonna screenshot it? You screenshot it? You don't know me.
Hoax.
Yeah, all right. So as for Twilio, guys, here, you can
see there, bro.
That's crazy.
Holy.
That made your day, didn't it? 73% off of those. We'll take a look at the expected move on TWLO as well to see what's going on that front. What are you laughing at?
I like this guy in the chat. Secrets don't make friends.
Yeah, they do.
I like that. I like that.
10% expected move, 126 is that high, and then 101 is going to be that low on Twilio, Sharif. Let's rock and roll on the news.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We're just posting up some here. INTS right back $1. Here we go. Let's look for continuation. There was a monster seller at 101. He got removed, but there's still a whole bunch of selling. 104 now. He's got a monster seller. So keep your eye on this one. I'm looking for a curl back up. High day 110. Let's see if it can squeeze $0.25 ideally. INTS up 280%. Keeping my eye on this one. Quickly before we go back start the news, keeping my eye on AQMS. Anything below 9 ends this trade for me. I'm looking for continuation, and the 10 EMA is above 9, so it's got to hold the 10 EMA. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. Let's go ahead and start talking about Alphabet. What a move up for goggles yesterday. Still up 4% despite the fact that the NQ's down 0.75%. And this is some eye-watering revenue. Joseph, $102.35 billion in revenue, beating easily the 99.89 expected by analysts in the street. What a move. EPS coming 310. The street was looking for 233, almost a $1 beat there, and a marked increase year over year on the quarter. I got to digress. INTS is really going over here, so we got to put some prints as well near that level. Advertising revenue, something very important, obviously, for The majority of their money is made through advertising, $74.18 billion. That's up from the $65.85 billion they printed a year ago. And their net income as a result is now $34.97 billion on the quarter. That's not on the year, and that's not revenue, that's profit, and that's on the quarter. I'm making the call now. I told Joseph yesterday, Google is going to overtake Apple in market cap by next year. That is my call. YouTube sales, $10.25 billion, beating the $10 billion expected. And this is very important here for Google. Google Cloud continues to grow massively, 35% year over year on the quarter growth, now taking home $15.15 billion in revenue. Again, easily beating the 14.75 expected by the street. And look at this number, Joseph. Not like they weren't printing enough money.
Yeah.
They have a $155 billion backlog in cloud demand that they can't fill because they can't get enough chips. And we keep hearing that. We heard that from Oracle. We hear it from other hyperscalers. And they have more $1 billion contracts signed in 2025 than in the 2 previous years combined. Percent of their clients as well using Google Cloud are using Gemini AI products, so looking to expand that moat. Now, let's talk about the CapEx, right? Because we always want to talk about CapEx to see if the AI bubble is coming to a head. Well, guess what? They raised their CapEx, 91 to 93 billion, how much money they're going to spend this year on capital expenditures. They were guiding 75 to 85, so a marked increase there. And they say the CapEx is going to continue to increase significantly, their words, not mine, in 2026. So you know at least for the next calendar year, there's going to be more spending on CapEx. Last but not least here, Joey, search revenue, 15% year over year, and their other bets, including their Waymos and whatever, 344 million in revenue. That's surprisingly down year over year from 388, and they're continuing to lose money on that as well, $1.42 billion loss.
Yeah. I mean, I think
which is fine.
Yeah, which is fine, Sharif. I think we know for a couple more years, they're not going to be profitable, right? Like, I think this is still complete beta mode for Waymo and a lot of these other, obviously, autonomous vehicles. So, again, 2030, you're looking for them to start turning a profit. They obviously need to increase the geofence as well, too, Sharif. You need to get into more cities, lesser dense areas as well, too. They're starting to do that. I know Zoox is starting to head into San Francisco. They're in Vegas.
Joey,
go ahead.
Interrupt. Something's going on with Adobe, guys. Adobe's dropping here. There's a price spike down on Adobe. So keep your eye out on that. I don't have any news on my blotter to explain the price spike on Adobe, but it's dropping down significantly. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey.
No. Let's pull up the chart here. Look at what Adobe's up to. Also, quick thing on Google, guys. YouTube offering voluntary buyouts on U.S.-based employees as company reorganize around AI, reports CNBC. Obviously, it's voluntary right now until it's not, until they kick you out of the door and give you a pay package.
What's wrong, Neil?
Adara. Yeah, let's go to Adara.
I have the headline here on Adobe. We have Canva, of course, a competitor of Adobe that we've discussed on this show before, making their Affinity software free. Now, this is viewed as another challenge to AAPL, which we know, again, Canva and Adobe have been discussed before on this show and just in general as competition for one another. Adobe going right on this. AAPL, as you can see here over the last couple of days, has been kind of volatile as well to the upside or downside, but either way, AAPL dropping here. I'm seeing this headline suggesting that Canva is making its software free. Back to you.
All right, yeah, cool. I mean, Fabian loves Adobe, but yeah, I like what Ichiro says here. Reality is catching up to Adobe. The AI game just makes it a little bit too easy. But as for Google, Sharif, we know what's CapEx is going to be continuously spent. YouTube, the best streaming platform on the planet right now, and Waymo is definitely a big-time competitor with Tesla's Elon Musk, Tesla's robotaxi.
Absolutely, well said, Joey. All right, Adara, Adobe absolutely destroying. Sorry, not Adobe, Google destroying revenue. What do you make of this whole thing?
No, I think with Alphabet, it's interesting, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because a lot of what I have to say about Alphabet is going to relate to my thoughts on Microsoft and Meta, specifically with regards to CapEx. I find it interesting how the market interprets CapEx spending. So we had Google, of course, initially gapped up in this report, coming back down now. They raised their CapEx fairly significantly for fiscal 2025. Meanwhile, the other two Mag 7s that reported last night that we're going to discuss also raised their CapEx, or in Meta's case, they raised the lower end of their CapEx guide. And the market didn't seem to like that. So I don't know, kind of food for thought. I don't have an opinion on it out and out because I want to wait for more info to see how analysts react, etc. But either way, I find it pretty interesting. We have all three companies to some extent guiding higher capex, though Google's, I would say, was probably the least bag of the three. And yeah, this is the only one that had at least early a nice positive reaction. So some food for thought.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Sorry, just throwing out some orders over here on these bad boys. Let's talk about that other hyperscaler. Oh yeah, Microsoft, another $5 trillion company, or was anyway. Where is it at right now, Joey? We're going to find out. It's at 3.9. Sorry, I said 5 trillion. I meant 4. Sorry, my bad.
What did I miss out on there? I'm like, damn.
Yeah, this one moved the trilly that quick. No, seriously though. So EPS easily beating there, 372. The street wanted 366. Revenue, not as good as Google's, of course, but good margins, 77.67 billion in revenue, beating the 75 and a third expected, and they increased that top line number by 18% year over year. Net income, another eye-watering number. Profitability, $27.7 billion in profit on the quarter, up from 24.67 last year. CFO Amy Hood talking about what Adair just spoke about there. Capital expenditures, she said, will accelerate this fiscal year to meet AI infrastructure demand. We didn't see any of the three hyperscalers say they were going to spend any less yesterday. That's what I took away from that. They did also record a $3.1 billion hit to their net income as a result of their investment tied to OpenAI. That's about 41 pennies per share if you're trying to make or do the math for EPS. Let's talk about their different, Azure, where their highest margin product is. Intelligent Cloud grew almost 28% year over year now, almost $31 billion, topping estimates of 30 and a quarter. Azure revenue, 40% year over year growth on Azure, beating the 38.2 forecast, outpacing AWS, outpacing Google Cloud. You wouldn't think that this was like the incumbent, bro. You'd think that Google Cloud was, the sort of the disruptor. The incumbent is printing higher percentage year over year than the other two.
Yeah.
I mean,
from a growth standpoint.
From a growth,
right?
dude, 40% year over
That's
year.
Crazy. What was it previous quarter? I thought we were in the teens. I thought it was teens. I thought
I remember AWS was the slowest of the three last time.
It was the slowest of the three, and I believe a couple quarters ago, we were like, oh yeah, this is sick, 13, 14% growth.
Yeah.
Now you're coming in at 40%,
well, exactly.
So you're almost doubling.
We're talking about Azure growth, right?
Yeah, from last year.
So from last year, I thought you meant last quarter because I have last quarter, but I don't have last year.
Do you have last quarter, Adara?
Yeah, so last quarter, Azure growth 39%.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah, I mean,
same thing.
There you go, same thing.
Let's talk about this. They actually, Azure and related services generated $75 billion, but that's not for the quarter. That's for full year 2025. That's up 34%, and their fiscal Q2, they're guiding, guys, 79.5 to 80, almost 80.5 billion dollars in total revenue. That was in line with expectations. Now, why did this thing come down? Well, there's many different reasons, but one of them could be the exclusive partnership that they have with OpenAI. Listen to this. They invested $130 billion. They recently completed a $130 billion restructuring, granting Microsoft a 27% stake into OpenAI. So they own more than a quarter. That is now about $135 billion. So they're already up $1 billion on that. And let's get to the real stuff now.
All right, let's do it.
This morning, Squawk Box, Becky Quick, talking about the Reuters reporting that the wheels are in motion at OpenAI to start getting the IPO ready for next year. And do you want to guess, Joseph, what valuation they're speaking about currently? It could change. $1 trillion valuation for the IPO. It's insane. It will be a record. It'll definitely be a record.
That is most definitely a record.
Of course it's a record.
But do you think because they're so essentially when I was listening to Vlad on the all-in, he's saying for him to tokenize OpenAI was more difficult because it's for nonprofit. Do you think that's going to be any form of issue?
They're going to have to get their nonprofit status taken care of. So I'm assuming all that gets taken care of.
Well, taken care of is just money. It's just money. So they're going to
they have to change their legal status from a
which is money at the end of it. It's just going to cost them a pretty penny, is what I'm getting.
Legally.
Exactly. Essentially what I get. They can get it done. It's just going to cost them a bunch of money.
I don't know how much, but I'm assuming yes. It's probably not.
But isn't like SpaceX and all these private companies, isn't the total valuation around like 1.7 trillion? Or there's like SpaceX, OpenAI, and a couple of them. So there it is. If these guys IPO, I think this is going to be, it could be the biggest trade we've seen in a significant amount of time. But one thing I wanted to ask you, Sharif, we're seeing these hyperscalers on a quarter-over-quarter, on a year-over-year basis increase the CapEx spending.
Yeah.
Would we ever see that, like, so one quarter they're like, hey, that's it, we're not going to be spending as much? Would you see that number cut in half? Do you think that could be ever
Well, that's
cut
what
in
we
half?
talked about.
Yeah.
Like the canary, that's going to be the canary in the coal mine. Like the AI trade is not going to unwind overnight. It's going to have hints of it. How? You look at the hyperscalers, how much they're spending.
At the capital expenditure. Exactly. So once you start to see that decay in the capital expenditure,
the market will react immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
So they will bake that out as soon as those
100% I agree.
As soon as those reports come out.
100%.
And is it going to be as rough as we potentially think it can be? Absolutely. But as for these major cloud names, the CapEx is there, the demand is there, they have spillover, there's excess demand sending over to Oracle. So I'm curious to see if there's so much demand within the major cloud providers, how are the smaller ones going to start to perform? Are other major investors going to start looking in Snowflakes and other potential companies? Maybe, possibly. I think so, especially if these guys can't keep up with the demand.
Right. I agree with that. Let's just finish the last part over here. So let's bring in the CapEx here. So Microsoft, they're rising CapEx. Q1, they're guiding about $35 billion for CapEx in Q1 of next year. They guided last time $30 billion. And Amy Hood, the CFO, she's expecting for 2026 full year to exceed 2025, revising her earlier forecast of a moderation. So they're definitely looking for more money to be spent next year than last year. So we're not definitely getting any hints of it now. All right, Adair, you brought in the CapEx argument earlier. What do you make of Microsoft's CapEx given Amy Hood's comments?
Yeah, I think I mentioned here with the CapEx, I think it's interesting that they guide higher CapEx, though admittedly the guidance was kind of vague, like, oh, it'll just be higher. But again, Google's up, Microsoft's down. What's interesting too is if I am to compare the Microsoft report to the Google report, just for the sake of explaining why this was sharply down, whereas Google gapped up, it's interesting because Google actually have some declines here, right? Like they had a year-over-year decline with their other bet segment, which is Waymo, et cetera. Microsoft, I didn't see any year-over-year declines other than that $3.1 billion open investment impact. One thing I think could be worth noting here is the Azure growth. So you guys were asking what was the Azure growth last year. I looked into it. Last year, for this quarter, so for Microsoft, that would be fiscal Q1 2025, because there are a couple quarters. Their Azure revenue growth was 33%. It was 40% this quarter, so it really hasn't grown all that much. And I think maybe the slowing of growth could potentially be a concern. That's my biggest takeaway here. That being said, expecting 37% Azure revenue growth for this quarter, and they did surpass that regardless. That's my thoughts on that.
All right, thank you. INTS, guys, I want to mention into the high of the day, 117. We have the high of the day right now. It's up 325%. We're in at 97s. Let's see if this can get to the quarter dollar. It's all gas, no brakes right now for INTS, and we're closing in on 1 billion shares traded on the day. I don't know how many times float rotation that is, Joey, but I'm willing to get us just a lot. So keep your eye on INTS if you're a small cap gapper trader. Let's go on and talk about Meta. Oh, Joey, we're Prince. All right, here we go. Let's talk about this. Meta dropping on a $16 billion tax hit despite the earnings beat. So let's talk about the details here. They beat on both the top and bottom line, so nothing to worry about there. 725 EPS, 669 expected by the street on revenue, 51.25 billion. The street was looking for less than 49.5. Shout out to Corey, man. Thank you, Corey, for the $5 super chat. Just got to digress here. Sharif, my guy, appreciate the breakdown on Microsoft. Getting my face back. Holding 545 call options for November 11th. Bought last week. Joey, any hopes? Can we just finish the Meta one? Then
Go
have
ahead,
a look
man.
have a look. Corey, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to it, Corey. Just let us finish this next topic. And your boy Joey Option is going to look at that for you. Now let's talk about that one-off tax charge that he's getting clipped with. We're talking about Zuck and Company. So apparently, the tax hit comes from President Trump's new One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which is going to cost Meta a little bit less than $16 billion. But silver lining is here that Meta said the One Big Beautiful Bill in the future will actually reduce the U.S. cash tax payments for 2025 and beyond. So we'll have to see how it reflects in their balance sheet. But for the moment, they are being made to pay. for this $16 billion hit. Q3 revenue, as we mentioned, beating expectations. It also grew 26% year over year. Let's talk about the guidance. They're guiding nicely here. Q4 revenue, they're saying 56 to 59 billion. The midpoint of that range is above the estimates by the street. With total CapEx, wow, this has got to be the biggest CapEx I've seen so far from the three. 116 to 118 billion dollars for full year 2025. That's up from the previous guide of 114, and now they're 26. Now here's where we could see something here. They're 26 CapEx forecast. They raised it, Joey, 70 to 72. Previously guided 66 to 72, but that's markedly lower. Almost, not half, but definitely, substantially lower than they're going to spend this year. So something possibly to look out for. New products, of course, have been Meta's thing lately, especially physical devices, wearables on the face. Their Meta Ray-Ban display glasses selling for $800 are sold out, and the demo slots to try them are booked all the way through November, so people really liking these. Let's talk about their engagement. Their users are where they make money, of course. Their daily active users, 3.54 billion. Beating the 3.5 estimates by analysts. Advertising revenue as well, Joey, 50.08 ahead of the 48.5. And the headcount, they actually hired more people. They're up 88% in terms of the amount of people they hired. They have about 78,500 people now working for them all over the world.
Nice. Did Reality Labs start to turn a profit yet or not? Just
that's never going to turn a profit. I took that off.
I'm being completely sarcastic. No, I mean, we talked about a little bit about this earlier. Hopefully Mark doesn't kind of get into that metaverse craze where he's just spending a ridiculous amount of money and displeases investors. We know Llama's not the best LLM out there. Matter of fact, a lot of people call it hot garbage. But at the end of the day, I think considering, is it still 97% of their revenue coming from digital ad and just So I mean, that's something to be worried. That's something a little bit to be worried about. But other than that, I think Meta's going to be just fine. If you hold a monopoly essentially on the social media, there's other ones like Snapchat and everything, but it's all irrelevant because people use Instagram and Reels and all these things for a significant income stream, and I think it's going to maintain that. People are obsessed with the Instagram. The kids love it. I think Meta's going to be just fine.
All right, guys, INTS rocketing up into 1 and a quarter, 123 to be exact. I feel like we may get some resistance here, so we're going to take out some INTS. Big move up, 330%. Look for that 123 break. That's the high of the day. All right, Adara, what do you make of this $16 billion one-time tax charge? Do you think this hurts things or is just a one-off event?
I mean, I think we'll need more context because we didn't really get much. I think context will certainly help here with regards to MET and analyzing that going forward. I think other than that, this was certainly not a bad report. And again, it's interesting. I've seen the CapEx guidance, which again, they raised the lower end of the guide only by $4 billion, so it's not super significant on a relative basis. But either way, the fact that I'm seeing this kind of negatively interpreted is interesting because, again, we had Google raise theirs quite significantly, and we actually had people like that, right? So I don't know. I find the assessment of CapEx and when it is and isn't good to be really interesting and, to be honest, way too far advanced for my brain. I feel like the people who are more into AI probably have reasons for that. But yeah, I don't think this is a bad report. The daily active people only slightly above estimates. Maybe that could be a concern, but solid ad revenue, which we know is one of the biggest metrics that we care about for Meta. So now I'm curious to see, can Snap and Reddit make impressive ad revenue reports as well? Because we have Reddit tonight.
Get it, Adara.
Get it, Neil.
Go on to the next story. What do we got over here? U.S. rare earth stocks move up. Really? After China delays export controls. This is less really of a U.S. Minerals company moving up and more just of a story about what happened yesterday between President Xi and President Trump. So let's talk about what happened. The miners rallied Thursday, at least, initially. They're settling back a little bit now after China agreed to delay the new export controls as a part of the deal between the two leaders. The rare earth issue has been settled, quote, says President Trump after a, quote, amazing meeting with President Xi in South Korea. His words, not mine. China, of course, announced lately, or recently, I should say, that rare earth export controls will be postponed for a year. Trump said the delay is expected to be routine. And yeah, what do you make of this, Joey? I mean, clearly of the things that was holding back the AI trade. The restrictions by rare earths. We know it's 17 metals specifically that is needed for automotive, robotics, clean energy, defense, etc.
Yeah, exactly. So it was holding a lot. It's a weight on his shoulders, essentially, that can be lifted, which is something positive. I'm surprised we haven't seen a pop in the likes of MP, Sharif, considering from those May lows. At that peak, you're up 415%. So do names need to take a breath? Absolutely, considering you're down 34%, a little bit more off of those previous highs. Look for this support level to hold. But as for MP materials, we'll take a look at the options chain to see if the IV is still relatively high. And I'm going to suspect it is. Because when you're in a downtrend and down 35% roughly from those specific levels, you're going to see that increase. But once all the fear is eliminated, 38% to be exact, once all the fear is eliminated and you get the implied volatility, it can be a good indicator that, hey, we're ready to start climbing once again. So we'll take a look at MP, at the money IV, around 94%. And I know we looked at it a while ago, and it was substantially higher on these down moves. So keep an eye on that for it to continuously cool down. Those support levels at 62 need to hold. If they do, you might get an additional rally, considering the problem it might be resolved here.
Well said. All right, Adair, what do you make of the tie-up yesterday between President Trump and President Xi, especially as it relates to these critical minerals?
I think it's interesting because when we initially had reports that maybe they were going to come to some kind of concession on the issue, that was as of Monday. These stocks dropped. Now we actually get the news and they pop. So it's an interesting case of sell the rumor, buy the news, I guess. And I just find that kind of fascinating from a stock performance perspective. But I want to see how this continues to settle out. Trump says it's settled. I want to see how settled it really is. Do we see more letters coming from China for the world? I don't know. I kind of tend to think it's not over until it's over. And I want some kind of, maybe like they sign a truce. Is there some kind of way to make it really clear that this is over and done with? Because I think until now, it might just be words.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next over here. NVIDIA pulls back a little bit, down 2% today after a $5 trillion milestone, despite the headwinds. So what's going on over here? So a slight pullback. We kind of really reflects the disappointment by investors that the U.S.-China trade talks did not include any progress on resuming NVIDIA's chip sales to China. We know that before the restrictions came into place under former President Biden, NVIDIA accounted for about 20%, China accounted for about 20%, give or take, of NVIDIA's revenue. That since obviously declined substantially as a result of the new restrictions. The market had hoped for, Joey, that President Trump would announce a chip export approval for some of these chips after meeting with President Xi, but Trump confirmed that NVIDIA's Blackwell chips were not discussed by the two leaders. NVIDIA, of course, we know remains banned from selling advanced AI processors to China amid national security restrictions, which resulted in about a $2 to $5 billion loss in potential revenue in this quarter. I guess we'll find out when they report earnings later on. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, China is actively urging their domestic customers, specifically their big tech companies, from using NVIDIA's chips. Namely, they're saying that they're compromised, security compromises, backdoors, cutoff switches, allegations were being made there. We know for a fact, after Reuters reported that shipments of advanced chips, specifically the Blackwell chips to Asia, were being tracked via tracking devices in the packaging and in the containers of these housing these GPUs. So we know that this thing's been kind of happening here, Joey. Despite the headwinds, of course, U.S. spending on AI infrastructure remains very strong, as we saw with the three hyperscalers reporting earnings.
I think they'll come to some sort of deal because, again, I think both countries are kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Because do you take NVIDIA's technology and then try to advance it and make it a little bit cheaper? Because that's what the Chinese are really good at. But aside from that, guys, there goes Bitcoin to the downside, a big time sell-off here.
Aggressively.
It's selling really aggressively, and the volume's starting to pick up. So I think what's next in store for this here, let's pull it up, is unfortunately that's going to be that's just how it is. It's going to be south of 100. So I mean, we're at 105. There's that key support level right there. You're going to run into those $100,000, $100K level, and you might even see some more downside. It's unfortunate that a complete October here in this asset class, but it is what it is, and then we just got to mitigate risk, especially if you're heavily involved into Bitcoin. So yeah, taking it on those guys. As for NVIDIA, I think they'll be just fine. I think at some point they will come to terms, Sharif, because it's really important. We know that a lot of the major corporations there already applied for the H20, and they got their licensing for that, but they're just not being delivered.
No, they don't want them to buy them.
Yeah.
All right, guys, INTS is rocketing up, 134 high of the day. We wet the beak at 33s. We have another order at 38s. Good strength here for INTS as it closes in on, yes, 400% on the day. Already over 1 billion shares traded. It was just a matter of time, so keep your eye on this one. You're small cap gapper inclined. All right, Adara, give us your take on this.
Yeah, I've been thinking, and I've been sitting here with my thoughts a bit, and I have a thought or an argument, if you will, with the NVIDIA China situation. So I'm of the opinion, so if you think about it kind of to step back a bit, what is the reason that China, other than the security concerns, why would they want NVIDIA chips at base level, take all the geopolitical issues out of it? Because they're the fastest. They can get them to things the fastest. But other than that, yeah, sure, they're the fastest, but they're maybe worried about they're getting like a slower version. We already know they're giving them not compromised, but certainly not the best version because they have these concerns here. We know there's export control issues. So what's the point of fastest technology if you're not even sure you're going to be able to keep it because of export controls? Now, on the other hand, you could just train your own internal AI companies, and they could be making the best chips that they could possibly make. Now, obviously, the chips being made in China, maybe they're not as fast as in maybe they're not as speedy, but I think that is a real risk. And with that in mind, I should mention, and I've said this many times, Jensen Huang himself has made it very clear that we should not be underestimating China. Now, why would he say that if he didn't think they had a real opportunity, potential of making high quality chips at a certain point and fending for themselves? Because if they have their own chips to look back on, if they're dependent on that, they don't need to worry about the chip companies. So all of this is to say, I'm really not quite sure that China has any motivation or need or reason as of right now to really want these NVIDIA chips unless there's, I guess, all export controls off, but I don't really see that happening. I know, kind of a ramble, but long story short, I don't really see these export controls going away. I don't really see these companies, China encouraging their companies to use NVIDIA chips. And to be fair, Jensen himself doesn't either, because he even said at that conference that we had, the GTC conference on Tuesday, he was like, hey, we don't even factor into our revenue right now. So that, I think, is significant.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Eli Lilly jumping on a strong Q3 beat and raising their outlook. Let's talk about this. Earnings for Q3 came in at 72 share, way ahead of the 569 expected on revenue of 17.6 billion. Again, well ahead of the 16 billion expected. Quarterly revenue surged 54% year over year, driven by the company's exposure to the GLP-1 drug portfolio. We're talking about the Zepbounds, we're talking about the Mounjaros, and U.S. sales alone. You think that this one would be bigger than global sales. 45% year over year, up to 11.3 billion, really supported by a 60% increase in prescription sales. Mounjaro delivered about 6.52 billion in revenue. That's up almost 110% year over year, and easily beating the $5.5 billion expectation by the street. Zepbound, which is the weight loss version of the drug, generated 3.57 billion, but grew at almost 2 times the rate of Mounjaro, which is for diabetes, at 184% year over year. That only slightly topped analyst expectations, though, so you could feel that the expectations were quite lofty. These two products accounted for over 57% of Lilly's sales, cementing their lead, of course, against Novo Nordisk in the GLP market. Their direct-to-consumer push, though, really, and their partnerships with Walmart are seen as a bright spot. And we talked to you guys about this one a couple of days ago when they announced said partnership, but they're also doing that Lilly Direct, which is the direct-to-consumer push, which has the effect, of course, of removing the middlemen. We're talking about the Hims and Hers and all the other of pseudo healthcare providers that you can get online. Now, let's talk about their sales. It was great that they reported well on the quarter. How about next quarter? How about next year? Well, look at this, Joey. Full year 2025 revenue, 63 to 63.5 billion. That's up from the prior guide of 60 to 62, with EPS for full year being $23 to $23.70. Again, well ahead of the 21.75 to 23 that they had previously guided. And the guidance does actually for Trump tariffs, right? But it does exclude the new potential levies on imported pharmaceuticals. We already know that President Trump has announced there's going to be a 100% tariffs on imported pharmaceuticals, with some exceptions, of course, for those manufacturing locally. So that EPS guide that they gave there does not include those headwind tariffs. And they're also looking at expanding their market share as well as throwing more money into research and development. So they continue to dominate the obesity and diabetes drug. They hold the majority of the share there, but they're not satisfied with that. They want that gold standard. They want an obesity pill. Joe, people don't really like poking themselves, pricking themselves, subcutaneous or not, and they're looking for that pill to come in sooner rather than later, which could also be a monster product.
I think so, right? Because we know about storage costs, right? You eliminate, think about how much in storage costs you eliminate, right? It has to be cold stored. But yeah, as for that, Sharif, so on Thursday, its experimental weight loss pill has met the most criteria for the FDA. That so I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to start getting rolled out. I'm pretty sure Dara has this on her Jimmy Carter picks as well too. A nice move off of the lows of Dara. You can't complain about that. We're going to be waiting for that update, considering tomorrow is the 31st, so bright and early Monday we're going to need that. But Eli Lilly, not too bad of a look. That pill, that oral pill, can take everything by storm.
Oh boy!
Obviously, I just talked about the storage costs. That will be essentially eliminated. And what does that do for their consumer base? Does it widen it? Is it going to be significantly cheaper?
Good point.
What do you think? I think so. I think it's good for Eli Lilly.
All right, Adara, what do you make of these headlines looking to grow their vote, obviously, through the pill, but they're really taking on NVO and they're taking on some of these middlemen by going into Lilly direct?
Yeah, I have 3 words here. Go, Lilly, go. I think this is honestly a really solid report. And as you mentioned, given that those weight loss drugs are such a big portion of their revenue, it makes sense that we have that year-over-year growth. And honestly, because, as you mentioned, they're doing really well against their biggest competitor, Novo Nordisk, I don't even think they have to worry here about being too oversaturated in the weight loss game. They have other things working as well, but I think because they're doing so well in the weight loss space, especially when compared to their competitors, I think keep focusing on that. I think they're smart to do that. And as you mentioned, I think if they get into the oral weight loss drug game as well, when somebody figures that out or they acquire somebody who's working on that, then I think that is a really smart play for Eli Lilly. And as I too, and I talk about this a lot, but I do think that it's something important to remember. CEO David Ricks has a very good relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump. And because the company is American and they're always announcing more investments in America, that also puts them ahead of Novo Nordisk. Now, why is that? Novo Nordisk is a European company that, to my knowledge, is not doing a tons of American investments. And we know that as we get this most favored nations push, this push to have these tariffs on these, it makes sense to back an American company here that is putting the effort in to do that American manufacturing. I think that Eli Lilly is doing all the right things here, and great report for Lilly.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to the next story. NVO counters Pfizer with an $8.5 billion bid for the obesity biotech company Metsera. So let's talk about this, because it's turning into a bidding war here. So Novo launched a rival bid of $8.5 billion, as I mentioned, for U.S. biotech Metsera, overtaking, yes, rival Pfizer's $7.3 billion offer. The deal includes $6 billion upfront and then additional milestone payments that are marked with different achievements, marking one of the boldest acquisitions for NVO to date. There's obviously renewed aggression from Novo based upon the recent board shakeup. More on that in a second. So what's Pfizer doing over here? So Pfizer blasted the bid for their part as reckless, warning it would hurt competition in the fast-growing obesity drug market. Yeah, well, when you get outbid, you're going to be a little bit bitter. And let's see the takeover as a reflection of the rising pressure to dominate, yes, that $150 billion and growing, by the way, obesity treatment market expected by the early 30s. Both suitors structured offers contingent value rights, CVRs, basically additional payouts that are tied to regulatory or commercial success milestones. We've been seeing this a lot more. You get more money if you reach the milestones. We've seen this with the deal with NVIDIA and CoreWeave, right? We've seen this with many different other tech structures. So what's this Metsera, Joey? So their portfolio here includes 2 key experimental drugs. One of them is called MET-0971I. It's a GLP-1 injectable. It targets the same class of patients as Wegovy and Zepbound. Then they have another one. It's called MET233I, which mimics the hormone amylin, potentially offering additive weight loss benefits. So it looks like it's just more of a complement rather than a substitute. The market context here clearly is, as we talked about, very, very aggressive, targeting $150 billion by 2030. Joey, what do you make of this little tie-up over here? And do you think this hurts competition?
It can. Again, I don't know too much about that specific topic. All I know is that Novo Nordisk has been absolutely pooping the bed, Sharif, since last year, the middle of last year. I'm pretty sorry, Adair, I got to point this out, but I think you might have this on your Jimmy Carter picks as well, too. This is just going to be a destroyer of all wealth, down 66.43%. And I mean, what was it, layoffs that they were talking about not too long ago was going to actually impact the country itself, its GDP, which is absolutely insane. If you're that heavily reliant on one specific company, that's not a good sign, especially when it's not performing how it has been.
All right, Adara, let's hear your take on NVO fighting here with Pfizer for Metsera.
Yeah, I think that Pfizer's reaction is very bitter, Betty, as you basically said. They're just sad because Novo Nordisk outbid them. And let's be real here, Novo Nordisk, as much as I said, I do think it's kind of inferior to Lilly in certain ways and in certain respects. Novo Nordisk is certainly, I think, much more associated with the weight loss drug game than our friend Pfizer. So that is worth noting as well. And for what it's worth, Metsera came out this morning and said they prefer the bid from Novo. They don't like the bid from Pfizer. They're not happy with it either. So, like, Novo, why are you trying to give, sorry, Pfizer, why are you trying to give Metsera money and, like, forcing them to date you or have an acquisition? It doesn't want to be with you. It wants to be with Novo Nordisk, right? So I think for a lot of reasons, if any bid goes through, I think it's going to be the one from Novo. But Metsera, for what it's worth, this stock loves this story. It is still near day's highs, guys.
Adara, all right, let's go on to the next one over here. We got Starbucks reporting earnings after the bell yesterday. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Let's see where they're at right now, bro. It's been a tough little time for them. Up 0.84, not bad. They were negative on the day. Nice little recovery. Let's take a quick look at where they are on the daily. Let's look at the weekly actually over here. I'll bring it down before we do some analysis. Here's what we're looking at, Assassino. Let's show them there what we got. Yeah, we're definitely at the lower end of the range. Look, I'm going to buy this, Joey, if it drops into 75 to 70 bucks. Yeah, because it's a range, right? I'll buy it at 70 bucks.
Those lower highs.
Yeah, exactly. I know, but I don't need to take a breakout trade. I can take the range there. Look at this.
Okay.
70, and I'll take another attempt at 70 just for a swing, not long term. But let's talk about how they did. Solid Q4 revenue. But there are issues. So $9.57 billion in revenue, up 5.5% year over year, and beating the 9 1/3 estimated by the street. EPS came in at 52. That was a miss. The street wanted 56 pennies. And it's also down 5% over year. That's their profitability. They're blaming higher cost and store investment. CEO Brian Niccol, he continues to show early progress, and when he's talking about the customer metric experience. Let's talk about those experiences because their global same-store sales rose 1%, beating the 0.3% decline expected by analysts, but U.S. comps were flat. There is some silver lining because they turned positive in September and October, but for the quarter, generally flat. And it was driven here, well, the growth in September and October was driven by higher transaction volumes, price hikes, so saying more foot traffics into the store. And their Green Apron service, which is a move by them to speed up the basically the wait time for people there. They said 80% of their stores achieved the 4-minute or less goal, which is the standard that they had placed there. Then, like, as we look a little bit more, we're looking for same-store sales rose 2%. Which is ahead of estimates, and a 9% jump in transaction revenue in China. However, the decline in average spendings really reflects international price cuts. And let's talk about their strategic restructuring. They closed 627 underperforming stores just in Q4, not the year. Q4 with CFO Kathy Smith says the closures should have a slightly positive impact on margins, and management did reiterate, Joey, their growth top line first, earnings follow approach. We're going to pause for a second and send it to Adara.
I have breaking news on not one, but two ticker stories. I'm going to start with DraftKings, which is to the downside here. seeing reports that Pennsylvania is considering raising its 34% sports betting tax. So again, it looks like Pennsylvania is considering increasing its sports betting tax. Not a good look here for DKNG. And the other story involves the story we literally just talked about on Metsera, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer. Semaphore reporting that Pfizer is considering suing Metsera and Novo Nordisk over the latter company raising its bid, or I guess outbidding Pfizer. So again, we know that Novo Nordisk has outbid Pfizer for Metsera. Pfizer reportedly willing to sue over that situation. Back to you.
All right, Joey, what do you make of this report, brother?
I think it's
Starbucks.
interesting. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. For me, it's like, okay, who is Starbucks looking to kind of attract from a consumer standpoint? Is it the higher end or the lower end? We know the higher end typically does well. I think that it's really key to note that they close a significant amount of stores, in my opinion. Almost, I think it was 700, you said there, Sharif,
yes,
roughly. Sir. I think that's bad. You're going to get the layoffs as well, too. But in all seriousness, I live in Liberty Village. There's 3 Starbucks. Do we need 3 of them? No, I don't even go there at the end of the day, personally. So with Starbucks, I just think it's a tough name to own, considering if the lower end of the consumer is going to start to cool down, which it is. So for me, I'm going to no on Starbucks, Sharif, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't like the stock, to be honest with you.
I don't blame you, Joey. That's ugly chart there. But
I don't like the stock.
The technicals, I like the 70, 75. I mean, that's the only reason, really, brother.
No, in all seriousness, if it holds that level, by all means, you got yourself a winning trade. But if it cracks it, then the chances are that these lower coming into play are there, so you just get out of it. If
you
it's
just
not
punch
gonna
out.
do it. But shout out to the CEO. He is slowly starting to turn things around, which is good.
All right, Adair, closing a whole bunch of stores, beating on the top line, but missing on the bottom line.
My local Starbucks is one of the stores that was closed during this, and I have to say, they're not handling these stores very well. You just go in one day and there's a sign over the door, oh, the Starbucks is going to close in a week, but it doesn't say when the note was posted or when that week ends, so then you don't know when the Starbucks is closing. So Brian Nickel, on the almost 0% chance you're watching, please do a better job of announcing these store closures because it was not well handled. Now, I want to talk here about the performance. You know, you mentioned, Joe, that Brian Nickel's turning things around. He's unfortunately not turning around the stock. It's actually down roughly 6% since he took over as CEO, starting that tenure on September 9th of 24. It's been a little bit over a year. I mean, I've gone on rants on camera and off camera about my thoughts on Starbucks and Brian Nickel's job at Starbucks. I don't want to get too into it ad nauseum, but it's sad that we're kind of happy about flat comp sales growth in the U.S. At least it's good we're not seeing super big declines with regards to U.S. comp sales growth, but I think that is the biggest metric for Starbucks to improve. And I wonder if we close more stores, do we just see more people coming to other stores? Is that how you get the metric up? I don't know. I think that's going to be really interesting to see how they tackle that, because I do think, as much as we know Brian Nickel is sad that people aren't using Sharpies, I think the comp sales metric is one of the biggest concerns for Starbucks.
All right, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Can't get right. $2 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. Any Joby NVIDIA news with the autonomous flight deal today? But I see this over here. Say that again, Katina, man. Yeah. Remember when the GTC conference? Yeah. That's all I'm seeing right now. Just basically the same thing. Joby Aviation has partnered with NVIDIA as exclusive aviation launch partner for their IGX Thor platform, Blackwell architecture. Nothing really new that I know about that one. We'll have to see many days and weeks, I think, before we see something materialize there. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Let's talk, though, about Carvana beating earnings but facing short selling pressure. So Vana, which was, I don't want to say a meme stock, but it certainly moves similar to it. They reported adjusted EPS of $50, up 134% year over year, beating the 110 expected by the street. Revenue did rise 55%, up to $5 2/3 billion. Now the second straight quarter for accelerating growth. Despite the beat, though, shares did drop, and they are now SSR and down 12.6%. The sell-off followed rally that had kind of pushed CVNA well above the 50 moving average, but it does snap a 4-session win streak. Let's talk about some of their growth outlooks. Their income, they're profitable, came in at $263 million. That was below analyst estimates of $309 million. Unit sales, their cars that they sell surged 44% over year. They sold about 156,000 cars, which is an all-time high for the company. They guide quite well. They expect over 150,000 vehicles to be sold, which will bring them about 2 to 2.2 billion in adjusted EBITDA, which is near the prior, the end of the prior guidance. They are gaining some success here, scaling their operations and expanding their profit margins, though that does remain, tentative. They continue to watch that closely. Short seller, though, Jim Chanos, famed short seller, renewed his bearish stance on Vana. He's calling it a finance company, not an auto seller. Tell us how you really feel there, brother. He believes Carvana's credit exposure and subprime lending practices could cause issues if the economy weakens. Now, we did see banks increased the amount of loan loss provisions they were holding onto their books. That money, when you put it on in your that side of your balance sheet for loan loss provisions, that offsets your profitability, so it lowers your EPS. And so that obviously affects your. So think about the strategy there by their accountants. He also cited parallels with the collapse of auto lender Tricor Holdings, emphasizing that Vana's resilience in a high-risk environment raises red flags. Though, despite all that, Joey, up 74%.
The stock is crazy. I just wanted to pull up an image. I think this is so cool. I drove by one of these one time in the States, and I think it's just so cool, man. This is like a vehicle vending machine at the end of the day. I think it'd be wicked if we had some of them. So there it is. But I mean, guys, let's talk about this stock here a little bit. It's insane to think that at the start of my tenure, I was trading this thing in 2022, I think. This thing was $12. And it's up substantially. Oh. Now, I heard there were some iffy accounting practices going on behind the scenes, but from those levels, you're up 3,984%, which is substantial. And I would not suspect this for a used car dealership, Sharif.
All right. Before we go to Dara, guys, INTS continues to go. There's the high of the day at 48. We're waiting at 48. We added on the continuation here. I was talking to Joey about this. I was like, I should be adding here. We added at 33, so that changed our cost basis. We had initially got in at around 97. There it goes into the high of the day. It's 152 area high now, up 450%, and it's got 1.11 billion shares traded on the day. I was looking for a $0.25 rejection. Now I'm going to be looking for the $0.50 rejection here. NTS continuing to go here. All right, Adara, what do you make of this report by Vana? Some good, some bad. Jim Chanos ain't buying it, though.
Yeah, I mean, even last week, he already said he was going to be getting more sort of that he stayed short. So he's been like anti-Carvana for a while, not necessarily new info. So again, not super surprising that he feels that way, right? But yeah, I think the unit sales being up 44% is really solid. That all-time high is a great look. But I do want to mention here, as Joe said, this stock price is super rocky. This is a fun little infographic I made a while ago on X at TTV Research. Blue line is the stock price, and then the yellow bars are the revenue. And as you can see, this stock has had a very, very rocky road. Obviously, now in 2025, we've made new all-time highs, or either way, we're well above the price where we closed at in 2024. So Carvana's stock generally seems to weather things pretty well, regardless of what the company itself is doing. We're almost a year. It's crazy. It's almost been a year since that short report that we had from Hindenburg Research right before they shuttered in January 25. So yeah, I think with Carvana, the shorts are always going to be a bit of a concern. But again, nothing new in that regard. I don't think there's too much to worry about here.
All right. Thank you, Adara. We just got a false halt right now here on INTS. Here comes the halt again. 158 perimeter halt. It has to be this way for 10 seconds. Let's see if we get the gray out. We already got one false halt here. This one's a little bit longer. I think we're going to get the gray out on this one. And boom. Come on. I was a little bit off there, but boom. What a move up for INTS, man. 491% halted at 158. I believe this is the first halt of the day. So I don't remember the dude in the who told me about this one, but yo, man, take a bow or a stand or whatever you're going to do there in the chat. Show yourself, because you need to be credited for this. Fantastic call out by you, especially in the bull flag that was forming south of $1. Good on you, and thank you for pointing it out to me. I hope Bovin printed on that. I hope Casey printed on that. I know a bunch of other people are throwing the ticker in the chat, so I know it's not just them who's printing. Shout out to you guys. Hope you guys print out multiple storms. Let's go on and talk about Apple. Going to report after the bell today. Oh, no. Are the good times over, Joey?
No,
All right,
just
let's
getting
talk
started.
about this report, man. Katina Mensa is not even close. I love that. So Apple gears up for Q4 earnings with iPhone 17 momentum. Let's talk about it. So they're going to report Q4 earnings after the bell, likely at 4:30. And it's going to mark the first look that the street has had at iPhone 17 demand after the company hit $4 trillion in market cap. Analysts here, Joey, they're expecting a $1.77 EPS on revenue of $102.1 billion, which would be up substantially from last year. They printed $164 EPS on revenue of $94.9 billion. iPhone revenue is projected to be about a little bit less than $50 billion, 40.93, which should be, if it comes in line, a 6.7% year-over-year increase. With their services revenue, another high-margin product, 80-something% gross margins, rising or should rise if it meets expectations, 12%, up to now $28.2 billion, Joey. I remember this one, it was like mid-teens. iPad revenue, and they have a couple of new iPads out. Let's see if that moves the needle. Expected to come in at $7 billion. Macs, they have new Macs as well, $8.6 billion. Expected to remain steady. Wearables, though, Joey, could dip down 4.5% and only print $8.6 billion. According to Counterpoint Research, iPhone 17 sales rose 14% year over year in the U.S. and China during the first 10 days of availability. Don't have data points for after that. The lineup introduces major updates. We know design revamps for the Pro and Pro Max, as well as a new iPhone Air. Initial numbers suggested a strong early cycle upgrade, but I personally have seen some analysts who have said that it's slowing down. Whether or not that's accurate, we'll have to wait and see. We will find out at 4:30. China revenue, another very big number for them, Joey, expected to grow 9% and take home $16.4 billion. A notable rebound after recent weakness. Broader strength in the U.S. and Europe is also supporting Q1 holiday quarter, which should be interesting to see how they guide, because we know that that is going to be their biggest and most income-generating quarter.
The iPhone.
Christmas,
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we talk a lot about the super cycle numbers, percentage based in iPhone sales growth. I think we're going to beat that probably, considering Sharif's like, man, you got to wait months for this phone. I'm curious to how the iPhone Air is going to do, the slimmer version as well, too, how those sales will affect, even if they can affect EPS or anything along those lines. But I think a lot of this pump in this stock came to the fact that, the judge favoring Google, so essentially they're going to be continuously receiving payments from Google, and that's going to go right to the service revenue. I think that's going to continue to grow as well, too, considering ChatGPT's on the phone, who's going to be the primary search engine, et cetera, et cetera. Even though they haven't spent nearly as much money as other individuals, I think they're going to be one of the primary beneficiaries. Why? Because how many people own iPhones? There's a substantial amount. I think Apple's a long-term buy. I'm curious to what its PE is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still relatively cheap.
You want me to find out?
Yeah, please. That'd be.
Right now. I'll look right now, Katina, man.
I mean,
right now, Joey, it's 37.2.
Okay, so
on the new price.
Yeah, they're saying it's a little expensive, but at the end of the day, Apple's going to be just fine, considering they're going to be raking in cash from a lot of these AI firms, startups.
So I just want to say, my personal experience with the Pro Max has been the following: the battery life is insane.
It's better.
The camera is insane. It's dark room abilities as well. Like, dude, I was like in the office and I shut off all the lights and I took a picture. I couldn't see anything, and I was in there for 5 minutes, Joey, so my eyes could adjust. It could see when there is nothing to see. When there's no light to see.
No,
so
it's
I think
looking
it's pretty
good.
cool.
I mean, the battery is like, okay, finally you're starting to catch up, right?
Yeah.
Considering you have other phones that. I think with an Android, you got to charge that thing once every other day or something along those lines. And some of the Google phones I heard.
Joey, I got to interrupt. What a move up here for INTS. We're going to take some out there as well. 174 area high, guys. We're done our shares there. Okay, so we're done. We're done this trade. INTS, guys, continue. I hope you guys print up storms on this. We're about to take out 500% right now, but it's going to halt down. That's an ugly topping tail candle now, 174 high. It's going to halt down at 150. I need a couple of more seconds like this. 150 halt coming up here. Let's see if we get the gray out. We're going to get it. There it is. So now we're seeing a top here of 140, 141. Let's see what we get on this one. INTS turning into a Lambo trade, says by Grace. Hope you printed up multiple storms. Shout out to Mike PD Ryder as well. All right, Adara, give us your take on the Apple earnings today after the bell.
Yeah, I think Honestly, I'm kind of wait and see on Apple. I don't have any really strong opinions on this, truthfully. This infographic shows their performance last quarter, specifically their segment performance. So iPad revenue and the other products revenue were the only areas where they missed. I suspect iPads are probably an issue. The one thing I do want to say, though, is I wonder to what extent the iPhone 17 demand will actually show up, because this is for, if I am correct, which I believe this is the case, this is going to be like the quarter that ended at the end of September. So we only had like, what, a couple of weeks? iPhone 17 data, it'll be interesting to see to what extent that actually enters the report. But I think it also, as much as I think this is a good, at least short-term tailwind for the company, I also worry a little bit if a lot of our excitement for the company is only coming from one specific iPhone launch, to the point where I was even seeing some people saying, oh, we don't have to worry about AI anymore because now Apple has the iPhone 17. I think that's a bit much. And I think unless it actually shows itself to be the super cycle, which even T-Mobile, which of course they would know they phone plans, whatever. The T-Mobile CEO even said, I mean, it's a good cycle, but it's not a super cycle. So that I think is significant too.
All right, yeah, thank you for that. On Yannick, NB, let's have a look at NB. What's going on with that one? Get it, Mark. Mark's killing that thing. Oh, nice breakout. Okay, not a bad look here. What's NB up on the day? 6 and 2/3. Keep an eye out on this one. A little bit less than $1 billion market cap. Just printed the high of the day at 816. Good call out there, brother. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Let's talk about the other earnings name expected after the bell today. You might have heard of this one, Joey. AMZN, the AI battle ahead of the Q3 report, says the headline here. So what are we expecting with respect to Amazon? The street is looking for $1.58 earnings per share, and they look at the revenue number because their e-commerce business is margins are razor thin. That's why the headline number is so big. So $1.58 EPS on revenue of $177.8 billion. That would be up, if it comes in line, would be up from $1.43 on revenue of basically $159 billion last year, and would account for a 12% year-over-year increase on the quarter. Now let's cut the crap and talk about AWS, their actual high-margin business, which e-commerce, of course, is not. They're expected to deliver $32.4 billion in revenue. That would be a healthy increase of 18% year over year. But as we just saw with Google Cloud, 35%. As we just saw with Azure, 40%. 18% is not going to cut it, AWS, but that is what analysts are looking for, and they're looking for about $27.5 billion, maintaining steady but slower growth compared to peers. Sorry, $32.4 billion is what they're expecting. That would be up from $27.5 billion. Got that one wrong. Excuse me. Now let's talk about their core e-commerce segment, expected to reach $67 billion in revenue. That would be a 9% increase year over year on the quarter. And advertising revenue, Joey, this is a big margin product here and keeps growing faster than their other segments. Advertising revenue expected to come in at $17.3 billion, and that would be a 21% jump year over year on the quarter. Let's talk about the AI trade here. So the market sentiment does remain cautious on AWS's AI positioning relative to Microsoft and Google's ecosystems. Amazon relies on Anthropic for its flagship AI partnership, but Google also shares that relationship, which dilutes, of course, AWS's exclusivity. The job cuts. I have a lot to say about this, and I just want to point out this is not my original thinking. This is Nate. Okay, and I've given you guys Nate before. I'll bring up his TikTok account now. He is very much ensconced in the AI trade. He's a Silicon Valley dude, and he had great insights into Amazon's 30,000 jobs that were cut from their corporate segment. Now, here's the deal. We talked about this a couple of days ago, and our position was it was AI related because, you know, AI is going to basically make everything so much more productive, more efficient. You don't need to have as many people. Apparently, that's not what happened here. It's the actual inability of Amazon to get its hands on more compute and thereby AWS that actually had them make the cuts. How does that happen? So if your margins are expanding and your top line number is not expanding enough, the street will make you pay because you're going to miss their expectations. So how do you offset that? Well, you offset it through a fixed cost. Well, when you run a business, you know what your fixed costs are. One of them, of course, is your wages, the employment. That is a fixed cost. So you can adjust the top line, or not the top line number, but your earnings per share by adjusting your fixed costs. And that's what they did here, believe it or not. Not actually cutting these jobs because they don't need them. They just need to maintain profitability. And Nate had a fantastic take on this. Again, not my original thinking here, but he had some really deep insights. Joey, what do you make of this whole AMZN after the bell take?
I think it's going to be really important. You want to see how the e-commerce is doing. We want to see if those AWS cloud growth comes in line. I think that's going to be really important. But I think it's also in the same scenario that we talked about with Google and the antitrust. Once we get some more clarity with China, and we're slowly starting to see that, I think that this can lift a weight off of Amazon's shoulders. We've seen Apple start to climb high, put in a new all-time high. The only two mega names that haven't is Tesla and Amazon. Right? So I think Amazon is posed in prime to break that previous level. $242, we'll call it 243 or whatever and change. I like it. After the bell, if it comes in double B and the growth comes in better than expected, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little gap up in it.
And Joey, it is now the worst performing Mag 7 name on the year, up 2.68% year to date. Apple had been previously the worst perforing one. Can you believe it, Katina, man? Year to date, my man, 2.7%. Apple 8.87. After that, who's second? Tesla. 10.1%. And then we got Meta because of the shellac we got 15 and a third. Microsoft's up 25, and then Google and Nvidia are leading the way there. Google up 50%, Nvidia 52%.
That's crazy.
So yeah, how things change. All right, Adara, give us your take on the Amazon earnings after the bell.
Much like Apple, especially with the Mag 7 names, I don't want to do too much speculation, but we'll look at the past, right? I think, as you guys mentioned, Amazon Web Services, I know you guys said this a couple times, that's going to be a little bit of a concern because they barely beat Amazon Web Services revenue last quarter, coming in at $30.87 billion, just above estimates of $30.8 billion. Like, they beat by $0.07 billion, which is not very much, especially for a sector really expecting to buoy it. Do you know what I mean? And I think also we could have, with regards to AWS, the negative sentiment from that outage. I mean, obviously, as we saw, the stock didn't get hit too much, but if that sentiment kind of persists, that could become a bit of an issue for AWS. The operating income guide was also pretty rough, but with Amazon, they tend to have the worst guidance for whatever reason in Q2, so the most recent quarter. If you guys recall, Q2 2020 for Amazon was perhaps best known for them saying that they thought that the Olympics could maybe hurt the company for the next quarter. Like, their Q2 guidance has always been a little odd. So with that in mind, maybe they completely blow this operating income guide out of the water. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But yeah, with AMZN, much like I said with Apple, all I'm going to do here is look at past data and try to make some, not assumptions, but from that. I don't want to make too much speculation here.
All right, thank you very much for that. All right, I'm not seeing anything happen with Google, Ichiro. It's just, just regular price action. It's selling off, but yeah, it's down from the highs, 2.9%. Still green on the day. All right, Joey, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock, yep.
You're going to be with your boy Obi tomorrow. I'm going to be in the morning, but I'm taking in the afternoon. So Ob is going to be in. Hope you guys have a great time, and send him off.
All right, man. No, everyone have a fantastic day. We got some big earnings after the bell. Stay tuned for that. Again, big earnings, lots of fun. Tomorrow expiration and Halloween, plus Jays. Hope everyone has a fantastic day.
There it is. Take care, guys.
Drinking Starbucks
On Starbucks Day.
On Starbucks Day.
One
Trying
of
to
the
prop stock over here.
No, but it's one of the better, I guess,
There's
earnings.
$3 gone.
It is, though. It's like it did really well today.
Let me see. Is it? Has it been battled back?
Well, I mean, it got
It's up 0.5, Neil.
but it was down pretty decent.
Yeah, it was left for dead there because Brennan and Shree like the protein. They'd rather get it in powder, I mean, now you can have a coffee and have
I like it.
Like
if my morning coffee, and look, we have a coffee machine here, which is fine.
Yeah,
it's great. No, but if I had the option of getting 15 grams of protein.
33 grams, I looked.
33. I question the taste if it's 33. That seems high,
I have no idea.
but
I checked because I could have added it to this. I think like $1.50 or something.
I'm
you get,
gonna try it.
You get 33 grams.
because if it tastes fine,
Protein.
most people, most dudes are getting less protein than they need. It's like, and it's a challenge. So you're always trying to find ways to make it easy. What's crazy is everyone was talking about, not everyone, these guys were just talking about Apple's P. And I looked it up at one source and saw 41 with a forward of 33, and then looked it up at a second one, 41 with a forward of 33. I was a little surprised by that, not gonna lie.
Right.
In my head, which is, whoops, I didn't mean to minimize that. There we go. Like in my head, that's not what I was really thinking. I thought it was, anyways, if they can beat, then that can, if they beat and don't move, then you end up in the 30, in that 33 range, right? But obviously that's not gonna happen. Don't know where we're looking at Starbucks at this particular moment. But yeah, a couple of really big earnings. And the way that, couple of things. The way that Meta got kind of hit, the way that Microsoft they weren't impressed with, a good quarter, and then the way that Google didn't hold the bid. Those three things make me say Apple, more so than Amazon, obviously, really needs to hold us down today. Because the market's been holding this lower range. Why am I looking at Starbucks still? We've been holding this lower range, and I feel like Apple's going to be more important to us for not just the fact that it's as big as it is, but we kind of know the story with Amazon. Who cares? Like we got Softy and we got Google. That kind of told us enough of a story. Apple's going to be a big one. I hope they don't disappoint. But there's always dip buys.
So here's Navin. Like Navin IPO came, and I just want to show you like this is how I roll. It's just we went short. Like we didn't go long. We went short when it broke 22. You know, we make a lot of money on IPOs. And here's Navin again. Boom, boom. Loaded it twice. We only had like 20% left. It punched 22. I got out. It didn't break, and then I went short again, which was best because we just loaded up again. So we have Navin twice for multiple dollars now in the account today. So there it goes, man. I mean, we talked about it. Let's go. So today we traded three names. We traded Google long, my number one name. We traded Palantir long. Right now, we should have taken it out there. I thought we were kind of going to 200. Again, I only have 10% left of this, so not much to worry about there. And then Navin. So we'll put up 3 for 3 again. I think yesterday we were 5 for 6, 3 for 3 today, and yeah, lot of action. Only 3 names for me so far today. But hey, you know, there's that book, One Good Trade. You know, 3 good names there today. So we'll do that. And yeah, it was basically a couple good trades, and we'll see if we can get some more happening here this afternoon. Yeah, SPY coming back in. Google coming back in a little bit with Google right there. We had a question on the Midday Show about it. Yeah, it's looking not great. We did hold again in that last 5% or so for that break of 286. And once that happened, downside play here for Google. We'll see if we can reload this thing at some point. But yeah, good. You know, we're happy. We had a great afternoon, great swim, got a coffee here. We're at 2.5 times daily now, so day, and yeah, we'll just continue to, you know, really enjoy the company here and talk about earnings. We have good earnings after market.
Important earnings after market. Whether they'll be good or not,
tanking.
Needs to be seen. Well, we always talk. Everyone's all about Amazon and Apple, but there's a name that's reporting, and we'll get to that. Coinbase. But you've seen the move that's happened. Bitcoin's underneath 108K. We've seen them underperform the market. Coinbase really kind of out a lot of the rally. I know MSTR Strategy is also reporting, but Strategy doesn't really move on earnings. It's like it always seems to do absolutely nothing. Fair. But Coinbase, this could be the undercover, more volatile one that you come in then tomorrow and the day trade stock that you almost want to be on. I feel like that could be Coinbase. Like if it were to drop 10%, it goes right into a 300 level. That's been a pretty big level here. So this is one, it's got to be on watch. It's literally at the 50 period. You guys know there's some renovations going on, so you can hear the banging in the back. Apologies for that. But it's at the 50 period right now, and that's not going to matter whatsoever if there's the slightest issue with it, especially with what's been going on, relatively speaking, with IBIT here. like 4 days back into the red. This is about to retest some pretty decent support. So, you do have a lot of weaknesses coming in. Worth watching this afternoon as well. If IBIT comes back up, I'm going to try and short the volume weighted average price. It hasn't gone there just yet, but that's one of the things I'm looking for. Also, Chipotle. If Chipotle can finally lose VWAP, that's the other trade I'm trying to look for. I had it at the top, but it went to VWAP. Now I want it to break down underneath VWAP. Chipotle got smoked. But from the open, it was actually a long, believe it or not. It was like the worst name where longs off the open, like Meta was and Chipotle was. And then like the best name, which was Google, was a short off the open. That's just how it was. It was like profit taking in either direction.
All right, let's go back over. No.
Not yet?
Wait, I think. Okay. I was just going to tweet this out about Navin again, but the thing about this one is it came back up, we got stopped out, and we loaded it. I just wanted to say, like, that's part of the game, right? Is like, go short there, breaks 22, stopped, realizes it goes like to 22.01 or something. Then we just hammered it back down using volume weighted average price. So there's another banger right there on Navin. And I know we just talked about it. This was an IPO that a lot of you were looking at there. Wanted to get 25, they did the market, and they got 22. And now you're down here. I'm going to wait to see a break lower. I'm bidding right here to see if we can get something, but for lower bids right now on NAVN. All right, Sharif is now ready. Let's go through the rundown and discuss some plays, and then we'll get back to trading.
Down, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw them, the big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote every day. Super simple. Just throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages, and all but one is in negative territory. We're down 0.91 here on the NQ, but still holding on to a key level of technical resistance at 6,000. We're below, though, guys, 6,900 here on the ES, despite the fact that it is performing better than the NQ on the day, down 0.5%. The only one that's green of the four major averages is the Dow, trading right at 47,900 and up 0.5% on the day. The Russell 2000 almost but flat here, down 0.12 and below 2,500 point level, a key area of technical support that it's been finding lately. Let's find the first ticker, though, as decided by you, which is META, and what a move it was on. Look at this. We were trading almost at 760 yesterday, dropping down to 650 today. They reported earnings beating on the top and bottom line, but it really came down to that one-off charge for about $16 billion that they'll have to pay this year in tax as a result of the new big, beautiful bill, which passed earlier this year. They also shed about $220 billion in market cap on that move, with their VR unit, guys, hitting $73 billion now in cumulative losses.
Yikes. Yikes. That's a lot of losses. This one, chalk this up to, I think, people being surprised by that tax hit on Meta. And ultimately, like you said, ball doesn't lie here. Like, I tend to think that was a pretty good quarter. I really like that revenue growth. I think we talk about, like, moats. Well, I mean, they got a pretty decent one, too. Like, the way I see it, if they're a piece of everybody's lives every single day, then that is going to be, and they know how to monetize, and they're the future of advertising right now, then ultimately I think they'll be fine. Today, it's just a little bit rough. I love the fact that it was able to do a little bit of a bounce here, but it's still, barring some kind of a minor miracle, going to close underneath the last support. Like that 200 period moving average was, this support here from June, like that June bottom, where it then rallied to the highs after that little double dip. It also goes back and was big resistance in February. Like, that's a big level. We're closing underneath it. So until maybe give it a couple of days to form like a new support bottom, I did stink bid today in my PA. So like, I'd love to pick it up. It maybe trends down a couple of days, and I think I'm at 32, 632 or something like that. Probably 632.22 or 42. And if it gets down there, buyer, but I'm going to give it a couple of days here. I had one mean reversion trade early, and if anything, this looks like it's reverting back in, maybe for a retest of like the 660 area. So give Meta a couple of days. The growth is absolutely fine. I think there was some top line number was definitely a shock. $16 billion to here for a hit tends to be bad, and people, I think, overreacted a bit, but it's not like it's anywhere near green today.
Okay. Yeah, like something that's down 11%. I think we just got to give this a little bit more room to move, right? I mean, I always talk about day 3. We bought Marvell on day 3. We bought Lululemon on day 3. And I think we'll add to our Meta position on day 3. So look at some Boeing as well. But I like Meta right here, down 11%. Forward P of just around 30. I mean, it's still pretty expensive compared to where I last bought this thing when the P was like in the teens. But, you know, didn't get anything out up top, or if I did, it wasn't enough, and now it's dripping back down a little bit. Look, down 11% sucks when you look at it, but this just gives you a better opportunity to buy. If you like the name, I always say that fun thing about every time someone's born, they get a new customer. And, I mean, it's not far from being untrue. With all this TikTok news and all these kind of things, we'll see how that all settles down as well. We do know that YouTube has a big opportunity with their shorts to bite into some reels, and they've already been doing that. But yeah, that augmented reality, the reality labs, they're not great. They lost that $73 billion there, as we mentioned. We'll see if, I don't think those glasses are ever going to be a thing, but I'm not worried about that. It's the ad business, and it seems to be pretty good. So I like Meta, but just not today, not now. I'm going to give it a little bit of time, and I feel fine if I miss it. You know, my boat is pretty full here with Meta, so I'll wait. If it comes back in and it's time to deploy some cash, you don't worry, I'll be letting you guys know when that happens. If anything, so let's wait for Monday. I do think if it retakes this 680 or 700, you may not, you know, like you might not see it anymore. There's only going to be so many dip opportunities that you're going to get in these names, but look at, whoa!
You have the chart up, just leave it up there for a second.
Yeah.
The last time it dipped underneath that 200-period moving average, it's not like you, even if you didn't get the bottom, you had lots of chances to get back, to get into it. Like, it's not like
this goes way back.
Yeah, but like that, I'm just talking about the one this year.
This is Terra, right? So
that was Terra-related.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like it hasn't, like so what if you miss the first 10%? I tend not to care as 5 or 10%. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Well, that's something. If you miss the first, if you miss 10%, then you know you miss that. But at the end of the day,
like you get 630, and I end up like 2 days later, I'm buying it over the 200-period moving average at 710 or something.
I think 600.
Then to me, that's actually, it was a more bullish move. It was a more bullish hold, and I'll like it better in some ways.
Yeah, it's like I averaged up into SoFi once it had already bounced. So I don't think that there's any problems doing that. So yeah, Meta, look, in trouble today, isn't in trouble for a while. I mean, it's going to get crushed tonight if the market does not like these two reports. It's like if the NASDAQ continues to fall down, you can clearly see right now, look at the NASDAQ heading lower. You know, Meta just lost $12. So you might get your 32s faster than you think here. Let's wait. Comes back into 650 for now, still a ways away. The market's gonna have to get disastrous. The thing about all of this, no matter what we talk about here today, we were dead red trying to get more in the morning time, right? So we had right here, we had TQs short, Palantir $200 short, IBIT short, try to be patient. We did that and we found it long after being patient. It's funny that the only two stocks I have today, Palantir and Google, are both longs. And I said be patient for the shorts, but we nailed those ones. We have NAV in short right now, $1 in the money. Let's see if we get a little lower to get out of this one. All right, it's Tesla. Let's go find out what's going on over there.
It's dropping, Katina, man, to the tune of 4% in after the information reported today that Tesla's actually moving slower than expected on its autonomous ride-hailing rollout. The information said Elon Musk has already lowered his expectations for the company's robotaxi service, which he described, of course, many times as critical to Tesla's future, guys. So we're back into that 440 level we were talking about a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it didn't take very long for Tesla.
Tesla, huh?
Ultimately. And look, Tesla falls into the category of like everything that was dip buys. Like today's the kind of day where like if you caught one mean reversion, it should have paid for like 5 that didn't work. And it just, you know, for me, I took the shot at Tesla when it got down to 445. And ultimately, the 440 ended up being the spot, which is interesting because I was kind of looking at 42 more than I was at 40. But it was just worth it. Like I know Google's not on there. And yeah, but like the way that these things fell, like you had to take some shots going into the difference between Tesla and this drop and maybe some of the other names is just have a quick look. If you look at this daily chart, like Tesla it's not just rejecting out of nowhere. It's really respecting this low high that got put in right at the end of the year. It was like just, it was my birthday or something. Boxing Day, it made that lower high at about 460. It's having all kinds of trouble with that same price level. So I think it feels to me like you've made, I love those rounded bones to go into longs, but like you have this kind of rounded top that rejected the 60 level. It's going to be absolutely mission critical for tomorrow to hold on to 440 off the open. Otherwise, I think you bleed off of that. For this afternoon, like that's an obvious place to look. Looking up at Chipotle and IBIT, which I'll probably like this afternoon. Maybe it gets to 440 and there's a play. But I'd be more inclined to be thinking that you have a bit of a rollover happening. And I feel like Tesla's a temporary short. Again, you're double up from that 2020 low still, even with this pullback. So I think with the market sentiment right now, it's more of a profit situation on a lot of these stocks. I'm going to be short bias this name unless something crazy happens in my mind overnight.
Oh boy. Oh, well, by the way, there it is right there. Spin it. It's $1 right there. We're just having fun today. There's $1 on Navin again to the downside on a reloaded position. So this might get up there to P&L number 2 for me here today on another money-making opportunity today for this IPO, right? And so again, comes out, doesn't have fanfare, gets to the top about 70 cents. Your boy goes in there, pays for shorts. We're just sitting here watching this open up. Neil and I were watching this. I went in there, grabbed some shorts, actually missed 22, or else we would be shorter at a better price there. Then just watched it completely fall apart all over itself. That, of course, is Navin right now. So good job there on NAVN. I hope some of you hit that up. Oh, show. Yeah, look, I mean, down 4%. I just think it's a buy opportunity for Tesla if you do get into this $400 mark. I really like the stock. I love the car. I love the technology. I like the talk of robo-taxis, obviously. I like the FSD aspect here. If we're going to give Google and all these guys all this credit for Waymo, I mean, what's going to happen once robo-taxis go out there and they're around flawlessly, right? So let's just see if that is what winds up happening. If you want to sit on Tesla, that's completely fine. I don't. It's been very much a roller coaster. It's not even up that much on the year. So I don't mind it here. Just give us some more discounts, right? Like, let's break this level. We can get near 400, and then we'll see about buying it then. So we'll see if we can get 10% more out of this name to the downside in case there's some sort of correction. I mean, we had talked about the NASDAQ being way overheated, and Tesla's heated up too, right? I mean, you just were down here at 410, and then you just made a move back to 470. Like, that was 15% right there in 2 weeks. So yeah, we could drop 15% and get into this area. I like Tesla. I think it's a buy, but at least 10% lower. So give me Tesla at 400. We'll see if we can back up the truck if it gets to there, but I don't know. It's gonna have to wait, right? So let's just do that. We'll see if it gets some upgrades, and if I miss the trade, we already have some Tesla, but it is the least amount of the Mag 7, so to speak, that I have. It's the least held name for myself, portfolio-wise.
You know what's weird? Like
Thank you, Dogo.
I almost feel like it should be for me, but it's not. So I'm considering like where I want to trim because I have like Amazon I own less of, and I question which one I like more. And I was like, that's something I've been thinking about. It's like, do I really like Tesla twice as much as I like Amazon? Which is why I'm dip buying Amazon, but I haven't decided to sell any more Tesla. I'm just not that point. I just love the future of. I love the future of Tesla too much.
Yep.
Most of the times to sell because I think of if when you look at the Mag 7 name, obviously Nvidia is amazing. But there's just like the pure like explosive upside potential of it.
Exactly.
It's like I don't think I'm getting
explosive downside.
Well, that's part of the risk. And so if you have, sometimes you got to have a name like that in there in your portfolio. So, it is what it is. Tesla's going to be that kind of a stock. If it put a 3 handle on it by the end of the year, zero shock whatsoever. And if you don't like the sound of that, then why not ring register where you're in the mid-4s? It's not the end of the world either. Let's talk some INTS, a stock that will probably never get to $450.
What a move, Neil. I mean, ridiculous move here, 340%, and it's substantially off the highs. I was involved with this one. Basically, entire midday show, but let's talk about why we're moving. The company's experimental drug, codenamed INT230-6, showed very encouraging results in patients with advanced cancers, according to a study published in Lancet's eBiomedicine. It said it showed 75% disease control rate in advanced cancers per the study, so it's up 308%, but really coming in aggressively into that dollar level right now, boys.
See there.
Yo, yo. All right,
I know
go ahead.
Sharif probably
You were looking at this.
I was, and I had a whole rant today about, I guess we talked about Meta already, but I did the lesson of the day on, well, a good setup that you're looking for. Sometimes maybe sit in your desk, but you got to get up every now and then. I was a little bit busy, and when the dollar break happened. I mean, the good news is it wasn't clean the first time, so I can't even guarantee that it would have been that good. The second time through was an absolute charm. That's the thing about these stocks. Sometimes the first time breaks a buck, like who cares? But the second time it broke $1 was good. So at best, maybe it would have been 1 for 2, but the key thing now is it's pulling back into a buck and VWAP. And VWAP is the morning high. So this is it's on 1.2 billion shares. It's obviously pretty solid. Volume's good. Volume is actually holding up, as you can see at the bottom. Like, it's obviously doing less volume in the morning, but very good volume on day one. So if it can hold on to this range, I'm going to look for some kind of a reversion bounce. It's also, like, this is a very, very long, horrible consolidation in the pennies, and you have a close over one giving you like the 200 period, if you even like that technically. So this is one that it did fill in the gap. Expect it to pull back after that gap fill. I just want to see it bounce off that VWAP or $1. Probably give it a couple of shots today. But this is on my afternoon radar, right? Like the market, unless we break the lows and flush, I don't know how much the market's going to move. This one is going to be active this time.
I see a lot of people in the chat. They think it's like today's the worst day. It's because you hear the banging every once in a while,
it's actually
right?
not worse than...
It's just, it might be the most annoying, but we have to get it done. It's behind us. We want to apologize to everybody for that. And that screen is just so impressive. It's just a matter of getting it worked on. You might be able to see sometimes you see Mark or whatever going around the back right there. I think here comes Rob as well. So there's just a lot of work being done today. And so, people are saying like, why can't you do it after hours? I mean, there's only so many hours in the day. You know, there's only so many hours there. Rob just said he has a family, so he's got to come in here.
We're also in the basement, like the ground floor of a condo building.
And that's the other thing. Yeah, the condo building. Certain rules. Yeah,
if you've ever lived in a condo, you get the idea. Like you can only do work at certain hours.
And believe me, these guys are doing work at all hours, so it's not. Yes, thank you, Rob. Rob is letting everybody know this is not his main responsibility. So please do not report these guys behind us, as it is not their main responsibility. But no, we thank for them. And I just want to say to everybody else, thank you for all of your patience in all of this. And it's a matter of days. Matter of days until it's all.
You can see it's almost done.
It's all finished with.
Wait till you see it with the desk.
And then we move that way, right? We move back a little bit, get away from all of this. But it actually hasn't even really been that bad.
No.
Considering everything that's been done around here, it's actually been really quiet. And they have done a great job of putting up like all this protective, whatever this is, shields and whatnot to keep from the equipment from getting bad. And so. All right, let's go talk a little bit about Mr. Palantir there. Yo, Fabian, what's going on, my guy? I want you in that picture, Fabian, man. I want you
Fabian
up in
Refrain should be in that.
There he is. Fabian, let me see that plate of food over here. What you got over there? Ooh, the beef stew. I thought the beef was okay.
It smells really good.
There you go.
I'd give it a 7.
Okay.
I give it a 7.
That's a win.
A 7's a win. I was expecting a 6. A 7 was a win. What I wasn't a fan of, though, is my salad was like all massive pieces of, it's like the biggest pieces of lettuce you could ever find. It's like, did they even break it up? Which is okay, because
that's a great lunch. See,
I got balsamic, though, because I don't like.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's go talk about some Palantir, which is doing better than Lumen is.
That's what comes in every day. Hello, guys. All right, Palantir. New all-time highs yesterday. Katina, man, you were probably very excited about that. In fact, we made new all-time highs this morning, taking out $200 for the first It was short-lived, though, dropping down now back into 197. Look, there was really no major news today except to say that, yeah, a couple of former employees of Palantir are being sued by the company by the name of Radha Jain and Joanna Cohen. They were entrusted with, quote, Palantir's crown jewels, including their source code and customer information, and they breached those agreements. They signed with by trying to create their own startup rivaling Palantir's, and that has the brass at Palantir very upset, and they're looking to him in Manhattan court.
All right, yeah, sue them, whatever. But yeah, no, for me, it's all about the long, man. I mean, we had the long written down. We've only traded 3 names today. I've only traded 3 names today, one of which is Palantir, and we were so patient with it, man. We didn't even get involved until 10:30 on Palantir. We wrote down short 200 today, but unfortunately, I didn't have the to take it when this was happening. I think that was well documented. We talked about that live on the show, that we could have had that trade and we did not, and it was just right into here. And again, just have the ability to sort of look at the charts and maybe differ a little bit from what you were doing there. Palantir $200 short, huge name, but fading off of a key level. Get out if it breaks. So we did have a good idea there. It's just when it was ripping up, I was like, okay, the market's reversing. We were long Google, and I was like, let's go. But unfortunately, it does not break that level. And yeah, now I'm just kind of chilling with Palantir. We did wind up taking the long down there at 196, just using this right there as our out. So you could see, like, we had about a 20 or 30 cents. We wound up taking about another $3 or so on it, so another 8 to 9 to 10 to 1 winner there for Palantir. Yeah, just very, very simple. My trading is it's focusing on a few names, trying to find the best setups, and when we lose, we lose. But today we won, and we had to be patient with it. We said that again. That's exactly on the note again. Be patient. We felt like Palantir was going to be a long if the market wanted to go there. It is trying to be here and specific with our plays. So we were very specific with the Palantir shorts, just didn't take it, and then we hit the long when it came back in. So I really do like that trade, and I think that there's more to go, hence why we're holding on to it. But if you do have any interest in Origin, there it is, that's Neil lining up right there. Boom. Do not get concussed though, but over 8 right now, each year, over 3.8 million concussions are reported in the US. There is no reported FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, symbol OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug. I've only read this about 1,400 times. Designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market now projected to reach over $9 billion by 2027. Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. If you are interested at all in this technology, please do yourself a favor and scan that QR code to find out more information. Thank you to Origenics for continued sponsorship of our program. All right, CVU. So,
CV who?
CVU or CV me?
Well, I mean,
CV Sharif.
Clearly a stock we know a lot about.
Yes, we clearly both of us have no idea even the name of this symbol.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I know it's CPI.
Yes, you clearly know that.
Arrow.
Yeah.
Now, well, one of the coolest things about P Pro 8 is like when they put in the drop down, now at least we'll always know because there's no other CVU. So CPI, Arrow Structures, which is, hey, it's
you had to look that up, come on.
.am.
Oh, .am, okay.
Is it?
What's up, Sharif? Give us the news.
And there's Blue Ocean as well, apparently. You can trade this
Give it
aftermarket.
to us.
I didn't know about this one either. And I keep my eye on small cap gappers. I was surprised to see this up on the board, but here's what happened. It was a Christmas tree retracement, as Randy likes to call it. We were up aggressively, 9 a.m. We got the breakout from the closing print yesterday at 2:30, popped up into 465. We gave the entire thing. We're barely holding on to 275 right now. But yeah, CPI Aerostructures. Shares were trading higher after the company received an order from Raytheon to manufacture structural missile wing assemblies, guys. And that's the move.
We remember that now.
Actually, what's hilarious is because we both like Raytheon, so that's the only thing I remember about that.
I gotta get
they got a deal with Raytheon? Why not? Okay, so that's pretty solid, but it doesn't really matter when it gives it all back. Complete loss of the volume-weighted average price. Here, I'll give you, here's the good news. The good news is somebody seems to like it at $2.40, and it hasn't lost that. So there's always a chance. See, there's a chance here. You can get a dip. It can hold around this 250 area, and you get some kind of a second salvo. But like, what more can you ask for? To me, we've said before, if you are trading this type of a name off of this type of a ramp job, knowing that you've got resistance here and obviously a ton at the $5 level, you're in. Usually pre-market's going to be your best for these. When it gives you that move, that's a ring the like multiple times. Big trend break, ring the register. Big trend break, ring the register. Big trend break. Like now, what is it supposed to do? Volume is dwindling. The difference between this and say like INTS, look at the volume on INTS. Steady Eddie on the volume all day long. You've got consistent volume. With CVU and these small cappers, when I see that, I want no part of it. Even that probably could have been a fade, so I'll stay away from CVU. Do like some Raytheon though. I'm sure they literally didn't move on this news, but yeah, this one's probably done. Maybe you get a dead cat bounce tomorrow. That 250 level doesn't look too bad, I guess.
So you know what I was actually thinking? I need some more defense stocks. You mentioned that Palantir was like reclassified as defense. Was it?
No. I don't. It wasn't. It's that it. It belongs somewhat adjacent in the group. It's it's kind of like Amazon belongs everywhere. Like you have to consider Amazon with regard to retail and of course cloud computing. Well, Palantir is an AI stock and a defense stock. To me, it straddles both of those. So if you have some, you have exposure to it. But I do like Raytheon more than like an LNT.
Yeah, I mean Raytheon's the missiles, right? Okay, so I was going to say just another name because we were just talking about defense here right now.
What
was that, Sharif? Oh, Sharif goes another one. Okay. By the way, let me just see something here. How many? Shut up, DJ Khaled.
3 times.
Okay.
DJ Khaled needs to be a subscriber.
21. He is a subscriber. Yeah. 21.3. It's getting there.
0.1 increase.
Yeah, let's go. If you're subbed up or not subbed.
One at a time.
Right there. Get that out of here. All right. If you're not subbed up, get subbed up. All right. I was thinking Boeing, and the reason why yesterday Boeing obviously does not come out with a good number. We go whoops on Boeing, and then today we go whoops again on Boeing, all the way back in. But the thing about it is, and I don't know if it's a buy right now. I'm not sure. If you want to step in now, this is only day 2 off of earnings. But I just wanted to note to everybody, this is coming into the 200 period moving average. If we do think that there is some downside play here in the market, Boeing will also fall. Boeing does not have a PE because they're negative. They're negative earnings. So that's rare for Boeing. Although the last 4 quarters or 5 quarters, they haven't made money. They have regulatory scrutiny, government scrutiny, trade tariff, like facing them by punching them in the face, basically. A big tariff-related name here. That news out of China today, and it didn't include anything about Boeing or buying planes and as like a sign of goodwill or anything like that. So that was something that I was looking for with Boeing, was hoping that, it's not about Canada. I don't think Canada is that big of a thing. But China, Russia, all that, if we can get all that settled and make friends with the United States, an easy way, because it's such a big ticket item, is to close that tariff gap by ordering planes. I mean, you can get them from here, Embraer, like there's not too many plane manufacturers. And you want to talk about a boat, I mean, try to get certified. If you're just a new, let's just say Amazon, they're not going to start building planes, okay?
Yeah.
That's not something that's going to start happening. So
insanely hard to do.
No, it's not just that. You got to get the regulatory approval, your factories, it's insane. They couldn't even buy Spirit.
Boeing's backlog for deliveries is 12 years, and Airbus is 10 years. You want to talk about a duopoly?
Airbus was the other name, yeah.
When they have a duopoly and that's the backlog, you add zero. You shouldn't say, okay, I'm about to show you a chart which suggests that it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. Remember, we were talking about Embraer before. This is the third wheel that's like tiny, but this is a Brazilian stock. They've been doing incredibly well. I actually considered maybe this one on a dip. You get a little diversification. I think we're going to a Dara at the desk. This market's about to break the low.
Keep an eye on any and all airline stocks. Here is US, which I think might be the most stark drop here, but AAPL dropping as well from comments from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. He is saying, and I quote, if the shutdown goes to Thanksgiving, it could be a disaster for the airline industry. So J.D. Vance saying that this government shutdown could particularly hurt the airline industry as these comments come out. These airplane stocks fly a little bit lower. Back to you.
Nine stocks. Oh
Well-
shoot, I missed that. We were talking about
Yeah,
Jay's
AAL
tickets.
just took a nosedive.
What was that story, Dara?
That's a bad pun.
JD Vance says that the shutdown will really hurt airline industry, particularly if it goes until Thanksgiving, which is a very specific comment, but it's what he said.
Okay, well, we saw Kalshi already today said 2 more weeks was the
Was it
estimate
48.4 then?
there on that. Yeah, 47.5 or something like
Okay.
that. Right now we're on day 30, so yeah, maybe 44, maybe it was. Here, I actually have it up right here. So hopefully it does not. Oh, there at 40, it's down actually. So I don't know. I don't know if there's some news that's today was actually, see, it's starting to trend lower. The highest we ever got here was 45. Now you're back down to 40 days. So hopefully that's 10 more days. So I don't know if there's a vote coming or why the betting market seems to, or the predictive market seems to think that that is a key number. But U.S. Thanksgiving is November 7th.
Maybe a buying opportunity for these airlines on that. I just looked at AAL here. It's not
Is it?
bad. You have the 50 and the 200 period of support right here, right now. You know, which obviously gives you an out. You can out it at 11. You can out it at 12. I kind of think the airlines are trades and investments because it's just too hard of a business. And when they trend, they trend. And it's not in a spectacular upward trend, but an upward trend's an upward trend. So trying to find a dip, I think 11 would be so much better if you could get that. Like maybe wait to see next week if you can get something down here. I'm looking for something to put some swings into. But I meant to do this.
Why is the vice president talking about stocks?
Because that's how they roll.
Okay.
Ari Pages, of course, we can shout out your niece for her wedding this weekend. You didn't drop her name, which is fine, but Ari Pages, to your niece, congratulations, enjoy it. Family is like the best thing in life, so hope fantastic wedding and obviously a
I hope for good weather.
Yeah.
I don't know where. I think
I don't know where.
I think he's in Quebec somewhere near Montreal. So hopefully
Quebec.
a little bit better weather than we're expecting here. I'm hoping for. But yeah, congrats to everybody as well. Yeah, Andre, just throw them up when you see them. Need to see pep in your step, boys. This is the Toronto Jays about to make history. Yeah, I mean we've got it going on here.
I'm about
Dodgers
to lose my mind tomorrow.
Are my city nemesis?
So you're like a
What does that mean?
Giants
You
fan,
don't
maybe?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say Dodgers,
what,
Giants.
Dodgers, Giants?
Well, yeah, the Athletics aren't there anymore.
Yeah.
Probably,
Gotta be, right?
Probably. Yeah, no. Yeah, well, look, we're excited around here for sure, but I think it's a nervous segment, right? Because thing is, the Jays were plus 6,000 to start the year. It's not like, we were not deserving. We're deserving now, but we did not get the credit at the beginning of the year. So we're kind of like that story that
we're that underdog.
That underdog, and it's like now all of a sudden, like even when remember we were down 2-1, and it was like it's over, blah blah blah, but. It's like, okay, now you get this far, and it's 2 more games max. We need to win one of those 2. So it's kind of like, and then we have Yamamoto on the mound for the Dodgers, which may potentially be a problem. But yeah, we're excited for it. In a city of where the Maple Leafs, the Blue Jays have been super disappointing up to this year in the playoffs, as have the Maple Leafs. So we're gonna wait and just.
This is what I love about this team.
Hold on and see.
The teams that were in the playoffs for the Jays, like back, the Donaldson, Jose Bautista teams, like almost a decade ago.
Get out some more
It's been a while. They were beastly with star-studded power that was expected to win, and they didn't.
Yeah.
This is a team that everyone's like, it's on the ups. Just re-signed Vlad. They got a bunch of young players, and then all of a sudden, it's all coming together. Like Savage wasn't supposed to be a dude for a couple of years.
No.
And now he's pitching like our ace.
Without him, I think this year is already be over.
Well, because we lost 2 pitchers to injury, and all of a sudden we get a rookie going nuts. So that's what I love about this team. We're going to explode tomorrow downtown. It's going to be absolutely insane.
And then plus Halloween.
And Halloween.
There's lots happening.
There was a Caterpillar super chat. I saw it there.
Okay.
Shoot, I don't know if you can put it back up there, or maybe I can. Yeah, I can do it. Cat barely hanging in up there like the Dodgers in this series. Oh,
I mean, it's true. The Dodgers are hanging on.
Yeah, but look at the chart of Cat barely hanging on up there. Give it its due. Caterpillar's been an absolute rocket ship. Now, I believe, I already trimmed some up here. Sometimes it's just like it's gone so far that you got to be happy with it. But to me, ringing the register and taking some profit, this is like and outside of tech stocks, this and Eli Lilly are my 2 biggest non-tech holdings. So when this happens, you take some profit. If there's any kind of massive dips in the stock, I'm always going to be a buyer at the 2 if I can get it. Maybe we'll see the 50. But when you have a parabolic move like this, this isn't so bad. Like right now, it's kind of consolidating off the top. It can some if it loses 580, but going sideways after an explosive move like yesterday is not a bad thing. The market's down today. This is holding up. I like to think that's good, but that's just me. Adara?
Keep an eye here on GSAT. This is halted. I'm seeing some talk on social media suggesting that companies apparently drawn interest from SpaceX in the sale process. So this is very rumor-based. I don't have a source for this, but okay, now I see the source. Bloomberg reporting this. So Globalstar reportedly drawing interest from SpaceX in their sales. As GSAT is halted. Right when the halt began, I saw about 600,000 shares traded on the day, so relatively low volume for GSAT. Globalstar also has a float of short float of about 12%. You've got a float there, a market cap there of about $5.3 billion. So that's the detail there for GSAT. Back to you.
Shout out to Dijon there in the chat. No, Vancouver is going. I think the next MLB expansion is in Canada, and I think it's going to be Vancouver. I think it'd be awesome if it was the Expos. I still haven't seen that Netflix thing, but Canada will get another MLB team in the next 5 years. That's my prediction. Let's see if it can happen. 5 years might be early, but I think the next MLB team will be a Canadian team. So
one of our buddies from high school. This is kind of a weird Expos story. One of our buddies from high school, his dad was the for
no wonder why I went
one of the big owners, one of the owners of the Expos.
He's in that new movie.
Yeah, he might get mentioned. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it myself, but they tell all kinds of stories about how dirty.
Oh yeah, there's a documentary about it on
how dirty they got.
Netflix.
The Vancouver Canadians are incredibly popular. The A-ball team.
No,
for the
Jays.
Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, exactly. Where Trey Savage was 18 months ago.
In my opinion, he should never have been down there, but they had a plan for him, and it obviously worked because all the scouts out there were like, this kid could be in AA, like to start the year, and he could see the majors by the end of the year. Like that was pretty consensus, but the Jays had a plan to start him lower and gradually build him up. So whatever, it flat out worked. But this GSAT. This is a potential breakout. So that's a 12% short flow. It's not gigantic, but it ain't bad either. And this is it's indicating an open of $49. Obviously, that'll be breaking out on the daily if it were to do that. This is worth a watch here. I'm going to throw it up on at least one of my level 2s. So we have that open. And I've got INTS. I'm kind of watching IBIT and Chipotle. Those are the 4. This should be... Actually, I should double check. Right? I'm assuming it's a volatility halt, but that's, you shouldn't just make assumptions. You should always look it up. Like, why not? Because I'm staring at this and then it's not going to open up. Yeah, it says it's just a volatility halt. And if you're ever curious, you can just go to NASDAQ Trader and they have a halt page. And if it was news, you might see a different code, but like these are both volatility codes. Of course, when I want to show you a news code, nothing is halted, news pending today, but it's just a different code on there. So it's going to be a volatility halt, which means 5 minutes or 10 minutes. In this particular case, it looks like it's 10 minutes because it's already been 7, unfortunately. But I like that potential breakout. INTS has bounced off $1, hasn't really given you much of a consolidation until right about here. So there's your dollar bounce. Here's the higher low that it's putting in. Close to kind of giving it the long in here if it can break this prior bar high, which is like 10.17, 10.18. So this one's starting to get on the move again. Going to try to join it. And the difference between this one and CVU, right? See, I actually even remember the name, CVU. Actual volume, continuous volume throughout the day. CVU completely dead and not doing anything.
Yeah, when you're doing these sort of, not meme names, but lower float names, you want to make sure that there is definitely action and just wait for those big volume spikes. If you're sitting there dead, then, and the stock is dead, you're not going to get the follow through that you're looking for. It's kind of like what I was thinking about, and it's actually right on topic right here. Navin is not breaking lower. So we have $1 plus in this. So I took it the first time it came down to 80. Just taking another piece right now. So that was a good fill. If it breaks, I still have 20% on from the reload spot. So we've got boom and boom. And again, just like telling you, made 3 trades today. Navin, Google, and Palantir. Many exits, right? Because I'm not just trading with one lots here. But there it is. And I just want to say that we got a piece out on Palantir, kind of the same thing. Was underneath VWAP, but look what we see right now. Let's go Palantir. Let's punch out a little bit. There it is. We'll punch. I'm at 198 there, so I might as well just take it out. at the 200 period. So we'll punch them out there at 83 for another one. $2 and change now in the money on both Palantir combined with NAVN. Nothing else on my radar right now. What's up, Adair? Give us a trade.
Yeah, this part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
So because I've seen people talking about this BQ stock, I'll throw it up here, and like, this is insane. There's been almost no period that BQ has been able to go without halting on a single 3-minute candle outside of like this little top that it made. So the current tap is flat. Oh, it's an Amex stock, that's why. So when there's an Amex stock, we don't actually see the real tap. Like, it always indicates flat, whether it's going to open higher or lower. And like on the NASDAQ, we might be able to tell it's going to open at like 30, or it's saying it's going to open at 37. In this case, we don't have that information. But this is a hard pass. I don't see what you do with this. Like, it's going to gap so much that your stops are essentially useless in a stock like this, which is really not my cup of tea. GSAT just opened back up, and whoa, that's way, way higher. So GSAT is kind of hoping you'd open a little bit tighter, 47, 48 on the daily chart. I'm just going right back over here. Like, this is the prior high in the daily. Like, to me, that's the level that you want to hold on the way back in. Let's see if it has any kind of a bounce. This is going to halt. The volume's much lower. The volume's much lower than I was expecting here. Like, it's done maybe 500,000 shares on the reopen. That's not a lot, actually. Like 500K, and it's been open for like a minute or two. And this explosive, you'd expect to see a little bit more than that. So I'm looking for that INTS. The other thing I'm watching is Chipotle. Chipotle is trying to consolidate under the volume-weighted average price. So Chipotle actually had a really good morning, despite the fact it's down a bajillion %. Like, it just was straight to the upside, made a top at 34, it got all the way to VWAP. Now it's consolidating under VWAP. So I'm thinking and leaning short. Might jump into it here on the way back up. So I might end up in a short before I get the long in INTS.
Oh, no, Adair's going. Okay.
What happened?
I was going to ask Adair about Q, but she's going to come right back.
I didn't know the story. But look how liquid it is.
I know, that's why. It's, I don't know, someone said it's about to open. The last moment on this. Yeah, so it should actually, no, it looks like it was halted. It should have opened already, so it's going to be a 10-minute halt. It's just 5 minutes just now, because the time is 52 minutes, so it should have already been open. So give this one until 3 o'clock, 2:56, 40 or so. Is when this will open. But I don't know, it's not a barbecue name. It's not. Boki Holdings Limited.
I'm always thinking of food.
Did they
brisket, ribs, or what do I give you a third choice? I'm not going to give you a third choice.
Brisket. You could go brisket, ribs, or wings, maybe.
I feel like wings are too
brisket,
everyday
ribs,
to put in the
or yeah. Well, my choice would be brisket. I like ribs, but not better than brisket for me. What about you?
No, I'm brisket all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know Randy's brisket as well.
Yeah. We're gonna go there 1 minute. Pulled pork. That's a good one.
Yeah, I should have said pulled pork. We do pulled pork a lot.
Oh, do you? Get that big shoulder?
Because Aaron, my daughter, loves pulled pork. Yeah. And when you find a food,
you put a good
sauce.
Like
a grown person food with the kids like, you got to get all over. You got to get all on that, because at least we know she's gonna like it. All right, just got into Chipotle.
Palantir's going.
I'm still gonna eat that thing. I've had Chipotle once in my entire life.
Chipotle is so good. But I was gonna say this break of 200 is still in play for me. We've got an hour left. I still like it if it goes. My next out is right here, 198, just to make sure we're there. Yeah, 174 I'm at. Yeah, that's exactly the price. So we'll see if get back up there. 198.74 is. I'm gonna change it and put it to 50. I'm just gonna put it right here at 50. Right there. If it comes in, it comes in, and we'll see about that fill there for PLTR. Okay, how low can it go? Is Google bouncing off our level again? No. It did not get into 280. So that would be a level for us to look at as well on Google down there near 280. Tomorrow's Halloween, so get ready. I think a few of us are planning on dressing up. You guys could dress up as well and, you know, send in your pictures and all that. Should be a lot of fun. Tonight's big trades, obviously, Adara at Trader TV Research has it all. Go to Trader TV Research and get all. Okay, here we go.
There's a public service announcement regarding Halloween.
What?
It ends at 8:03 p.m.
Right. We got it. Yeah.
Around here, if you're trying to trick or treat after the Jays
It's
game
already
starts,
super dark. Like most kids are going to be in
our neighborhood,
by 8:30.
we tend to be getting kids like 9 o'clock. It's for sure done in our neighborhood, but
Yes.
I feel like the Jays game's going to change some things. That's for sure.
Yes.
There's a,
No, I don't think it's going to change anything. You know why? Because
in our
the kids-
neighborhood, there's a few like baseball families. That's all.
I'm saying the kids are going out,
Yeah, I mean,
right? Like your daughter's going out.
oh yeah, my wife
Yeah,
is
no, I
missing
mean,
the game
right.
to take my daughter out trick or treating, and I'm going to the game. I'm already going to be feeling guilty about that because she's as hardcore a fan as me, so she's the bullet.
Yeah. Who? Oh, your wife.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
like-
Well, whatever. There you go. They'll figure it out.
One of us-
hopefully. Well, I don't hope it goes Saturday, but maybe if it does, then at least she gets to go to that. So.
That's why she's like, well, we could always go to 7. I'm like, it would be great if all of us get to see it, but I want us to win tomorrow.
She must want to take Aaron. Because you could give Aaron to someone in your.
No, it's Halloween's a really like we do like family themed costumes and all go together and like do it up and like it's been a big deal for us ever since she's old enough to go out. So like we asked her like, would you want to go to the game because that was an option, or do you want to go trick or treating? And she said, I love Halloween. I want to go trick or treating, and I'd like one of you to be there. And so like immediately Rebecca's like, no, you go.
Yeah.
I'll handle it. Which,
Good.
Why didn't you have to like fight that thought?
All right, before Randy came through, we were just going to discuss some of these because Adara has way better graphics. I should actually go over to Trader TV Research. Hold on a second. Let me just go over here. Adara. Oh, it's not posted yet. Okay. All right, so let's just look here. I clicked on her. I always tag Trader TV Live Research as well. But yeah, it's Amazon, Apple, MSTR, Coinbase tonight, Riot, blockchain. So two big, blockchain names right there. Obviously, Coinbase and MSTR, more Bitcoin related, but still, if you're looking at that. Roku, First Solar, a horrible number come from Enphase. Riot expecting negative EPS. Roku as well, 7 cents, so that should be exciting to see if that hits.
Baby.
Twilio, I love Twilio. Twilio is another IPO that I was involved with. That might have been a direct listing as well. Gilead, WDC's Western Digital, Lumen, and Net is AnyNet or Cloudflare. So Cloudflare, wow. So yeah, we've got like cloud names, we've got retail names, we've got Bitcoin names, we've got like runners with Reddit and Roku.
Well, don't forget Lumen. Lumen's a runner with the
and a
Palantir
recent deal with Palantir. That's been a good one there as well. So yeah, tech, crypto, semis, all on deck, man. Volatility guaranteed. Join Adara myself live right at 4 o'clock as they'll all come out, man, right at the same time. They won't come out at the same time. If Meta last time you guys were doing it, that was a late take.
They were better this time.
Last time. They were better the second. Okay, maybe it was 2 quarters ago.
I think it was 2 quarters ago. It was terrible. But no, we stayed on for you guys anyways.
Cloudflare, wow. Cloudflare actually, there's so many undercover plays. Like we always talk about Broadcom and whatever. There's so many other names, obviously, in the chip space. But, just a straight, I guess, cloud name. Cloudflare. Look at this. Wow. Probably, most likely, all-time highs. I mean, this name is almost 1.5 times.
I would imagine
from where we were on the April low. But again, like I thought that Google was looking like this. So was Meta, bouncing off and hitting some highs up, and then whoosh all the way to the downside. So we'll pay attention here to see if Cloudflare gives everybody the goods on this report. But
the opposite chart of Oracle.
Right, it's kind of like Oppo there. want to buy some Oracle actually at these levels, but again, like then I'm just adding to the pool of tech
I threw a stink bid
that we already have.
The stink bid on Oracle is very stinky, not close.
Okay.
It's a little too far away to even like there's stink bids and then there's like you're waiting for 220 and that's not going to happen. But you know what? I found that if the order's not out there, they can put the order out there and it's like it's good for. I'll leave it for like a month usually, and if you get picked up, you get picked up, and that just kind of is what it is. That GSAT, by the way, before I get back to some of the other things here, GSAT is gone, absolutely gone. Just continuing to fly higher. I don't know if there was ever a good risk to reward trade because the best dip you could have had was 50. I kind of felt the out was 48 when you factor in slippage. That's like 47.5-ish. That's $2.50 worth of risk. So, I mean, it would have worked out, but yeah, that's not my cup of tea. That's chasing it a little bit far. But if you're in the GSAT or maybe you own it, congratulations. The shorts are probably a little bit scared. And if the shorts are scared, that is a good thing. The only thing I got into was that trend break on INTS. That just pulled back into the prior high, so it took some profit, kind of sitting at that one, just above the 130. The halt down is a bit of a target at 150. So it actually halted down at 150 and then opened rejecting that level. So to me, I want to get out in front of the 150 as a strategy. Yes, we can talk about Moderna to all of those that have mentioned. Moderna is still going. There was a rumor that they were in talks for a major deal. And I think it's not an exact quote, but I'm pretty sure that's like vaguely correct on the language. Yeah, it's here. Oh, you have it. There you go.
Yeah, so basically it was vague. Honestly, Neil, what you said was basically what it was. The biggest thing that I saw in the story was significant deal. Apparently the deal's going to be significant, but I also got the vibe they were in talk with more than one person. So that's worth noting as well. I don't think it was like a one company secretly talking in cahoots type thing. That's not the vibe I got, but again, rumors as of right now.
And sometimes you get that, like where, you know, they're not able to properly monetize the technology they came up with during COVID to be able to apply it other places, and maybe you need a bigger bankroll to pull it off, and someone says, hey, we can come in here, and with what you've got, we can turn you into something better. It's a 20% short float, and I can tell you that there's nothing worse for anybody that's short than hearing deal speculation. I can tell you guys that from personal experience. I probably told the story when Sean and I owned our own floor. We actually had a trader who, by a mistake, which does happen if you're a day trading company, caught themselves in an over on a Friday in a stock which was a biopharma stock, which did have deal speculation. And that is, it's a scary thing if short something which has deal speculation. It was not a good 2 days. Thankfully, no deal got announced over the weekend because it was weird. We actually thought if the worst had happened, we might have had to close up shop. It was that big of a position. So I think there's some shorts that are scared here. I don't know if I love some kind of a trade because my gut is telling me, like everything in me is saying, look where this thing is, right at the 200 period, right in front of resistance, and clear and clean trend line. If I were to draw one, it'll probably just make me want this even more. Clear and clean trend, and it's in front of resistance. I should be reverting this. So I'm going to maybe go away from that base instinct and stay away from Moderna because it's a bit of a rocket ship right now. I think I just heard we're going to go back to Adara. But just before we do, someone jumped in here. See resistance at 130? Someone just jumped in and is selling it again. And I can literally see them. So I just jumped. I just offered, they were at 29, then 28, so I just offered the 28 when it was there, because obviously someone doesn't want it to get back above that 130 hump. If it holds the 130, maybe there's an ad on the way to 150 as well. So yeah, we'll see. I just feel like that mRNA, I mean, the more I look at it, it's effectively an all-day trend, but then it's also boring right now. Like it's not parabolic to the upside. And if you're going to revert something, you either want there to be a really good level, which it kind of is, but sometimes you want it to give a blow-off top. If there's no blow-off top here, if that happens, maybe it's worth a shot. And I bet you we can't even... we have free locates on.
What I wanted to actually go to Adara for was the story on BQ.
Barba?
Yeah, Barba Q. There, is that phonetic enough? Oh, BQ. Okay, so no story from Madera on BQ, but again, it just
Really?
every time it opens, it halts. So I just want to say to everybody, I feel like this is either a SPAC, that de-SPAC today, or no, maybe not, because it was down here at $2 to $3. Either way, it's a Chinese name. So not that there's
there you go.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but well, maybe it's not, but it's BQ Holdings or something. Every time there's a holding at the end of it, I feel like
that's
there's.
exactly.
All right, Adara has found something.
News on it yesterday, and it's bizarre news. This came out yesterday morning, though, right at 8:30 a.m., so brand new. Apparently, one of their private labels has, quote, joined hands, I guess partnered with high-end hotels to redefine traveling with pets. So traveling with pets related catalyst for BQ Holdings by way of one of their private labels. Here's what I want to talk about here, though. Sean mentioned that we have this fun implied earnings moves infographic here on X at TTV Research. I'm posting these basically every night throughout earnings season, and I post them whenever there's even like a couple names reporting. So here we go. This is a look. Reddit by far the largest expected move here. Lumen I did not include in this infographic. It's actually slightly larger than Reddit, about 18%. But the point is, lots of excitement here, guys. Join Sean and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll be covering all these earnings for you from Amazon to Apple. Back to you.
Yeah, Lumen's run has been insane since they got the Palantir deal. So it's like, it's almost like it could be hard for them to go up. When you get busted, like for a company like Lumen, the deal with Palantir is just it's bigger than probably anything that could go well in the report, is my guess.
Okay.
So it's going to be hard to top. Like, here's the thing.
We have four super chats.
This is the chart on Lumen the last few days. It's hard to imagine what they're going to be able to report that be better than the $7 to $11 in a week that the stock just pulled up. So I think profit taking away earnings made some sense for this one. I thought it had a chance to try to break out, but it didn't. We have some super chats to get to if you want to throw them up on the screen. It's red. So JD is suggesting there will be a shutdown in 4 more weeks. Well, that's what, look, he implied that with his statement because he referenced U.S. Thanksgiving. But as you pointed out,
when is U.S. Thanksgiving?
The 20.
Well, you guys tell us in the chat.
Yeah, you guys say in the chat.
Because that was the story with JD Vance, and it was also just that.
Yeah, it's the 27th.
Late. Oh, I said 17th.
Late.
Okay, so I had
That's
one digit off
away,
there.
Yeah.
One digit off. No, but if you go here, American, right, downside, right, Delta, probably downside as well. Just talking about, like, if there is some kind of a delay into Thanksgiving. U.S. Thanksgiving is obviously a huge travel spot, you know, for the airlines, and just a huge margin. I mean, you know, what people wind up paying when they need to fly, like during Christmas and during Thanksgiving and all that. I don't need to tell all of you guys about that, but yeah, I would think that if it does go into Thanksgiving and the lines at TFSA or TFSA, traffic, I don't know. If those lineups continue at some of the airports, some of the stories that we've been hearing related to the government shutdown, you know, border security, all that kind of stuff, like, yeah, I could see a big problem happening for, you know, the Jets ETF, which is all of the airlines. And you could see if you wanted to get not specific about it, you could grab this right there. But, you know, never fear, Kalshi is here. It's 41 days, and that's from October 1st. So the betting market right now, you could actually hedge maybe out. I don't know. I don't, like, you could go long, I guess, or short the airlines and go long this bet. You know, if you say no, it's going to last longer than that, and you bet $10 and you 61 cents, you're going to pay out $17, right? So it's not as great as 1-to-1, but you're going to get a nice little return there if you bet on Kalshi or Polymarket or anything like that. So that's the first super chat. Give us the next one here, Andre. Love the show.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right, from Patrick. Oh, we've had Patrick on here a couple of times. The whole crew is great. Where's your boy Obi? Well, never fear. Oh, I haven't seen Obi in a couple of days, so never fear. Obi is somewhere, but not here. Filling in for Sharif tomorrow.
He trades remote a lot. Like, he'll be, when he's filling in for somebody, he's in the office. And some days when he's not filling in, he's trading, and you'll see him floating around. But yeah, he's filling in for Sharif.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, Sharif has the day off, so he's coming, or at least the afternoon off. I think Sharif mentioned he's coming in the morning, so he will be here for the 8:30 start, and then Obi will be kicking it off. So,
he's always floating.
And I'm sure that he'll be in some sort of a costume for Halloween. All right, roll it next. Thank you, Patrick. All right, shout out to Adamson's Barbecue. Yeah, one of the best barbecues in town. I have no idea where it is, but shout out to Adamson's Barbecue, where you can get fine pulled pork. All right, Tracer Austin says, TQQ calls or puts? Puts.
I'm short till it ain't.
Now, the only problem with making a comment like that and so definitive is the largest holding in any major ETF is most likely Apple. There's also a stock called NVIDIA as well. But Apple is held in like 350 something ETFs, if not more than that. Almost every ETF you can think of, besides the Jets ETF, holds Apple. And you know, if Apple's, which I think they're going to report a better number, but just the report doesn't necessarily mean the stock is going to do what the report gives. So I would just say puts, because I came in very today, dead red, right? We have puts. My number one trade idea on here is TQQ put. So that's why I'm shouting that out. I also am nervous a little bit about Amazon. I don't think they're going to give a good guide as far as retail side of things are concerned. Obviously, we wait for AWS, but look at Amazon today, not having a good one. And then, you know, even a stock like Google that came out and was basically the benchmark, right? They came out, they nailed everything, they beat on every metric, great guide. Everything for Google was a wash for bulls for the upside. And they've been bleeding all day.
And same thing with Microsoft.
Yeah.
You can throw Microsoft into that bucket too. I know they're only down 3%, but they came in and they punished 3 good reports. You can make an argument about Meta, which is fair, but they punished 2 out of 3 and a lot of selling. And that's going to be really difficult for Amazon. Apple, I think, has a chance, but can it really hold things together by itself? And a lot of things.
I don't
Then throw in there, like Tesla didn't even, like there wasn't, you know, like throw Tesla out there, like 4% to the downside, rejecting. It's still not a bad day looking chart. NVIDIA blow off top after getting and losing 5 trillion. Like remember, when most of these names break, you know, 4 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 5 trillion, it's the day after it achieves that milestone. Oftentimes you see a bit of a retracement, and so you line all it up together, and at least as a default, the idea can be short. Oh, and the other thing too is
look at NAV.
Look at crypto.
Yeah,
like you know, like Bitcoin lost the 110 level. What are we at right now? We just broke 107. So we're at 106.9, right? Like, where's the strength? I'm not seeing it, to be honest. Like at some point this afternoon, we'll pull up the sectors to see maybe there is some strength somewhere.
Okay, well, there's Navin flushing down, man. Your boy's got this one, and we've talked about it. We probably don't get enough love for this one because this was a little bit of a risk, obviously, with the IPO, but we did see a good level there. It came out at $22. Nice downside play there. Not only that, but we reloaded it. So we actually got stopped out of our 10 or 20%. I'd have to look back to see what it was. It was not a significant amount because we were starting to get out on the way back up as well. So, and then it just gave us 22 again. So we got hit out at 22. I actually have 2 orders here. Look, so we even hit it with more shares the second time around. So nice downside play here for that name. I like it. I like the stock short. They're NAVing on a IPO. So there it is, man. Hopefully, I keep saying this every day, but just hopefully showing the worth, man, and getting you guys to subscribe. Like there's 3 trades I have on today. Patience with Google, and if you guys were here with me, you saw me fight this much, and then we had our plan of action that we were going to drop this if it broke 280. 280 does not break, and boom shakalaka, upside take right there for for Google. So that was a good one. And then Palantir was. We should have had the 200, but I'm happy to have this. Palantir nicely cooking for me as well. And then P&L now, number 2, is going to be Navin. And this didn't even start until 12:40. So we come back from our little gym sesh, and then we find out that Navin's just about to open. We watch it. It opens up there. Neil was mentioning, we were talking about, he mentioned that it opened up there. Had to pay for shorts, did that, and then boom shakalaka right there to the downside. And, of course, that's for all of you NBA Jam fans out there. Thank you so much to Rob, obviously in the chat there. I have to use our thing to do this. Yeah, there it is, NBA Jam. He's talking about, anyways, I can't find it in our thing there. But just, yeah, oh, there it is here, Rob. I'll see this one. Send selected. Yeah, it's just, well, not just only me, but only me here. I mean, I just had that idea. Again, everybody has their own sort of ideas about trading, and I just hit it right. I mean, it came twice. The first time was one thing there, but the second time was really the better of all of the trade for me there. So that was a good one. And then also, thank you for that. I'll get that out of here. Trigger. All right, see ya. And then just quickly about Palantir. I just got a little impatient. Look, the market, we've called the short on the market. The short on the market is printing, so we're really happy with that. But at the end of the day, Palantir's at the at the 200 period moving average, and we put it at 198.50. It went and got as high as 198.30s. So, you know, on that kind of a I'm going to get that piece out right here. Now we have 5% left on our good friend Palantir, and waiting now to see if we can get back up to the upside. But again, thank you to everybody for your kind words about today's trading. And yeah, it's Palantir. I don't know how Joe or Sharif did what they were trading, but it's been a good day overall. So yeah, again, just congratulations to everybody that has some of these trades on board. It's been a good one. It's going to get even better here tonight as we get ready for earnings. So join Adair and myself.
Maybe shorts though.
I don't know.
I don't know. Someone just asked in the chat, is Lumen a buy here? I could not buy that stock ahead of earnings when it just went. In 4 days on that Palantir deal, Lumen went from 7 to 11. And it was already a double up in the last couple of months. That's a lot to ask for. But when asking questions like that Lumen question, make sure you type $ in the chat, everybody. I've already restarted. So now that I'm saying it, anybody typing in a symbol, and I'll do the work for you with LUMN. It should pop in there. Here we go. So now Lumen's #1, and if I keep typing, it's going to stay #1. Everyone has an opportunity to type any symbol in there. UNH, GSAT, obviously CJET. There's Apple with the reporting tonight. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. So now it's starting to populate. So let us know what you're interested in. We're into power hour. Only about 45 minutes to go. The market's trying to break lower. Nothing's standing out. Apple and UNH.
Okay.
Does that even move today? Oh, I know what I promised I was.
They reported.
They did report. I promised I was going to look at the watch. And one of the things that stood out, where is it? On a day where the market, Uber is actually up 1%, and the daily chart looks interesting. But if you look at it, Lilly looking pretty good. Where the heck is, where is UNH? I always find there's another sector board, which I'm used to, and then I have this one up because like you had it the other day. But yeah, I don't even see UNH up here. It's Eli Lilly after the report that looks the best. But I like UNH. So because that was on the list and it's doing pretty well, we can talk about it in a quick little second. But look what's holding us up. This is very deceiving. Google's up 3% and standing out in tech, but that is way down from the highs. It was double digits before. So it's very deceiving when you see that green, and Apple's barely green. Because we haven't got the data on them just yet. So we'll see what happens there. But it's Oracle 5.5% to the downside on what? Not much of anything, really. So the financials doing great today. So your banks are doing okay. Berkshire are doing pretty well. Health technology dragged up by Eli Lilly for sure. J&J I guess going to be up. Energy not even having a good day. The other day when tech was weak, energy was pretty strong. That's happening here today. Obviously, Tesla completely dominating consumer durables. Oh, there's UNH down to 2.5%. Health services kind of missed them out there. So it's not a very good day overall. It kind of feels like we could be doing worse than we are. That 1% down, but like I said, a couple of things holding you up. UNH went to a technical top. Like if you like moving averages, then I don't know what to tell you. This one perfectly to the 200 period moving average. What more could you ask for? It held the 50, ran to the 200, and is back at the 50. So if it doesn't hold the 50, if I'm swinging in here, you got to get out. If you didn't get out in front of the 200, and to me, I held some of it for the 200 period breakout, but that trail is now underneath the 50 period. So if it loses the 50 period next week, then I'm out, and I should get 10 on the last of the position. But still has a chance to hold it and break it out even further. But yeah, following rules myself, got to trim some in front of the 200 period, and if it breaks the 50, I get out of the swing trade. In UNH, if you like it for the long term, that's a different story. To me, I didn't really want to hold it for the long term on UNH. Used to be a much better stock. Could still have some value, and maybe there's another entry down around $300, but not a very good day for UNH. 2.5% down with the market bleeding. Not a lot of strength here today, unfortunately.
All right. Okay. Yeah. You know, we have Joe crying in the background over there. Not here to defend himself right now, but look, man, I've been.
That is so dirty.
And this is the problem with options too, right? I mean, I was talking about this with Joe. He's got a bunch of calls on Bitcoin and that are probably going to expire worthless, right? And I mean,
rude.
he's talked about it on the show, so it is what it is. But you know, this is what can happen. And things are going great, going upside. And I just ran into Wayne in the back. He's extremely nervous about this. And I mean, yeah, it hasn't been good. And I don't know. I kind of made a joke about like, why would anybody hold all of their stuff in Bitcoin? And then Joe and Sharif got offended by that. But I mean, if you're in it, great. You're gonna have to wait
100%.
I don't know. That's what I said, and they were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." So yeah, I mean, even 50%. Bitcoin is still a very risky asset, and you know, there's a lot of traders or a lot of investors don't believe in it and won't want to hold it. It's kind of similar to what gold was doing.
Because if you're like 20 years old,
I don't know. I think Bitcoin can dramatically go lower from here, like a lot lower. It can get
if
chopped
you're
in half.
young enough, or like, let's say you were just starting
Yeah,
out,
but I
like
hate
whatever.
that. Honestly, Neil, I understand what you're saying.
No, but like I'm just trying to come up with some kind of a way that I would not hate that, because for me, like I consider myself
hate that even more if you're young.
to be more conservative. So like I would.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, like I started with the indexes and then spread out to some individual stocks. So like I could see starting out 10, because I'm a 5% Bitcoin or crypto guy, like in that range, it oscillates. But I could see if you're young going 10, 20%, and then maybe the rest of your portfolio is pretty reasonable. I could mess with that.
Everyone should put a shot play in it, but I'm just saying a lot of
50% is a lot.
A lot of I think there's a lot of people that think that Bitcoin is like not really a shot play. Like there's people that are treating this like an index. Is like it's not the S&P 500, it's not NASDAQ. There is a great opportunity for this thing to get cranked, you know. So just I hold Bitcoin. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I like to think that I'm a Bitcoin bull. It's just, you know, when everybody's thing is like, well, don't worry, eventually it will go higher. That's a recipe for disaster, right? Look under the hood and actually ask yourself why you're holding this thing. It doesn't really have any value. It's like the whole tulip thing. Right, it's only worth what someone's willing to pay you.
It's the greater fool theory.
Exactly, greater fool theory,
but
and you're not looking at a fool over
There's
here.
a problem with there's one issue with the greater fool theory when it gets used in the context of stocks, is that in a technical sense, every stock that doesn't pay you a dividend is also the same thing. Right? Like ultimately, yes, you have a claim to future earnings, but if you're not getting paid dividend in any equity that you hold, then really you're just looking to sell it for a higher price. And so in that regard,
the thing is, you could buy on PE and earnings. But Bitcoin, you're not.
That's sort of the truth. It's like it falls in between. Yes, you need someone to pay a higher price, but there's actually a more fundamental reason for them to pay a higher price. But there's still nothing that it's actually yielding for you. It's still just not. It's not a piece of paper anymore. It's
Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of scarcity with Bitcoin, and I mean,
that's why I like it better.
Yeah, if everyone's holding it, that's great. But I mean, everyone has to be buying it for it to go back up. So right now, people are really dumping. It's just it's down 10% in 4 days, and there's stocks that are like that too. I mean, you just have an individual stock today. This is what I mean, to Neil's point as well. This is where it's like, you know, when you hold a stock like Meta, this is even more than Bitcoin. So I could sit here and be like, wow, why would you hold Meta versus Bitcoin? So it's a very similar thing. It's just be careful, because just like how Meta goes from 740 down to 480, this was this year. We already lost 40% on Meta. You know, it can crack 40% now. This thing could get back to 540. You know, the whole market can easily do it.
Just lost 25%.
Yeah, there's so many. Well, yeah, wow. Oracle.
Well, here's I know we're going
look
to
at SMR.
But here's the difference between Bitcoin and the stock.
Oracle's at 260 now.
When Oracle does a move like it did on that guide, I feel like reasonable people can you can come up with a reason idea that, hey man, it doesn't make sense. Fundamentally, that's all it's all OpenAI. It seems like it's a bit much, and then I'm going to stop for those reasons. I feel like the only thing to look at on Bitcoin is just the technicals. Mm-hmm. Like you're just married to that. Whereas selling Oracle, you come up with very good fundamental reasons to ring the register on Oracle after they had that guide. I'm not just saying that because it came down, because lots of people were saying that after the move. But you don't necessarily have that with Bitcoin. You're just looking at technicals, which is absolutely fine. You can sit up there and I can look at my one chart and tell you, okay, great, I'm probably not in any kind of a panic mode, but if you do a 2-level break, then all of a sudden I think things get a little bit different with it. That said, technicals can be just fine. And I think right now it's still looking pretty solid. Like if we lose the 100, I suspect a lot of people are thinking we're only going to 92, and it's not impossible to get a 3-level breakdown, which it has not done, at least hasn't done yet. But I'm just going to jump back to, I'm only in Chipotle. Anyways, like you have, actually I'll stay on the 15-minute chart. We have the top and then the consolidation, looking for a breakdown there on Chipotle. And I can tell you that INTS, I think they psyched me out a little bit on this one. Like I saw that seller that came in 30, kind of moved my stop up there a little bit because the seller, respecting them at 130, they rinsed the bottom and are now trying to head right back into that same 130 level. So nothing too crazy on INTS. And I talked about volume. Well, the volume's starting to taper off and it's 324. So I feel like maybe I had to listen to myself and say, well, I didn't want to trade that other one when the volume was tapering off. Maybe I don't go back into INTS because it's really starting to drop off in volume. Adara?
I want to mention here, NVIDIA, a little bit of news. Apparently, they're going to be investing up to $1 billion in an AI startup called Poolside. One thing to mention, but the real thing I want to talk about here was implied earnings boost for tomorrow morning, Friday morning, not always known for being super exciting when it comes to earnings, but tomorrow we have quite a few names, mostly in the energy space, Chevron and ExxonMobil, along with Colgate-Palmolive, Charter Communications with a massive expected move here, 14.5%, and then AbbVie. So you can take a look at these expected moves here on TTV Research, because tomorrow morning should be a pretty fun way to end the week of earnings. Back to you.
All right.
AbbVie's pulled back 10% in the last.
These stocks are all nightmares.
The heck?
Yeah, I like AbbVie. Is it 10%? I mean, look at that chart. That's a beautiful.
We actually have a tool that I'm supposed to be able to use.
Love some AbbVie right here. All right. You know, we said that we can't just be here for my looks because then we wouldn't be here. But we're here for our trading abilities. And look at this. Boom. $2. We're almost out of everything right now on NAVN, back down here into $20. So we are just, honestly, man, we're coming in hot right now. And it's just been a nice play on NAVN. We're starting to cover some more right here at $20. And there it goes into the basement of NAVN right now. And yeah, $2, like, again, Neil and I sat here and was like, we didn't really think that we loved this IPO today. And this is what happens when you don't love an IPO, you go short. And bang, all the way down there to the bottom. So now, with only a half hour left, look, if it breaks 20, man, I have like 5% left of this stock, maybe a little bit more, maybe 8% or something. So we'll see if it comes back in or breaks through 20 on NAVN. You know, there's a repeater here, basically like a hidden order that just keeps on buying it.
It did it at 22 as well, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, man. NAVN down to $20 right there. But I mean, that's you know, again, not trying to, you know, do this, but this is the trade that I have on and we're just discussing it. So there it goes, man. Good look on NAVN to the downside there. And we also rang the register on Palantir before this happened. You know, we did it twice, man. We were waiting for 198.50, didn't come. We waited for 198.50, didn't come, and then boom, down to the downside as the NASDAQ continues to throw up all over themselves. But there it is, Neil, man, another master class in IPO.
Yeah, I love that IPO trade for sure. And I didn't like the liquidity on that. So I don't know if I could have ever leveraged on it, but I just wrote down AbbVie on my, this is not for a trade. I'm actually just considering, like, yeah, what's some things that I might want to dip by? I've actually never owned this stock.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You know,
good dividend.
Well, here's the thing. I actually owned UNH for a very, very long time. And
yeah.
I got out of that one. Obviously, I ended up getting out of it at the right time. It's not like I knew what was, whatever. I stopped buying it like, probably at the really lucky time, and then only do I have it for a swing. So there's some things there's some money that I want to put to work in something a little bit more stable that does give you a dividend. I don't know if I'll buy the 50 period here, but what I do know is I'm going to do some work on AbbVie. I might just say, okay, this is something I'll dollar cost average into the 200 period moving average on AbbVie. And then by the mid next year, let's just say I could have like a full position on it. That's kind of the way I approach things when I want to add a stock. to my long-term account. But like, I didn't realize this is 10% off of the highs, which is absolutely insane.
Go down into the
Cowboy Mike said sold UNH at $480. That's a, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's a fantastic out. The thing with UNH is, for the longest time, what was going on with UNH, I could pull up a higher, oh, that's perfect. Okay, good, I didn't need a weekly chart. For UNH, for the longest time, just go back to like 2022, and it's obviously been a great performing stock over a really long time. Look at how well it was holding at the 440 to 450 area. So you could just sit in this one, and I had held it for a while, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna ring the register when I noticed it do the double top. And then it came and held, it's like, oh, let's reload. And then reload, and let's get some out, and let's reload. And then it does this little parabolic, and when it broke out, I was like, yeah, you know what, I should probably, it's done too big of a move. I should probably consider a trim if it breaks that trend on the breakout, so I got some out, and then I dumped it all when it lost that technical support. It also, obviously, there's other things that were going on with UNH, but it dropped that technical support. And it could be on another downtrend. I think you can pick this one up maybe back at the 300 level, but you got to be patient with it. That SAT is still,
yeah,
what's weird is UNH,
go to Adara for that.
UNH is still up at the top, but if we can go back to Adara, GSAT is holding these highs oddly well for speculation here, because it's just speculation.
Reporting that again, there was a little bit of speculation here with this name, and I'll pull up the exact wording of it as well. It was deal related here, but basically what happened was Bloomberg reporting that Globalstar is exploring a sale to SpaceX. That was the story. SpaceX, Globalstar, reportedly a sale or a deal. Not much volume when this initially broke and then halted. So that's the story with GSAT again, reported by Bloomberg. Headline circulated for quite a bit before the actual proper headline was put out there. Back to you.
Lay this out on.
Okay, so some GSAT news there. So thanks for that. I just wanted to IPDN is doing something professional. Diversity Network. Okay. Little bit of a spike. I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention because I just heard it. It's probably not listed in our system because IPDN. So I got to know the phonetic. What would you say for I?
India.
Oh, yeah. India. P. Yes.
What's P in the?
Yeah, they have some news on
Pirate.
Tuesday mornings before the bell. Strategic collaboration with the European regulated digital finance
Is this
firm.
the right ticker?
Nothing since
IPDN?
then, guys, for IPDN.
N. Okay, that's
The IPN over there. Okay. So all good on that one, but it is halted just up a little bit there. I want to send this selected note in here. So what's up to ebb and flow portfolio? So you're going through some rough times there over the last couple of weeks. I mean, that happens literally to all traders, so you're in the club, and that's why I say that it's a very, very tough business if this is your primary source of income, right? As I don't know that many that treat trading as a primary source, but if it is for you, and it's like you're putting on a lot of shares, or you're taking some risk, wait. And I was gonna say, like, don't let emotions, try to become too much of affecting on your trades, right? I mean, you got to go up to bat with confidence, or else you are going to swing and miss. So just make sure that look back at what was working for you. And often when it stops working, it's honestly, a lot of it is human error. Like you're taking trades that don't fit your profile, or that you haven't maybe had some success on, and you're getting frustrated. So you try to maybe do things a little differently than you have in the past. The thing about trading is, there is always tomorrow, right? And so you got to make sure that whatever you miss today, you can get tomorrow. Like I could have shorted Palantir at 200. Instead, we waited dips, right? I didn't even remember that today was Navin IPO, right? Yet it's like probably the second or third P&L here for the whole floor. So it's just like sometimes you got to come in and say to yourself, where are the options? What can I do to improve on my trading? And a lot of that is, and again, like I'm speaking how I practice how I preach. And is that we already wrote down here today, the very first thing on here was be patient, right? We said try to be patient and specific. So actually speaking exactly the way I want to you guys right now, wait for your setups. You don't have to push the key just because you see something. Make sure that you're specific with what you're looking for. I know that, you know, I've made a lot of money on IPOs, and today I traded this one almost opposite of how I normally trade IPOs. So you gotta, and the reason why is that we sat here and said, hey, the liquidity on this name isn't what we thought, the hype wasn't there, so I just waited for a shorting opportunity. You know, and that came in, and then we took it, and without any price history, we, you know, let it go back up, and then once it broke 22, we got out, because that was the IPO level, and then once it failed that break, we shorted it again to take this opportunity. So I've never traded this name before. We have a style that we like, and so, you know, that's what I think. Stick to those kind of things, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. And you know, it is a tough game, right? And there's reasons why, you know, 99% of traders that deposit money into their account to day trade see that vanished. So you gotta watch out for what you're doing, be very, very specific with it, and you will be high. So yeah, that's that. 334 right now. Oh, a big name. Doesn't ServiceNow report?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were
go ahead. No.
No, you finish, because this is just about.
No. Someone, I just saw some news about ServiceNow, but I thought.
Yeah, you had them on the list.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So they are. So this is another good name that I like.
It was the last one on the list.
Yeah, Frank Slootman. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see if it gets above $1,000. You know, the thing that I thought was gonna happen for Meta, I didn't think it was gonna happen, but what if they announced a split? I thought that could have been something that they could have done, because it was $700.
I think they should.
Like if they went 10-1 and this thing gets back to 70. Remember, NVIDIA.
It's a no-brainer for them to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to call up the chart. We all remember, but NVIDIA, and that caused a little bit of a reaction for the name.
It doesn't always work, Chipotle, but.
No.
No, it doesn't always work, but I think in the case of a stock like Meta, it would make a heck of a lot of sense. You know how it doesn't fundamentally change anything, but it's cheaper for options than everybody. I think Carvana should have done it. I think Netflix should do it. I think there's a lot that are missing out. There's not much to look at in the early look, but you're going to notice there was something with Cleveland Cliffs might have done an offering recently. XOM, they report tomorrow morning, but KMX is going from the S&P 500 to the S&P 600. So obviously, that's not. I mean, it's not up. They're going down. So that buy imbalance that you see of 2.9, it's expected to be an 8.6 million to the sell side. I'm just going to throw that out there. If you see a gigantic number on the buy side of KMX, just note that I'm going to be interested in a long in CarMax, even if it's a big buy. Like, I wouldn't even try it. And that 2.9 is the same size as the actual volume on the day. So right now the imbalance on CarMax is the same size as its total volume. Usually I would love that, but because it's expected to be a sell, I'm not going to go against the grain. And there's lots of traders that actually look at that and say, yeah, a big imbalance is a big imbalance. I tend not to want to fight it, because I've seen the worst hits on that kind of close trader on the ones that flip when you're least expecting it, and going against the grain, I just don't like doing it. I might prefer to try to play it anticipating that it might flip. So yeah, worth watching on KMax. That IPDN just again, I guess.
I'm going back and forth with Joseph in the chat, man. Dude, that's too smart for me, Joseph, about writing calls and all this stuff. Come on, man. I'm a simple man. We've talked about that.
You might cover calls.
Yeah, I don't. But I know Joseph's just saying that's a way to mitigate the damage on Bitcoin.
I've done it, yeah.
Yeah, you could protect your positions.
Well, to me, the last time I did it was, I like it on a stock where, okay, like I own this thing, and even I'm not as optimistic should be, but yet it's running to the upside.
Right.
So it's like, oh, let's write some cover. I did it on Intel, and it was like, I wasn't happy with its performance. I'm like, if it spikes up, am I going to be mad that I sell a quarter of it?
Of course.
Answer no. Right. So therefore, might as well sit there and collect a little something. But I've never done it for Bitcoin or anything like that. But I think that's great advice. Why not?
Yeah.
There's always ways that you can mitigate your risk.
We've got
right?
Joe over there. Thanks, Joe, for watching. What are you at home, my guy, over there? Joe? What's going on over there? Was it raining?
It's raining right here.
Yeah, I was actually pretty successful with my walks today. To the gym, it wasn't raining. To the coffee, it wasn't raining. So, thanks, Starbucks person, for putting a nice smiley face on the cup. But they're putting names on there. Whatever happened to putting names on there? Yeah, I'm too cheap to get the protein. Okay, so Ford with some sort of investment in India I just saw, but there's nothing going on with Ford, so we'll pass on that one. There was something I wanted to talk about. Andre. Let's just go with this. Which stock has a better reaction I'm trying to figure out the wording for Apple and Amazon. I just want to say, like, because it's not about like which stock beats or not, because they could both beat, but
Bigger move. No, but Apple's expected to move so.
which, here, how about this? Just which name is higher tomorrow? Right, because that way, they could both be higher, but whatever one is higher.
Do you think anyone's taking Amazon?
I don't know. I think a lot of people are taking
people
Amazon. I know Joe likes Amazon better than Apple.
Oh no, I like Amazon too, but I'm still gonna.
You're gonna pick out. So you think Apple is gonna be higher than Amazon tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Just interesting poll. So thank you to Imposter there in the poll. We're gonna put it up for you right now. But Adara with news. Adara, Amazon or Apple first of all tomorrow?
I'm going to say Amazon, but I have not thought too much, so take that how you will. I want to mention the Ford story, though. As Sean mentioned, Ford investing $370 million in India. Now, this is significant because President Donald Trump of the U.S., has made it very clear that he does not want people investing in India. In fact, when Apple switched from China to NVIDIA for a lot of their production because of tariff concerns with China, Trump made it very clear when Tim Cook of Apple was in the Oval Office that he didn't want anybody doing that. He didn't even name India by name. He said, we know what country I'm talking about. So the fact that Ford's going to be investing in India is significant for that reason alone, guys. Back to you.
That could be interesting. Just to get it out there, I literally bought the dip 2 days on Amazon after earnings. So like I'm on that train. So maybe it's a little bit of that has me thinking, well, it'll give you another gift to be able to buy the dip versus Apple. So and the way that everyone else got punished, it's also cheap because the implied volatility is higher on Amazon than it is than Apple. Like, if it's a coin flip up or down and Amazon's expected to move more, it's almost like, I don't know, like the math in me just says, how could you not bet on the one with the lower implied move in that particular case? So the poll is up right now. Can we show, do I have to do this or do we have a thing that shows the poll on the screen? I guess we don't. So I already said I was going to so you can see me do it live. We've got 56 to 44, so it's pretty close right now. And it just, I jumped for a little bit. So everyone get your opinions in. Obviously only 100 votes, so it's going to swing around here. Let's get that up. It's 3:40. We have 10 minutes till the imbalances come in here, and 20 minutes until we start getting the earnings coming through. But remember, it's not just Amazon and Apple. Like it was close to a dozen, I believe, quality names reporting after earnings. Coinbase is going to be a big one. If there's a bet for a name that will disappoint you in terms of how much it moves, then I'm going with strategy, because strategy has an unbelievable.
I don't want to upset anybody in the back again. I like the sounds. The sounds is progress.
Yeah, things are happening. You like that sound?
At our house, we just have. Oh, these are drills going on over here. Okay. Oh, vacuum. Look at that. Neil, move your head, man.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to look my.
No. Look at this screen right there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
This is 27 feet by 12 feet.
How many actual panels are there, Mark? 404.
Oh, no, Neil.
What?
Okay, it's fine. We could have done like a.
Oh, my bad.
Like a guessing game.
Oh, that's my bad. Yeah, I was already saying.
My guess is 448.
You win.
Yes. Bang! 448.
There you go. Oh, there's a cork in there, by the way.
Yeah, this is from when we.
Oh, the bottle of Moet.
Where's that?
Moet.
Get it. Yeah, there it is. Moet.
Yeah. What do you mean, ew?
Ramin.
What do you mean, ew? What is ew? Like, I don't understand.
Ramin's still mad because we didn't get wings last time. We were supposed to get. Every time Wild Wing reports, we should be getting wings.
Yeah, how come, Ramin, why aren't you invested in Wild Wing? All you ever do is talk about how much you love.
Okay, watch. Ramin, I want to ask you a question. Come over here, grab this mic. Here she comes.
This is Ramin and Ram, by the way.
Yeah, people know who Ramin is.
Yeah.
We always get requests for more Ramin. By the way, I like the slippers.
Oh, you got to put the glasses on? This is a very simple question. I was just going to ask you right now in the chat. We have which stock will be higher tomorrow, Apple or Amazon?
I feel like technically it should be Amazon, but I'm going to say Apple because it hasn't been higher.
Yep, okay, I like that. And happy belated birthday, of course.
Okay.
Did you get the iPhone 17?
I feel like I got it, but I don't think it's here, so I think everyone's lying to me, saying that they didn't get it for me. But I didn't really get anything else, so I'm like...
Right.
You got it.
Yeah.
You're smart.
That's enough.
Are you buying this?
That is enough. Thank you, Ramin. Ramin, by the way, does all of those awesome Instagram reels or shorts, I think they're called. But now we're looking at Wingstop. Wingstop down 10%.
It's not always a reason to buy it, but it
must have stopped ordering,
it's literally at support as we speak. What a coincidence.
Go to Neil's screen here. We're talking.
What a coincidence that you love Wingstop and it's right at
Look
a
at that, Ramin. You might put that in your portfolio. Maybe. Potentially there.
We should get wings tomorrow.
Oh, great. Now we're setting up for disappointment again.
It's a big deal.
We should get wings.
It's Friday, it's Halloween,
look what's
it's
for
World
lunch.
Series tomorrow.
I could look what's for lunch, and then we can end it right. All right, let's just get wings tomorrow. We got a $100 super chat earlier today. Oh, here we go. I already gave props to Justin Trudeau here.
Shout out to Justin Trudeau.
All right, I mean, how many people get to get with an astronaut? Oh yeah, Katy Perry, yeah, because she went up into the there.
Astronaut.
She kissed a Canadian and she liked it. Right. Okay. So now you're doing lyrics from songs that we're supposed to know.
Where's the silly trade in the afternoon, David? Usually we get a silly David trade. Bovin asked what time master strategy reports after the bell. Good question. I know it would have been on that graphic.
I have it.
But you have the graphic up. It'll take.
I don't have the graphic. I just have the. What did you want to know? Strategy. We say 4 p.m. on.
Oh, so right away. Strategy is supposed to be 4 o'clock. So I mean, right to it. Is there, what Amazon is usually.
Amazon is 4. FSLR is 4. Gilead is 4. They're all 4.
For solar.
Apple is not 4.
No, they'll 4:20 probably. I feel like Apple usually.
Time for me to vote. I asked Adara on Monday or Tuesday, sorry, when I was doing the recap show. I said to Adara, out of all of the major tech names, mega cap names, which one do you think is the one? I believe she said Google. I think, were you Google? Yeah, so Google, so bang. So right now, Adara,
Hard to argue with that.
I always tell everybody she's the smartest person around here, and everybody should know that. So she's already predicted Google and already rang that register. I chose out of all of them again, and we're just talking about Apple, Amazon, Google, the ones this week.
So no, you can't hit
Meta and I don't know, whatever the other ones are. Microsoft.
Yeah.
I chose Apple on that day, so on Tuesday. So I'm going to go with Apple again right now. High into tomorrow, higher than Amazon. So if they're both red, it's the least red. So we'll see what one's.
That's my whole thing. Is it should have less downside risk. They have less AI risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. We've said this before.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind the call. Either way, right?
That beat was really falling apart.
That halted again.
Oh well. I mean, it halted at least. From the time you brought it up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, 5 or 6 times, and it's about to halt. It's about to halt as we speak to the downside. Oh no, it false halt, so it didn't actually break down any further, but it's given up the entire move. Remember, there wasn't a catalyst here or anything like that, and what is it? I called it the Chewy of kind of, but it's it's a dog. Yeah, like it's in the pet business. What is it? What do they say? They're pet platform in China.
Platform.
And without a catalyst, you know these things are likely to fall off. It's really.
I actually like that business. Like people spend, like in my family anyway, spend unreasonable amounts of money on their pets.
Yeah.
So I like that business.
I wouldn't know enough. Like Chewy, always just look at Chewy. Hey, Chewy's breaking down today.
Chewy's a good one.
But Chewy actually lost some support today and then regained it. This could, like Chewy actually, this is on the daily. Random that I came to this because we were just looking at that BQ stock, but they just wicked that support. You have like 7, 8, check that. That's probably more than that, down days in a row. And then you wick the bottom on support and close back above. That's a bit of a potential reversal play. I don't own Chewy, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I like it or I'm going to be involved. Another super chatting here. I was just going to, with 347, so the first thing I'm going to do is if all I'm getting is the volume weighted average price to here, then I'm going to tighten my stop and just, with the imbalances in 3 minutes, tighten my stop to exactly about break even and then see what we can get out of this. Marcus, thank you. Is Lennox a good buy at 500 or good buy below? Remember, another thing we're giving you is investing advice. Like I have no problems telling anybody what I do. Like if I make a buy or something, like I'm considering AbbVie after looking at it today, maybe I do, maybe I don't. I plan on buying a little bit more MP materials on its recent little dip, so I've been working to position on that one. But to tell you should buy Lennox or not, I don't follow it. I can't tell you that I like it or dislike it. What I can say is it's more of a rounded. If you zoom it out enough, I really don't like when you consolidate under support. So there's your uptrend, there's your round of it, double top fail. And if you were to try to draw a line here, this is what we'll do. It's about $510, right? So look at that little double bottom from before, and then I'll zoom back in. What did you just do? You broke down and you're consolidating underneath it. So to me, I never want to be the guy trying to pick the bottom. I'm more interested in a buyer when it breaks back out or breaks back out. I'm not trying, this is consolidating down in a downtrend. So I stay away from those. The only way I buy something when it has that kind of a dip where it's literally breaking down is if my intention is to DCA into the void, right? And the reason I gave MP, like immediately the first thing I said was, I don't mind telling you about something like MP because it's similar. And I know I'm doing it. Like it's consolidating underneath, but my intention is to DCA into the void. Want to be in the stock, so I'll buy a little here and then I'll probably buy a little here, perfectly understanding that I just want to be in this stock for the long term, and I think it could easily retrace to 25 or 30. I don't know where the bottom's going to be. So my answer is unfortunately going to be a no, but if it's just something that you want to be owning for the long term, like I bought 10% here last time, bought another 10% today because I didn't want to wait, so I'm in a 10% position. I'll probably buy 20% somewhere in this void again, or I'm just going to buy some at the end of the year. That's the kind of idea that I look for a downward trending stock. But I have to want to be in the company for a long period of time to do that. Okay, we have 30 seconds to go. CarMax is still a buy. Remember, it's going from the S&P 500 to the S&P 600, which is going down. It's supposed to be a sell, so I'm going to ignore that one. Early look on Cliff is 1.3 million to the sell side as well. With only about 10 to 15 seconds to go, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we have big earnings after the bell, but it's not just Apple, it's not just Amazon. You got Coinbase, you got Strategy, Riot's reporting after the bell as well. So a heck of a lot to go over with Sean and Adara. So NVIDIA's a buy, so 3.4 million to the buy side for NVIDIA. Softy's a buy of 1.3. CarMax actually comes out, it's not a buy. Apple's a buy of 1.2 million to the upside. What else we have here? Amazon's small, 780,000. That's not that big. The big one, I suppose, is NVIDIA. But the one that stands out to me is this one right here. Rigetti is a 1.5 million buy and balance.
Spaghetti.
Can't remember the last time we saw that one on the list. Did it move? Can I even load it up? Whoa.
Hey-o.
Why is Rigetti's up 8% today?
What? Yeah, some of those names,
Who knew?
man.
All of them? What's the QBTS up? I own QBTS. That's why I'm curious. That's why I get a little self-serving. I'm like, is this one up too?
Oh, yeah. They're all together.
Up 7%. Get it, Quantum. Today, why not?
Well, I mean, Google, it's not a Google play, I guess, but Google's a big quantum
I think
name.
I meant to miss the story. That's my bad.
Well, okay, so there goes Navin. Still downside. Look, I just covered my Palantir. It didn't matter. We had 3% left or whatever. Did a good job understanding that it wasn't going to go any higher there. Just some key numbers there. 200 period moving average, 198. We were able to get out, and then it just dipped down on that imbalance. And yeah, I was just like, whatever. Sat back down, got out there on PLTR as we get ready for now, just minutes away for the big guy, man. Apple's coming through. Let's see if Tim Cook is cooking or not, because at some point here, they're going to have to show up, right? I mean, Apple at all-time highs.
Put up or shut up.
And this is the thing. Yeah, like when your stock's, yeah, that's exactly it. Like when your stock is at all-time highs, like Apple is, there is some, questions about can you deliver on your valuation. So, the good thing about Amazon is you're nowhere near you're near it.
Look at yesterday, though. The ones that had room to go, like Microsoft had room to go to the top.
Yeah.
Right? And obviously so did and what was the name that was at its all-time high? It was Alphabet. What's the one that broke out? It was Alphabet. So yesterday was the opposite. The ones that had room to go didn't go. Obviously, Google gave some back, but look, I think Apple can pull it off. And we're all going to find out at 4:20, you said? We'll find.
Oh, for Apple?
I'm just guessing.
Probably. No, Apple normally is
They're not
later. I actually
4
closed it. I don't know, whatever time it is.
So on those imbalances that were to the upside, obviously, it was mostly buy imbalances for tech. Google actually, I didn't see it on there, so I guess they didn't. It was Microsoft. Microsoft, NVIDIA, who am I missing? On there to buy imbalance. Microsoft is, I don't want to call it pumping to the upside, but a couple of bucks it is able to go. So we'll see. Nothing too crazy. The overall market was the NASDAQ was total 1 billion to the buy side.
Oh.
The market was 450 million. The Mag 7 was 1.2 billion. So it was essentially all that NVIDIA and Softy 1 million. Oh, there. Oh, was Google there before? Maybe it was. It was a sell.
Well, you were commenting on the Rigettis and everything, so that's...
Yeah, I must have, yeah, maybe it wasn't there before. But Rigetti actually grew to 1.8 from 1.5.
All right, let's, there it goes, that's a wrap. We are now out of Navin. Holla, we like that. It just broke above 20, and we, like I said, we only had 10% left or whatever, so we'll cash out on that one. Big trade there for Navin. And now that I look at it's within dollars, Navin VPLTR, but Palantir is third place today for myself. Google, big number one today. It was looking like we were Deadsville on Google earlier because it just kept on coming in and your boy was long. But eventually we found that bottom and made it into the number one stock. So yeah, happy with obviously the performance there on this one. Let's see if it can hold now. Tomorrow. We'll see if Google can hold this 280 tomorrow. That's in question, I would think. All right, and then, yeah, so Palantir, Navin, and Google. That's it, just 3 for 3, 3 stocks there today for me, and that's about it. The interesting name to me now, well, we'll keep on watching, Boeing down to 200. We'll see if that breaks tomorrow. BA not having a great day today. Downside, another 6% on China deal, but no deal. So, you know,
no deal.
Yeah, Boeing doesn't really get the love there today. As you can see right down here, we are on the 200 period, so we want to watch out for that. But yeah, not a great day for NQ today. Maybe time to dip by the index if it gets hit again tomorrow, but we'll discuss that then.
Yes, sir. Even after earnings, I like is a good time to buy them. But you know what? Whatever you're buying or trading, for too long, that meant risking your own money and possibly having not enough to start. Fear of losing kept a lot of traders on the sidelines, but that's now changing. Why? Because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. And when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code in front of you to get 10% off your evaluation account. Shout out to them. 355 just hit, so you know, predictably, we tell you this all the time. That's why we say it every day, so you're not surprised. Nvidia and balance paired off. Obviously, Microsoft, you don't see more. Apple, a sell imbalance. That wasn't there before, but now it is a sell. Rigetti paired down to 1 million, so that one got cut in half, and that's about it. KMX, I don't even see it on here. I was hoping that would come out a big sell because that's what we were expecting, and it didn't show up as anything. So there's not going to be a car trade for me. Getting the boot from the S&P 500 down to the 600. The old demotion, which happens every now and then.
Yeah, not great. You don't want to get too demoted.
You don't want to get demoted.
Over there,
yeah, I'm just jumped out of CMG. It got to the $0.50, but that's about it. It just went 33 to 33, 32 half. GSAT was the one I wanted to go back to you. Bouncing off VWAP. The price action is suggesting that they like the idea of a potential deal here. Like sometimes just look at what the market is telling you, and as it gives it back, it doesn't really, it's still well above the halt open price. Like the support was at 50 bucks, it's gonna close at 50. So, you know, the buyers seem to like this, even though on speculation, it broke out the highs. This could be a bullish one. Gotta have GSAT on the radar for sure. I think we're going to Adara one last time. Mm-hmm. Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, we are here. Let's take a look at Moderna coming back lower. As we know, there were reports that there could be a deal, a significant deal. Stat News, the same, I guess, outlet that was credited with the initial story, is saying that talks have been happening on Moderna, but a deal could be very hard to pull off. So that's circulating now as well. Stat saying that there have been talks with Moderna, but it could be tough to pull off an actual deal. Back to you.
No, Apple's not.
Well, I mean, it could. We were just sort of talking about Apple and Amazon, whereas, like, can I envision a world in which Amazon does another 10% drop like last earnings? Yes. Can I envision a world in which Apple drops 10%? Much probability.
Yeah.
It's just
safer. Amazon, Apple's safer.
It's safer.
I think if you're going to use
I suppose that cuts both. I suppose that
your
cuts
safe
both.
word.
I suppose it cuts both ways. That's pretty bullish, though.
Yeah, and you know, just heading into the close again, man. Coinbase. Shout out to Joe there in the chat. Like, just another name that we got to watch out for. Obviously, their report not coming at the right time here because of what we've been seeing in crypto. But you know, Coinbase hopefully going to give some good news to, you know, the space there tonight. And little rally moment for Coinbase. It's been beat up pretty good lately. We'll see if it can hold this 3 bill level there. Coinbase coming out. I mean, it's going to have to drop 10% more to get to 300. So can we do that? Yes, it can. Let's wait to see what happens there with Coinbase. Okay, man, 2 more minutes to go. Tomorrow's Halloween, so I think we'll be in some costumes. So you guys get into your costumes as well.
And take some pics.
And send them in. We'll be talking about that. I sort of had that idea earlier. Trade with us, and if you want to wear your costumes, cool, send us in and we'll show them through the chat tomorrow. Maybe you can tweet them at us or whatever.
Make sure you can see your screens.
And we'll get them up. Yeah, don't wear masks or anything like that, or big hands where you can't hit your board.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Or however you are doing it. But the NASDAQ's at the lows, man. We were very, very biased short today for the overall NASDAQ, and it looks like we're going to be right with that call. So not a great to look at your portfolios, but get ready for what could save the market. If Amazon and Apple and Coinbase can all come up with good reports, then I think the market can get on the back of those. And then, I don't know, man, but it's not good. The big 3 that reported yesterday are pretty much all red. I mean, Google's going to hold on by 2% here.
That's like a technicality. It dropped 8% intraday for Google. So despite the fact that it held gains.
Yeah, it's only up 2% right now.
It's not a good look. And Coinbase is actually breaking down lower with the market here. So, maybe somebody knows something, or maybe it's just falling because IBIT is, or Bitcoin, I should say, get it right. Bitcoin 106.5. So going into when Strategy, I keep wanting to say MicroStrategy, when Strategy and Coin are going to report, you're doing so into a pretty, I don't want to call it nasty because it's not really that bad. Like what is Bitcoin at right now? At 106. I want to see what it looks like. Actually, I'll just go to IBIT. It's so much easier to just jump over to IBIT. Yeah, you're pretty much at the low of the day. Huge volume in trying to hold. I'm going to throw up Amazon because I feel like that's supposed to be the first one. So with 10 seconds to go, the bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. Shout out to them. Going to be the market recap show. Amazon, Apple, Amazon earnings should be first. We ring the bell right now. I'll be locked and loaded. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for participating. We couldn't do the show without you guys, because we do it for you guys. And thank you for putting up with the work that's being done. I love that board. Shout out to Mark, and thank you so much for all you've been doing over there. Amazon's not moving yet, but we are expecting them right away. Big earnings, whether it's in the crypto space, whether it's big cap tech. Hopefully these Mag 7 names do better than they did as a group yesterday, which kind of led to this down day that we've seen here today. And we've got everything you need. It's Adara, it's Sean. Our market recap show will cover anything and everything, and including your questions. And it starts right about now. And I don't have to say go Blue Jays, because that's tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow. But you guys are going, what up, Fabian? You guys are going a couple of feet to my right. Market recap and Amazon and Apple earnings right now.
All right, here we are. Thank you, Neil. Yeah, look, ready for this. Adair, you ready for this?
I am.
All right, it's a big moment. This is brought to you by GlobalX. So thank you to GlobalX and Beta Pro for all of their support. Yeah, we've got Amazon. They're Amazon right now. Looks like they're trying to shoot up a little bit. They were down 3%, so they're just up 3% right now, up into 231 and change. Amazon reporting $1.95 versus $1.57. So 195 versus 157. Amazon right now up how do I have this much energy? Up 1.9% right now goes Amazon. Bye-bye, nice move higher here. Adair's gonna parse through those numbers, but it's a big one right there for Amazon. We like you a lot right there for Amazon. Keep dropping those packages off at my place. There it goes, 239 right now. Amazon, nice move upside. So here we go. We talked about possibly buying this market up. There goes Amazon. Looks like for now it's holding. Huge move upside for Amazon. Up $13, now up 5%. It's actually up 10% now. It was down 4% before this print. It now up 5%. Let's give it a change up 8% right now for Amazon. You got them over there?
Yeah, I have some stuff here. So they beat EPS and sales, guys. EPS 195, as Sean said, above estimates of 157. 180.169 billion, well above estimates of 177.754 billion. But here I think is the most key thing as well. Their AWS net sales above estimates 33.01 billion, above estimates of 32.39 billion. So that's a better AWS beat than we've seen recently. Let's take a look here at MSTR. They were one of the other 4 p.m. names, along with First Solar.
Ooh, it's going higher.
MSTR, or just Amazon. I have Gilead. We can talk about Gilead here as well.
All right, why not?
about Gilead because again, Amazon.
Amazon up 6% right now and still flying, Adara. Go ahead. Still seeing strong demand in AI, good core infrastructure pull forward on Amazon. It is absolutely Moon City right now, Adara, up over 10%. So we're going to have to, everybody that voted Apple is going to have to get a big number right here. There it is. Let's just call up Gilead.
I have their guide for
Okay,
Amazon.
Gilead right now up to 120. What's the guide looking like? There's no movement on Gilead. Let's focus on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon guide here. Q4 net sales, 206 billion to 213 billion. Now, the low end of that actually is below estimates of 208.45 billion.
AWS is out.
Which one?
The AWS number's out.
Oh yeah, I already mentioned the AWS.
Yeah,
It was
20%
It was a really nice beat. Yeah.
Yeah. So there it goes. 20% right now. That's that number that we were looking for on the AWS side. So there it goes. Amazon, a nice move higher right now. Wow. Amazon. You know what, guys? That is new. Let's go Stock Blitz. That is your new all-time high on Amazon. All right. Let's go. First, FSLR. That is now out right now. $232 on FSLR. Have their numbers? Did you say they were out? Because they are.
Some of it, yeah.
Okay, so they're down 7% right now. Is First Solar. Remember, Enphase had a negative print a couple days ago. Give us the good on FSLR.
Yeah, let's talk about it. They narrowed their guidance too. We'll start with the numbers. Q3 earnings, $4.24 per share, below estimates of $4.30. Sales, $1.6 billion, above estimates of $1.561 billion. That's an EPS miss, but a sales beat. They narrowed their fiscal 2025 GAAP EPS guidance. The new guide here, $14 to $15, does miss estimates of $15.18. They also narrowed their sales guidance, expecting between 4.95 bill to 5.2 bill. That misses estimates of 5.28 bill. So again, EPS miss, sales beat, and then guidance now below estimates for both EPS and sales for FSLR. Yeah, Amazon, I'm seeing a lot of people here on social media recirculate those AWS sales. Ashton mentioned up 20% year over year, and also well above estimates, which is rare for AWS.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon is an absolute smoke show right now. I mean, straight up to the upside here, continues going higher. It's a great quarter for Amazon, needless to say. All right, the other numbers we're waiting for is Reddit, trying to get that through here. I don't think they're out yet. Let's see what Reddit's doing. A little bit of a dance. Doesn't look like Reddit's out. Roku is another number we're waiting for, is Roku. Just heard Adara say Roku is now out. And Roku, unfortunately, downside. So we'll have to wait to see what these numbers look like for Roku. Adara, let me know. We are down over 10% on ROKU right now on the stock. So you're good Roku numbers?
Yep.
Then blast ahead.
So it looks like they beat here in EPS and revenue. Revenue was very narrowly beat. Looks like they reported 1.211 billion versus 1.21 billion expected. So literally 0.01 billion above estimates. That's pretty small. Earnings per share, it looks like we got 16 cents versus estimates of 9 cents. I always like to be careful because there's always a lot of different estimates going around, but it looks like we had a very narrow revenue beat and an EPS beat here for ROKU. Let me see if we have Reddit and forget it yet. Coinbase are not getting till 4:10. The other crypto name, Riot, not till 4:30. What about our friend MSTR? Let's take a look at that. MSTR, I've always said, is probably one of the least reactive earnings names. I'm not seeing anything on it here for MicroStrategy. And for context, last quarter, Coinbase dropped 17% in earnings. MSTR moved 1.7%. I'm not seeing the earnings for MicroStrategy. But again, guys, Amazon was such a great report. First Solar, not so good. Roku, kind of mixed.
So there's Amazon. Great job, Adara. Thanks for all that. There goes Amazon, now still up that 7%. I want to remind everybody that we are brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. So we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship as well. But there's Amazon up 6.7%. All right, Roku again. I know I just looked at that, but here we go, man. Roku, EPS 16 versus 9. That's a beat. Sales also a beat. Going a little bit downside, but just trying to pick that back up now on Roku. Look, we're still waiting. What's cooking up here with Tim Cook and Apple? We'll wait to see if that number gives us a similar love here. Right now, Apple up 102. I hear Reddit in my ear. Is that what you're hearing as well now?
I have Lumen moving really nicely.
Okay,
here.
Reddit now starting to go upside, now up 2.5%. Lumen apparently out as well, moving nicely here for Lumen. Not really, not doing too much there, but Lumen right now flat. And then I just heard out of my side of my ear, Coinbase now out. Yep. So what does that look like? It's a little bit of a move higher here. Coinbase still showing down 4%. Not moving around too much here, but what do you got for Coinbase?
Yeah, their trading volume issue once again for COIN. So Lumen was a double beat. We'll get to that after. Coinbase reporting trading volumes here. Twilio's out too, apparently. We've got trading volumes for COIN of 295 billion. That is below estimates of 310.2 or 0.02 billion. So again, they missed here on trading volume. Revenue was a slight beat, 1.87 billion versus estimates of 8 billion. Q3 subscriptions and services revenue, 747 million above estimates of 734.3 million. So let's talk here about RDDT because I have some of these numbers here for Reddit. Revenue up a whopping 68% year over year to reach $585 million. Gross margin expanded year over year to 91%. Net income here coming in at $163 million, diluted earnings of 80 cents per share. That would be above estimates of 52 cents per share. They did beat here on revenue. Their guide here coming in at 655 to 665 million for Q4. That's above estimates of 634. They also had a beat here for adjusted EBITDA guidance for the next quarter. So guidance good, double beat for Reddit. Not too much to be too red about. If anything, I would say this report's pretty green. It's
that's
well, yeah.
I really like, so I like Reddit. I think that there is some opportunity to buy some Reddit here on any sort of a downside play, especially with those numbers, Adara. So I do like Reddit, even though Reddit right now is turning red as we speak, now down 6.5%. Remember, these percentages that we have on our screen include the day's move as well. So Reddit, you know, it's pretty flat here on their report, right? This is where we close. This is where we're at right now. So Reddit down, but not too bad there on earnings. So please take that in consideration. We had Rocket companies come out as well. So RKT, another heavily shorted name, not much movement. Twilio, I love this name. I'm still in a small amount of Reddit in the account, of Twilio in the account as well. Oh, well, there it goes. Up to 121 goes Twilio. So that's a nice little networking name here. What do you got for Twilio? Again, their software and their technology used in Uber and many other things there. It's passing back and forth data at a low rate. So what do you got for Twilio? Looks like it's good. But before we go to that, actually, can I just talk about Amazon? Amazon's pulling back nicely right now. So again, a really monster beat, goes right up there to the top side, taking that level out. But there it is, Netflix, 10-for-1 stock split right now. Oh, damn, why didn't I buy this name the other day? Oh boy, we're dropping the news. Ramin, clip this right now. Nobody has this ahead of us right now. Netflix announcing 10-to-1. That's what we were waiting for. Arg. We wanted Netflix there. Netflix came into $1,000, and now you can see there it goes into 1,100. Netflix up nicely now. We're overreacting for drama.
I'm kind of sad they're splitting, because I like trading them when they were $1,000.
Well, let's find out. It's 10-to-1 right now. We'll figure out when that stock split happens. Don't worry, Adara. Turn that frown up. That's right. Turn that frown upside down. We will find more opportunities for you to trade multiple $1,000 names. But there it is right now. Netflix on 10-to-1. That's your stock blitz right there. We like that story. Wow, what a bunch of good stories we have out right now. Coinbase as well, starting to hover around a little bit here. Bigger so we can all see that. But I think that's pretty cool for Netflix. We'll see it. For me, that is absolutely monstrous because November 17th. November 17th is when Netflix will start trading on a cost-adjusted split basis of 10-to-1. So I basically never traded NVIDIA when it was $2,000, but then it split. And then it became like probably my #1 P&L name. Let's see if Netflix can do that as well right now. But all right, so where's Apple?
I mean, it's
hello,
4:30,
Tim Cook. Check my Apple Watch. Still not out yet. We're waiting for 4:15, I believe, right? Or is it
4:30? They're very timely.
4:30. I got a date tonight. What do you mean 4:30?
We're not expecting them to come afterwards. I have to shout out Theorem in the chat saying Adara should day trade Berkshire. I have. So shout out to you.
Here we go. And Eli Lilly, you like? That's a $800 name.
Yeah, Eli. But my best ticker today. I was just chilling with that all day. But let's talk here about Twilio earnings. Q3 adjusted earnings, $1 per share, beating estimates of 108. Sales, 1.3 billion, beating estimates of 1.254 billion. They also guided better than expected here, guiding Q4 adjusted earnings between $1.17 and $1.22 per share versus estimates of 114. Sales, they guided between 1.31 and 1.32 billion, above estimates of $1.285 billion. Let's go over Coinbase again. I did talk about these numbers already, but we'll go over them with a bit more detail. So Coinbase here, COIN, reporting EPS $1.50 I'm seeing versus estimates of 121. Revenue $1.87 billion, narrowly beating estimates of $1.78 billion. Now they're guiding here Q4 subscription and services revenue between 710 and 790 million. Not seeing how that compares to estimates there. Intel, okay, we have more on Intel. Intel reportedly in talks here to acquire AI chip startup Sambanova. So
Intel's acquiring somebody with U.S. government's money?
I was going to say, you're using the government's money, they're using NVIDIA's money, they're using all the money. But yeah, Intel reportedly going to be acquiring this Sambanova. I have to look more into Sambanova. I don't have any info right now on Sambanova other than to tell you this is potentially happening here with regards of that acquisition, or at least reports.
6,600 of you are staying late. So right there, we want to say a big thank you to everybody that's staying late with us. But if you are here, make sure you do hit that like button ASAP. Intel not moving at all on that news, still down 2.3%. This cascade waterfall action on Intel. All right, here they came to save the day. It's Mighty Mouse, but Amazon is here right now. Wow, good size here in the after hours for Amazon. Amazon's volume today, 84 million shares. So a big day for Amazon. Now up nicely, man. You're up over 10% on this report. Remember, Amazon was down today, so we take that into consideration. Amazon went out at 223, and a big move there for Amazon. Adara, I know you're super, but I think we should give them another rundown on the Amazon numbers if you do have them. But Amazon, they get that. Neil and I were going back and forth. I wanted to see a 20% number on AWS. And they gave us exactly that, Adair. They gave us 20% their growth on AWS. We got a big number. We got a big number from Google Cloud. And it looks like Amazon there stamping that trade forward. But let's go. What's important about Amazon's report? I think the extent of the growth, too, is really significant because, honestly, on a percentage basis, there is very little growth with Azure. It grew by 40% compared to like 39% last quarter. That's very small. Let's talk here about Amazon beating on EPS $1.95 per share, well above estimates of 157. Sales $180.169 billion, well above estimates of $177.754 billion. And their AWS segment sales up 20% year over year. Apparently, this is their best growth metric for AWS since 2022. North America segment sales up 11%. International sales up 14%. I became an Amazon Prime user during this quarter, so definitely me. No, I'm joking. Oh, I wish I would have. You didn't mention that. I would have gone longer on that. I love Amazon Prime. I shouldn't have it. It's so bad. You get the cable too, the Prime. Oh, the Prime, Prime Video? Yeah. See, the ads annoy me. I feel like I think they have a lot of Degrassi on Amazon Prime. If I remember correctly, that probably would be the one draw for me. But let's talk here about Amazon's guidance for Q4, because that's maybe the one issue here, Sean. They guided Q4 sales between 206 and 213 billion. And the estimate there was 208.123 billion. So, Sean, the lower end of this is about $2 billion off from that estimate. So that's maybe not great. We'll go over Reddit again, too, if we may, because Reddit had some awesome numbers. People are asking about MSTR. MSTR, like I said, barely moves on earnings, and I'm still not seeing the report. Let's talk here about Reddit. Revenue, as I mentioned, up a whopping 60% year over year to 585 million, well above estimates of 548 million. Diluted EPS of 80 cents, well above estimates of 51 cents. Adjusted EBITDA, 236 million, well above estimates. Net income above estimates. Daily active users up 19%. Estimates. Their guidance here, 655 to 665 million, well above estimates of 638 million. Adjusted EBITDA guidance for Q4, also better than expected. Their gross margin was up 90 basis points year over year. It is hard to find anything bad about this report. The only decrease here is their fully diluted shares, which were down on a sequential and annual, but I'm not seeing by how much they were down. All right, Coinbase, not moving too much right now, 1.5% right now to the upside. So also we had, you have what? Cloudflare. Oh, Cloudflare. Also, WDC came out with a report as well. We can talk about WDC right now, Western Digital, up that 5%. And again, not too much volume here in the after hours for WDC. It looks like we've got about 4 or 5 bigger prints there on WDC. You got Net. All right, let's go over and have a look at Net right now. Cloudflare, they went out at all-time highs. So, okay, and they say thank you for that one. There's Cloudflare looking great into the report, Adara, blasting higher, although negative today, obviously, but there it goes. Cloudflare now up 4.6%. What do those numbers look like?
Yeah, so EPS here, I'm seeing 27 cents per share. That would be above estimates of 23 cents. Revenue, $562.027 million, above estimates of $544.95 million. Cloudflare will always remind me of that girl herself and posting it on YouTube or TikTok when she got fired from Cloudflare. That video is just worth watching if you haven't seen it. So shout out to Brittany Peach. But let's also talk here about WDC. That's the name of the girl.
Great. Yeah.
I don't know why. It's been 2 years.
I like peaches. Peaches or nectarines?
Oh my gosh.
This is why I'm here.
Nectarines.
Okay, actually.
Nectarines physically, but I like the peach flavor better, if that makes sense. I don't like eating a peach.
Okay.
Let's talk about Western Digital, though, as well. As you mentioned, like the volume on this has been kind of, it's decent. Actually, you know, what am I saying? This earnings reaction volume is better than any volume Canada had all day. So let's talk about it. Q1 adjusted earnings, $1.78 per share. Well above estimate, or decently above estimates of $1.58 per share. Sales, $2.818 billion, above estimates of $2.725 billion. And Sean, their guidance for EPS above estimates 173 to 203 versus estimates of 171. Sales, $2.8 billion to $3 billion. Above estimates for the most part here of $2.815 billion. We are not related, Matt M. We're just both very enthusiastic and
me and you
excitable people.
We're not related?
Someone said in the chat to be related, and I was like, we are not.
No.
But
no.
High energy.
I mean, my brother's single. I'm not trying to hook you up or anything, but I'm just saying. Like. Anyways, don't. Anyway. All right, there goes Netflix right now. I think this is a. We're both doing like those office things where, you know, you throw the camera and you're okay, so there goes Netflix right now, up 2.5%. So I don't want this story to be forgotten here. Obviously, this is one of the bigger ones to talk about here today because out of nowhere, Netflix drops the 10-to-1 reverse split as of November the 17th. So Nimrod is in the chat. Thank you, Nimrod, as well. He drops 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Nimrod, for that right there. 50 memberships, man. He's loving it. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. Become a member on the show. You get morning note. It's only $5, but thank you so much, Nimrod. I mean, that's a lot. Thank you so much for that. And it gets everybody involved. So we want to thank everybody for that. All right, Tim, let's go, Tim Cook. It's 4:20, and I know we're expecting it a little later, but 4:25 to 4:30, we will get Apple.
It will be right at 4:30.
I don't know. I'm thinking
they're so timely, though, Sean.
I'm thinking Apple's going to be green, man. It's going to be a Granny Smith report.
Oh.
Right there for Apple today. We'll see it.
What if it's like a gala apple, like a little green, a little red? That's my. What's your favorite apple?
I'd be okay with that.
What's your favorite apple?
I like the Golden Delicious, so it's in that realm.
Okay,
where
nice.
it's like yellow.
I like the Macintosh.
And that's red, isn't it?
It's red green. It's the same kind of family as gala.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What's everybody's favorite apple in there?
Drop it in the chat.
Fabian,
guys.
you have a favorite apple over there? Granny Smith. I like the Granny Smith. The Granny Smith, but sour. Yeah,
it's a little sour.
It's fine. For anybody. Oh, Honeycrisp. Yes, very good point there in the chat as we get going on that. All right, Amazon Smoke Show today, like we just said, man, big movement there for Amazon. Great report. A lot of people, we were deciding between Apple and Amazon. I'm not actually sure who won. But right now, whoever you voted for Amazon, probably going to be the winner because Amazon closed the day at $222, and now you're up $20 from there. So Amazon roughly up 9% here in after hours after being down 4, now up 6%, 10% reversal completely on Amazon. On AWS, 20%. We like that. But their guide wasn't as good as we had hoped for. MSTR, MicroStrategy. That's a nice little...
No earnings out.
Yeah, so I was going to say they're upside. So I thought maybe there was some earnings there, but we did get a big spike right at the end of the day. That's just a closing trade. So yeah, no volume there yet for MSTR. Let's go over Coinbase. I'll give you a second to load that up. I think this is a big one that there's a lot of traders holding on to Coinbase. So it's been a minute, but we did not want to see 300. We do not. That does not come anywhere near 300. So I guess we'll wait for their conference call. But right now, Coinbase.
I have MSTR.
Oh, MSTR is out.
Dropped.
Oh, MSTR just dropped right now. So here we go. $8 versus $7 or so I'm hearing in my ear. You're going to get the exact numbers for us. But right now, MSTR, despite being out, still not really moving and not giving us too much volume on anything right now.
They're like the worst earnings reaction name. I said it.
You know why? Because Bitcoin, right? I mean, I don't know.
They don't care about numbers. They care about Bitcoin and how much of it Michael Saylor and his team have. And they tell us that throughout like the week anyway. Like basically every Monday they give us a number. So what really, this is not a name that's going to matter for earnings. Oh my gosh, Kate, keep an eye on NVIDIA. We have comments coming from USGR. Trade Representative Jameson Greer saying that Blackwells are not on the table for China right now. We already knew this. Clearly, Jensen Huang saying he's not even factoring this into projections, but Jameson Greer saying this. Apparently, they did speak with President Xi about chips, quote, broadly and briefly, but they didn't talk specifically about Blackwells, which is kind of funny because Trump specifically said he was going to try to sneak a little Blackwell hint into the talks with Xi. It sounds like no Blackwell hint actually happened. MSTR, apparently operating income, $9 billion. $2.8 billion of net income, $8.42 of diluted earnings per share. Their Bitcoin Bitcoin holdings at 640,808, so 641,000 at a total cost of $47.44 billion or average price of just over 74,000 per Bitcoin. BTC yield of 26% and a $12.9 billion BTC monetary value gain achieved in year to date. Let's talk here about the numbers. EPS, though, we talked about the 842. That sounds good, right,
yes,
Sean?
It sounds amazing.
Well, it's well below the estimate, 1057. And then sales here did beat estimates, 128.691 million versus estimates of 118.431 million. Now, why is this up? Because and I both said it. This stock is all about Bitcoin and how much of it Michael Saylor has and how excited he is about getting more. That is all this stock is about. It does not care about things like numbers or sales or being a company. They just want to get their Bitcoin and live their life.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. We talked about it. Bitcoin's been a disaster downside play right now, but we'll wait. Hopefully Bitcoin can find its footing in and around 100K. Yeah, Netflix holding out right here. So, you know what I want to do? Let's look over who made money yesterday. Here's compare your profits. If you guys these are the top traders here at Real Trading from yesterday. So yesterday's top P&L name, 13,000 on NASDAQ. Someone traded almost every U.S. market right there, $9,000 in that. TSX there as well, NASDAQ, 8,000, 8,000 again. More Canada. We have a lot of traders located here north of the border. More NASDAQ. So that's it. So yesterday's top dog in and around 13,000, 10,000 second place, and near the bottom there, 4,000 to 5,000. That's who's making money over here right now. The Netflix story, again, a 10-to-1 split of November the 17th. All right, the Apple Watch does not go tick, 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 but we're listening. We're waiting out for it here. Hello, Tim Cook. When are you going to drop this number? And of course, it's not Tim Cook. I did just hear JT's getting subpoenaed for their bank records.
I was just going to say about that. I was going to read through that story, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. So no major reaction at all, but JP Morgan, which is the bank, they're apparently now getting subpoenaed. I'm not sure by who. They're getting subpoenaed for their bank records.
It's a weird story. I can talk about it if you want. It's kind of...
Can you talk about it in 30 seconds?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it looks like Devin Nunes, who was formerly, he worked for the government there. He was involved in the government. Now he's involved at Trump Media and Technology. He issued a statement apparently on a secret subpoena of company records, and then apparently an SEC filing reveals that Jack Smith, who we know Trump is not a fan of, subpoenaed JP Morgan so that they could get the Trump Media bank records. This is all very convoluted. I want a little bit more info. Also, someone in the chat was saying, oh, like Trump didn't say he was going to talk to Xi about Blackwells. I actually found the quote, and I do want to remind you guys, he did say he'd talk about it. We'll be speaking about Blackwell. It's a super duper chip, quote unquote, before the meeting. So he did say he'd speak about it.
It's super duper. That is for sure.
Not the first time he's called it that either, actually.
No? Okay.
No, he's in it more than once.
No, very descriptive there, super duper. Okay, guys, all excited for Apple. We want to thank everybody for staying late with us and our sponsor, Global X, one more time. But Apple's starting to get ramped up. Everybody in the chat's getting excited. We have over 1,000 likes. We want to thank everybody for doing that. If you haven't hit the like button, go do it now. Stories today, Netflix split 10-to-1 effective November 17th. Amazon, a good report as well. WDC, a good report here today. So we'll see if that can help. Intel buying somebody, who knows? That's not really moving around either. Coinbase, good report, up 3%. But we're waiting for Apple. What the number we're looking for? The EPS estimate is $1.73 on Apple. The revenue estimate, I don't even really want to say this revenue estimate, $101.27 billion. Their revenue for the quarter, there's not even many names that have a market cap above their revenue. So we're getting ready for that, 101.27 billion. Let's see if stories right now are true about Apple. Dara has the screen up here. So Dara, what are we looking for? All those numbers we talked about.
Yeah, so that's the numbers we're looking at. And I want to talk about their performance last quarter because you can find that on this infographic as well. They had a really nice beat here in iPhone. Gross margin above estimates, Mac revenue above estimates, their services revenue above estimates, but iPad and other products were areas in which we struggled. Unfortunately, wearables aren't on there. But yeah, something to be aware of there with regards to AAPL. iPad revenue and other products do tend to be issues for them.
All right, the expected move right here is 3.4% on Apple. Their last move was 2.9%, coming out in just 2 minutes. But take a look at that graphic. You can go find it all at Trader TV. Dara putting up a lot of graphics and doing a lot of work, so make sure you do find out for that. Apple, big thing for me is going to be their services. Let's see if they can keep on maximizing that to the upside, because that's where the biggest profit margin is in the services. Once a service is created, you just need people to use them. So let's go find out if that's going to happen. And I'm actually excited. Is there going to be talk of Anthropic, Perplexity? Who's going to be the one? And Sharif even mentioned it today too. He actually does not mind the AI in Apple because he connects it to ChatGPT and just asks the app and plays with it there. Let's see if they can somehow mention at some point, either during the conference call or maybe even in the report, what their plan is for AI and will they build something? I don't think they're going to go with a large language model. To be honest with you, it's too expensive at this point. And if they were, they're too late to that party.
Yeah, they're way too late.
Microsoft beat everybody by getting involved with OpenAI early, but then now Google's like, see ya. And they're ripping up to the upside. Less than 60 seconds now for Apple as we go old school. We say shout out to the Toronto Blue Jays here. This jersey's like 30 years old. Honestly, no cap. I'm pretty old as well. We go to the upside here with Apple still up another 1% right here in the after hours. We're going to wait to see if it continues forward. I say it's a beat. I say Apple is higher tomorrow morning than 273, which is where we're going to go out at. Now less than, I guess, 15 seconds or so before we get this Apple number. There it is. So we'll count it down right now. So 15, 13, here it comes, 12 seconds away. Apple, if they come out at 4:30, you're going to see this market start to move. So here goes Apple. 3, 2, and 1. It is now out.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit of a downside move. So they go $1.85. So they beat on it. They beat on sales, they beat on EPS right now, but maybe it's not good enough. There goes Apple down to 262 right now. Yeah, okay, my chart's not updating, but let's go. It's 267 and change right now for Apple downside.
Yeah, let's talk about, I'm reading through like their actual reports. Let's talk about the year over year here for their different categories, because I can certainly do that. So looks like products revenue here coming in 7.37 billion. That's up year over year. Services revenue, that's also going to be up year over year. Total net sales, obviously up year over year. And then cost of sales, different metric. But let's get into the top and bottom line first and foremost. Q4 earnings, as Sean mentioned, $1.85 per share, above estimates of 173. Then we got revenue here, 102.5 billion, above estimates of 101.2 billion. iPhone revenue, 49 billion, above estimates of, oh, sorry, not above estimates, actually below estimates here for iPhone revenue, 49 versus 49.3 billion expected, but it's up year over year. So iPhone revenue missing estimates, Sean, though it is up year over year. Greater China revenue, oh gosh, okay, this is bad.
Okay, bad, all right.
Greater China revenue, 14.5 billion. Not only is it below 15 billion last year, it's also well below estimates of 16.4 billion. So missing estimates on China, down year over year in China, iPhone revenue up year over year, but missing estimates. And again, these are the two things that people were really looking to see better than expected for Apple. Both come out worse than expected.
Oh boy. So yeah, not a great report there for Apple. I guess I voted wrong. I mean, we both liked Apple. I liked Apple.
Picked Amazon.
You picked Amazon. Yeah, sorry, Neil and I liked it. But again, 185 beating 170. But yeah, it's the China number. I think that's a little bit of a problem. I'm not super worried about that part of it because we do know that China will come back on board. There it is, 185 versus 176, 102 versus 102. So the sales are pretty close, but still a beat on both sides right now. And it's bouncing back, man. We just ticked to 270. So Apple today went out at 271 and change. Looks like we're going to get 270 on Apple right there. But you know what I just heard? A new data center deal between Oracle and OpenAI, but we're not getting any
The market
movement.
doesn't even care about those anymore. They announce one every 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, okay. Thanks for.
I'm sorry. I'm so done with Oracle and all their stuff.
All right.
I
Well, let me
apologize.
know how you real feel about that
I'm
story.
sorry. I wasn't trying to be sassy to you. I'm being sassy to Oracle.
Okay. It's
And
all
only
good. No,
Oracle.
I mean, hey, I'm just here for the ride, man. This is your show. There goes, yeah, the more you do know right there. But yeah, Oracle, so who cares? As Adara said, what am I even doing covering it? My bad. But there goes Apple right now, down to 268 and change. We're just playing around. Let's see what Netflix wants to do. It's holding out higher as well as that continues to go. Coinbase, just a quick little review of all these names. Coinbase, pretty flat here into the report. It did go higher, now kind of just hovering. Not much going on there. We got, what was the other one? Oh yeah, something called Amazon. I never heard of it before, but this is a new stock here. Amazon, 244. Nice day for Amazon, going out at all-time highs. Oh boy, we had an absolutely fantastic show here today.
That was really
with
fun.
tons of earnings, man. We had Microsoft, we had
Riot
Apple.
too. Platforms just came out.
Which?
Riot.
Blockchain name. Okay,
Yeah,
let's go over to IoT here. Riot, nice little upside move. But to take a word from Adara, the market maybe doesn't care, Adara, about this one, as we are trying to go back to the upside there on Riot. Okay, plans for
I might do some finishing touches on my Halloween costume for tomorrow, and I'm going to be getting my nails done. What about you? Any plans?
Yeah, same thing. We're going to do the Halloween costume, and we have double barrels. We got hockey tonight.
Okay.
My wife takes the daughter there, and my son has chess.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so that's always really fun. So
Will you be in costume tomorrow on the show?
Will I be in a costume?
Yes. Or, okay, so am I. So I don't want to be the only person because mine's kind of.
No. The two Bash Bros there for sure doing something, and I know Neil is as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
and Fabian is as well.
Is he? Okay, he usually does. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay, he gave a thumbs up. Fabian had one of the best ones last year.
The Roaring Kitty.
Roaring Kitty.
Yeah, and then he was the Michael J. Fox character in.
Back to the Future?
Yes, Back to the Future before as well.
That was great. Great costumes all around. Okay, absolutely fantastic. Who's winning Game 6? This is the winning
Jays.
team. It is the Blue Jays, so we like that one. Go Jays, go. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow. Yeah, some of that as well. All right, thank you so much for watching. It's been a fantastic show. That's Adara. I'm Sean. We're back live tomorrow at 8:30. So happy early Halloween, and we'll see you all in your costumes tomorrow. Ciao till then.
I did everything right and they indicted me.